And now it's Peter Powell and his rendition of One Hit at a Time.
It'll cost you at least a drink of that water anyway. Right, moving on. One Hit for Squeeze, such a good hit too. It's Cool for Cats.
The Indians send signals from the rocks above the pass. The cowboys take position in the bushes and the grass. The score is with the corporal, she is tied against a tree. She doesn't mind her language, it's a beating she don't need. She lets loose all the horses when the corporal is asleep. And he wakes to find the fire's dead and arrows in his axe. And David Crockett walks around and says it's cool for cats, it's cool for cats. The swing is doing 90 cause they got the work to go. To get a gang of villains in a shed up Alley Road. They're counting out the fivers when the handcuffs lock again. They're in and out of ones with their numbers on their names. It's funny how the missus always looks a blooming same. And meanwhile at the station there's a couple of likely lads who swear like that's your father and they're very cool for cats, they're cool for cats. To change the mood a little, I've been posing down a pub. I'm seeing my reflection, I'm looking slightly rough. I fancy this, I fancy that, I wanna be so flash. I'll give a little muscle and I'll spend a little cash. But all I get is bitter and a nasty little rash. And by the time I'm sober I've forgotten what I've had. And everybody tells me it's cool to be a cat, it's cool to be a cat.
Obono gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give give me you. Obono kife la chasha so Obono kife mi chasha me My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah, I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you gon' love me.
ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀kí gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkó bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pa Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pa Jíṣà Tàdàdé ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Àkànbí.
Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see Panamata the wedding for game.
Okay.
Papa yellow give and then Ikeyanya. Mama say na one bit to go kwa. Aga na nwa mu jelumba. O we butike. Aga nilu ne butilo wanne mo. Asa me wanke ya dipa kwa ya jomba.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
President of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
And there it is, right there. Bonjour, Madame and Monsieur. So there it is. Who said I was a multilingual? Bonjour, Madame and Monsieur. So that means for those of you whose language does not expand quite to French, that means good day to you, ladies and gentlemen. So bonjour, Madame and Monsieur. So all that good stuff. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. Always a delight, never a chore. Always a delight, never a chore. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in, subscribe if you haven't. And when I say that, it's not just some sing-along that I'm doing. It's not, I'm not some minstrel, some black minstrel from back in the day, just doing the boogie dance, blackamoor, whatever. I'm actually inviting you to take an action. I'm asking you to do something. So when I say click on the like button, then but really by extension, I should be seeing the numbers of likes going up just because I've invited you to take an action. So when I say click on the like button, then the like button should be going up just at the utterance of those words. So do that, click on the like button, and then subscribe as well. We're about 20 subscription from a landmark, and not really a landmark, from a crossover number. So we need about 20 subscribers, hopefully in the course of this week, to cross us over to another space. So click on subscribe if you haven't done that. And if you have in annoyance clicked on unsubscribe, in love, click on resubscribe. So make sure you are subscribed, especially when you watch this space routinely. Whether you feel that it's an agbadomite or a marmite or obedient or whatever it is, or whatever your sentiments are, and however it jars you, it certainly occupies your thoughts for endless hours, days after days. So that's sufficient enough for you to be subscribed. You know, if you watch this platform routinely and you are not subscribed, it's tantamount to pickpocketing. It's almost like you're stealing, you know. You could draw that, you know. You could project it to land logically there. It's almost like pickpocketing. If you're not subscribed and you routinely watch this platform, then it's tantamount to pickpocketing. So don't be a pickpocket. Subscribe. So click on like, click on subscribe. Click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to be one of the voices that are the audience boo art. So they cheer and then they rage. Cheer, rage. You know, it's like pantomime, isn't it, this thing? So you say something, they cheer, and then you say the next thing, they boo. So it's boo. So that's how it goes, isn't it? It's like a maybe I should call it a boo session. You know, that's what they do. Just to digress a little bit, you know, that's what they do in the British Parliament. If you ever watch the British Parliament, you'll be hearing boo. It's when the sitting government stands up to say something, then it means Y-E-A-H. That's actually what that's But all these are privileged private school, they call it in fact, the elites in the UK, in England, the top elites are the public school. You know what they call public school in the UK is probably what you may call private schools wherever you are. They call it public schools. So the public school educated people, they call them yars, you know, because they respond to everything with Y-E-A-H. But they are so posh in their own mind that they cannot even extend to saying the word so they go So, but back to the Yabu politics. In the British Parliament, the sitting government will say something, and then the members of Parliament of that party will stand up and say and then the oppositions will say boo. So they call it Yabu politics. It's just anyway, all that. So yes, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and of course, the examples already been set. You see that $sign at the bottom of the screen, and it's a stars on Facebook if you're watching us via Facebook. So click on that $sign at the bottom of the screen and empty your the contents of your wallet into the platform. So we have the anticipation of a minimum of 5 super charts
in the course of every session. And the super chat has to be as handsome as the super chat that Ayo has exemplified on the screen right there. So click on that dollar sign that says that dollar sign. It doesn't say super chat, so it's just a dollar sign. Click on the dollar sign and super chat to the screen, to the stream. So all that. So like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says stream. You have to come and join us on the screen, and click on the dollar sign at the bottom of the screen, the stars on Facebook, and donate towards the platform. So all that funky stuff. So what are we talking about today? It's a potpourri. Yes, I like to use the words like that. It's a potpourri. Okay, let me call it a licorice all sorts. How about that? Is that any different? No evidence of what? One Nigeria. Do you know what a licorice all sorts is? It's one of those deep sweets that you pick one is sweet, and then the next one you pick is sour. So they call it a licorice all sorts. It's like a licorice all sorts sort of a session, sort of a news cycle. So we will feed on whatever it is that we can get. So enough of me perambulating. So let's just get into it. Let's get into it, and let's kick it off. Let's kick it off in Rivers State. And by the way, the studio needs populating. So anybody that wants to hop on. Let me send the hyperlink into this. Let me send the studio hyperlink so that anybody that wants to hop on can hop on. The studio needs populating. All right, so let's kick it off with Rivers State politics. Commence impeachment process against Governor Fubara. APC tells Rivers Assembly members. So yes, this guy was always on borrowed time, the way he has been moving funky all the way through. So what's led to all this? Right, Rivers State APC has directed House of Assembly members, led by Martin, whatever his last name is, to commence impeachment proceedings against Governor Fubara. The Rivers State chapter of the All Progressive Congress APC has directed members of the State House of Assembly, led by Martin Funky surname, to commence impeachment process against Governor Simi Fubara. Caretaker Committee Chairman of the party, Tony Okocha, gave the directive on yesterday, they said, during a media conference at his office in Port Harcourt. The directive was formed following the governor's recent declaration that the assembly members do not exist anymore in the eyes of the law. I wonder what sort of governance or development is taking place in Rivers State when the governor is so busy fighting so many political battles, all the way from Abuja, all the way through to his own home state. So it's at war with everybody. So and all of the monies that he should be using to develop that state is trying to use to defend his own governorship. So nothing going on there. Right, Rivers State APC has directed House of Assembly members, led by Martin, to commence impeachment proceedings against Governor Fubara. The Rivers State chapter of the All Progressive Congress APC has directed members of the State House of Assembly, led by Martin, to commence impeachment process against Governor Simi Fubara. Caretaker Committee Chairman of the party, Tony Okocha, gave the directive yesterday during a media conference at his office in Port Harcourt. The directive was formed following the governor's recent declaration that the assembly members do not exist anymore in the eyes of the law. Okota said no section of the Constitution empowers the governor to declare the assembly members non-existent. He restated that the government of Simi Fubara is clueless and therefore should not govern. The APC chairman said, every day we find justification in our assertion that the government of Sir Simi Fubara is the worst thing that has happened in our political landscape, in our political history. And by the way, it just triggered to me, actually. Simi Fubara is actually PDP, not APC. So who holds the house is the thing. So this may well just be an opposition move. The chairman said, every day we find justification in our assessment that the governor of SAR, Simi Fubara, is the worst thing that has happened in our political landscape, in our political history. We are justified every other second in our assertion that the government is clueless, is directionless, and is ruthless, and that the governor is even compounding the matter. And of course, you know that as the main opposition political party in Rivers State, we will never sit down to see him do all those things and go free. Neither shall we allow him to ride roughshod over us and over the people of the state. What the and by the way, I wonder who constitutes the majority in that assembly. So I don't know. What the governor can claim he has achieved in 365 days is the issue of squandering Rivers money, 150 million per local government area. So yeah, let me see. All right, I'll give you a couple more paragraphs. Speaking on the presidential agreement over the political crisis that occurred in the state last year, Okocha warned that the party in the state would not keep watching whilst the governor continues to undermine the president. According to Okocha, the president is the leader of our political party, and it will be foolhardy and stupidity on our part to sit down to see somebody way less insult Mr. President under our very nose. It is also absurd to see the governor begin to espouse impunity, intimidation on a people who are members of our political party, and we stand akimbo doing nothing. So all these funky words, I cannot recall the last time I read or saw the word akimbo. So essentially, the voters continue to circle around Semi Fubara. So that guy, it's only the grace of God that will allow him to complete his full first term as the governor of that state. And if the APC holds the majority, and then I think God's grace may well depart him fairly swiftly. Let's go on from that. Let's go. Oh, what's that? I hope you can all still hear me, by the way. All right. Yes, Tinubu replied article. So let's go on from that to this. Nigerians react to new CBN directive to banks to deduct 0.5% cybersecurity levy on some transactions. So not every, but some. Nigerians have taken to social media to react to the new CBN directive to banks to start charging 0.5% cybersecurity levy on transactions. The Apex Bank said the deduction will be put together and paid into the cybersecurity fund held by the CBN. In a circular dated, that's outright stealing, by the way. I don't think they should be allowed to do things like that. In a circular dated 6th of May 2024 and sent to all commercial, merchant, non-interest and payment service banks, as well as mobile money operators and payment service providers, the deductions will take effect in 2 weeks. The Apex Bank mentioned that exempted from the levy include loan disbursement and repayments, salary payments, intra-bank transfers within the same bank or between different banks for the same customer. Intra-bank transfers between customers of the same bank. Also exempted from the levy were inter-branch transfers within a bank, check clearing and settlements, letters of credit, bank recapitalization related funding, etc., etc. So it's really everybody gets charged. So when the next time you go to your ATM, Yemi Cardoso is going to diddle you. 0.5%. That's 0.5%. So we're talking about countless billions from that. Five things to know about CBN's cybersecurity levy to be paid by Nigerians. I think what's his name? Duel was actually happening on this just yesterday, and people shut him down. And yes, the super chat should be streaming through. By the way, it stops with Boson. It shouldn't stop with Boson. People should carry on. Five things to know about CBN cybersecurity levy to be paid by Nigerians. In a significant move to bolster national cybersecurity, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has issued a directive to all banks and financial institutions to implement a cybersecurity levy on banking transactions. This new levy, set at 0.5% of the value of all electronic transactions, was in response to the escalating concerns over cyber threats and follows the guideline of the recently enacted Cybercrime Prohibition and Prevention Act 2024. According to the CBN, this measure was crucial for enhancing the security framework of financial operations across the country. Hereunder are the 5 important things you need to know about the cybersecurity levy. Number 1, levy amount. The levy is set at 0.5% of the value of the electronic. Imagine if you were transacting a billion naira. So then you see how the money is, because of course when we're hearing 0.5%, we're thinking 50 kobo on a 100 naira transaction, but no. When you tot it up, it's a heavy hit. Right. Here under are 5 important things you need to know about the cybersecurity levy. Number 1, levy amount. The levy is set at 0.5% of the value of electronic transactions intended to strengthen cybersecurity infrastructure. Number 2, collection method. Financial institutions will deduct the levy directly from transactions visible in customers' account statements as cybersecurity levy. So you don't even have the option of they deduct it at source. So you go to the bank, you hand over your check, and then the cashier gives you your money less 0.5%. Number 3, administration and remittance. Institutions are tasked with collecting and remitting the cybersecurity levy to the National Cybersecurity Fund administered by the Office of the NSA. So is this Ribadu that is stealing from us? Administration and remittance. Institutions are tasked with collecting and remitting the cybersecurity levy to the National Cybersecurity Fund administered by the Office of the NSA monthly by the 5th business day of the following month. Number 4, implementation and timeline. The directive takes effect within 2 weeks from the circular issuance date, the 20th of May 2024, prompting banks to promptly adjust their systems. Number 5, penalties for non-compliance. Failure to remit the cybersecurity levy may result in penalties, including the fine of up to 2% of the institution's annual turnover. So, I don't think the banks will be taking the hit for you. So there it is. I don't quite know what that means, cybersecurity levy. From the so many, when you go and take money out of ATM, they charge you a slice, and then cybersecurity charges you a slice. By the time they slice up your money, they'll probably just throw coins at you. Let's go on from that one to this one. Let's go on from that to this. Presidency confirms Tinubu's location and when he will return to Nigeria. So there's a sense of deja vu to this space, actually. There's a sense of deja vu to this storyline. Remember during the elections, we couldn't hear anything but, where is Tinubu? Where is Tinubu? Where is Tinubu? Where is Agbado? So I think we're back there again. We all know where Tinubu is. He has gone to get his injections in France. presidency confirms Tinubu's location and when he will return to Nigeria. So I think it's 2 weeks away now or something like that. The special advisor to the special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on information and strategy, Bayo Ononuga, has confirmed that the Nigerian leader is currently in Europe. Europe is not a location, no. Europe is a continent. It's in France. So why don't you just tell us we know it's in France and we know why he's in France. So you see, it's this obfuscation and mudding of the waters that really it gives room to conspiracy theories and people having doubts. You know, the guy needs medical monitoring. Is medical personnel. They are in France, and every so often, and I think every 6 months it seems to be the recurring decimal now. So every 6 months, you can expect that Tinubu will pop to France for his booster shot. The special advisor to the president on information and strategy, Bayo Ononuga, has confirmed that the Nigerian leader is currently in Europe. Ononuga also confirmed in a post on Tuesday that President Tinubu will return to Nigeria tomorrow, Wednesday, the 8th of May. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, along with his aides, will return to Nigeria tomorrow from Europe, Ononuga wrote on X platform. So the clarification came from the presidential media aide. The clarification from the presidential media aide follows several concerns raised by you know when they always say Nigerians, it's an ambiguity because there's not a catch-all Nigerians. I have not expressed concerns, and I am a Nigerian. So it's essentially it's essentially the opposition space stoking the embers of, you know, maybe not discord, maybe the embers of conspiracy, and the government responding. So it's not Nigerians, it's Atiku and his fellow co-travelers, essentially that space. So they're the ones trying to prod at the hornet's nest and trying to see what they can dig out. The clarification comes from the presidential media aide. The clarification from the presidential media aide follows several concerns raised by Nigerians about the whereabouts of President Tinubu. Correspondent recalls after his attendance at the World Economic Forum in Riyadh, which took place from April the 28th to April the 29th. So that's about a week. Yes, about a week roughly. President Bola Tinubu departed Saudi Arabia and was expected to return to Nigeria, but that did not occur, sparking various reactions regarding his whereabouts. Sahara reporters had claimed after departing Riyadh, President Bola Tinubu traveled to London, UK. The president's journey to London was unexpected, as his media advisor, Aduri Ngalali, had not mentioned a planned visit to the UK in his previous statement. According to the news platform, Tinubu left Riyadh International Airport at 12:05 a.m. and arrived at Stansted Airport, London at 06:35 a.m. UK time. The presidential aircraft, Gulfstream Aerospace GVSP, with registration number XYZ, was used for the 6-hour, 30-minute trip. A senior Nigerian Air Force officer clarified that the aircraft was operated as Nigerian Air Force One during the trip, indicating that the president was on board. So this statement actually to unbundle it a little bit. So the presidency has a fleet of aeroplanes, but there are, when the president is traveling himself, then that particular aircraft, the security has to be padded out in a particular way. So that is what it means. That is what they mean by Nigerian Air Force One. And only the president really can travel, and maybe Shetima too. but there are certain security protocols that has to, and also security equipment that has to be padded around that aircraft. So that's essentially what that means. A senior Nigerian Air Force officer clarified that the aircraft was operated as Nigerian Air Force One during the trip, indicating that the president was on board. The officer explained that any Nigerian Air Force jet carrying the president is referred to as Nigerian Air Force One to ensure special treatment and avoid confusion with other planes in the area. This protocol is standard practice for presidential travels, and it highlights the importance of the president's safety and security. Though the presidency did not deny or confirm Tinubu's purported trip to London, Ononuga has now confirmed that the president and his aides are expected back in Nigeria on Wednesday. So I think they somewhat confirm. If it tells us that if Sahara reporters had already broken the exclusive that Tinubu was in London and this presidential aide is now telling us is in Europe, then that tells us it's in London. So, and London, of course, is just what, a 40 minutes train ride, Eurostar to Paris. So, I don't know, booster shot. From that to this is a long-standing but this is how Reno Omokri actually made his name off the back of this girl. But now he continues to straddle that name. This girl now forgotten and abandoned. Forgotten Nigerian schoolgirl Leah Sheribu, married to 2 Boko Haram leaders, now has 2 kids. Repentant terrorist revealed. So this will be the confessions of a captured insurgent, I suspect. That's where they're getting this from. Forgotten Nigerian schoolgirl Leah Sharibu, married to 2 Boko. How does that work? I think there's a dearth of women in their camps. Maybe that's why they are reading so much. Forgotten Nigerian schoolgirl Leah Sharibu, married to 2 Boko Haram leaders, now has 2 kids. Who's the father? Although I suppose they don't really care about paternity amongst those savages. The repentant Boko Haram fight. Nigeria's forgotten schoolgirl from Yobe State, Leah Sharibu, has married at least 2 Boko Haram leaders, including Ali Abdullah, who has now become a chief judge of the Islamic State of West African ISWAP in the Lake Chad Basin, a repentant terrorist revealed on Tuesday. Sharibu, a Christian girl, I'm sure they'd have forced the conversion from her already by now. Sharibu, a Christian girl, was one of the 110 female students of the Government School Science and Technology College, Dukchi, Yobe State, who was abducted on the 19th of February 2018 by the Boko Haram terrorists. The repentant Boko Haram fighter told correspondents on Tuesday that Sharibu's husband, Abdullah, was recently appointed chief judge of the terror group in the Lake Chad Basin. Leah was first married to Abdurrahman after she converted to Islam. So they finally forced that confession. I think it's her refusal to convert that led to her being held in perpetuity. But I think they've forced that conversion out of her. Leah was first married to Abdurrahman after she converted to Islam, and they had 1 child, a baby boy. Her husband was killed in an air raid, after which she was remarried to a top commander, Ali Abdullah, to whom she bore a baby girl, the Boko Haram ex-fighter said. I think that's sufficient enough of that. I think we get to the thrust of where that is. So this one now is it somewhat semi-entertainment, but really some seriousness, because a lot of people have been, I think I saw it in a video form in some space. Let me see if I can find that. Hold on. I think there might well be a video form of this. It's always more impactful if you actually see it in a video form. Hold on. Yes, let me see if I can grab it from here. All right. So now let me bring you this. Traditionally you swear by the Quran or the Bible, isn't it, when you want to take office in Nigeria? But a new form now. Newly appointed supervisors and advisors in Ikere local government area take their oath of office with Ogun, the god of iron. So yes, we'll see if they will still after that. Actually, let's just watch the video. It saved me having to read it. All right. A video showing newly appointed supervisors and advisors of Ikere Ekiti local government in Ekiti State were sworn in with an Ogun totem and the Quran. A viral video shows the supervisors and advisors swearing at the conference hall of the office of Olu Ademolokun, the chairman of Ikere Ekiti local government area. The oath of office was administered on the appointees by Ademolokun. The appointees could be seen taking turns to wield a cutlass, a totem for the god of iron in one hand and a Quran in the other. I wonder which one will get them first. Whilst administering the oath of office, Ademolokun asked the appointees to repeat the following in Yoruba. From today, I will be loyal and truthful to BAO, that is Ekiti State Governor, and Moni Shade, that is the deputy, APC, and its leaders. I will take instructions from the leaders. If I refuse to do so, Ogun or the Quran should kill you, not me, but should kill the person. For this, I will be truthful. Each appointee said as they took their oath. So yes, the only thing missing is that it should have been a Babalawo that was administering that. In Nigeria, public office holders usually swear an oath of office using the Quran or the Bible whilst pledging allegiance to the Constitution. So yes, so everything abandoned. Not only did they abandon, at least they partially held the Quran, even though maybe not all of them are Muslims, but they partially held the Quran. But certainly, their allegiance was to the state governor and their party, not the Nigerian constitution. So there's that one. So there is that one. So let's go on to this one now. Foreigners now visit Nigeria for plastic surgery. Minister of State for Health, Alausa. So I'm now calling it Alausa off the back of Rational Mind. And by the way, I'm bringing this story really because quietly and undercover, Nigeria is actually now fast turning into a health tourism destination. I know it's a hot destination for IVF and all of those kind of stuff, especially Lagos and Ibadan. I know it's a hot destination for that, but it looks as though plastic surgery added to that as well. Foreigners now visit Nigeria for plastic surgery. Minister of State for Health, Alausa. The federal government has stated that the country's healthcare system now attracts foreign patients. The Minister of State for Health, Dr. Tunji Alausa, said this during an interview on Arise TV on Monday. According to him, foreign patients, including Indians, seeking medical treatment now visit the country's healthcare system. He claimed that with improvements in the healthcare system, the country was witnessing a reversal of the Japa syndrome, suggesting that medical personnel were now returning to Nigeria from abroad. The minister pointed, and those medical personnel returning, by the way, they are not returning to take public office, so they're returning to set up, of course, their own facilities. So that's just it. So nobody is jackpotting to come and apply for a job in the Ministry of whatever. The minister pointed out that Nigeria had become a preferred destination for medical tourism, particularly for surgical procedures, which were more cost-effective compared to other countries. I wonder if they could advertise this more to, because the expertise is there. So why not? According to him, the proliferation of aesthetic, that is the beautification sort of, according to him, the proliferation of aesthetic hospitals, numbering close to 900 across Nigeria, also contributes to attracting patients seeking services such as plastic surgery. Today, we have almost 900 aesthetic hospitals around Nigeria. People are coming to get plastic surgery, he said. He noted that the administration's commitment to prioritizing public health led to positive changes in the healthcare sector. We have a president now that believes a healthy nation is the core to harnessing our biggest asset, which is our human capital. The president has mandated us to increase coverage from about 7 million to about 50 million people to have health insurance in the next 2 to 3 years. This marks the highest budget allocation for the health sector in almost 24 years. And they keep asking us what Tinubu has done in his first year in government. Well, there it is right there. All right, so let me give you this one. This is Ben Bruce still poking at Peter Obi. It says, today I visited Lagos Calabar Coastal Road construction site with my good friend, the former governor of Cross River State, His Excellency Donald Duke. The project is truly magnificent and unlike any other. Upon completion, it will undoubtedly be recognized as one of the greatest infrastructure wonders of our times. So that is it. It's a world monument, as I said. This thing being built by Tinubu is a world monument. I hope they make a beautiful job of it. So now this next one is next one is a delightful little piece that I came across, and I was just intent on. And by the way, plenty of room in the studio still. I think I've got about 2 people. So anybody that wants to hop on. So that's the link right there. If you want to jump on. So the conversations can take place. So yeah, this one delighted me, and I wanted to share it with you. So it says that meet Oluchukwu Owuwe is a second lieutenant who completed her training at the Royal Military Academy, Sandhurst, UK. So this is a young intelligence officer that's just on the rise up in her career. So let's listen to a few words from her. I just gloried in it when I saw it, and I wanted to bring it here. So there it is right there. Another one making us proud. So well done to Oluchuku Owuwo. I hope I pronounced that right. So that's somebody then on the birthing of a glorious career. Choma is telling me that there is no sound. Is there no? Oh, I can hear it. Can you hear me though? Can you hear me? Jide, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? This doesn't work if you can't hear me. All right, brilliant. All right, all right. So sorry about that. But that clip there was no point in me playing it again if you can't hear it. But that clip there is Oluchuku Owowa, who has just gone on a specialist training in Sandhurst in the UK, which is one of the best military training facilities globally, to kick off her career as a military intelligence officer. So I think I just liked her looks. That's what made me bring it. So that's that. Let's go on to this one. This will be the last one. If Nigeria fails, Igbos are going to suffer more than any tribe. This is Unwanyawu. So it's not necessarily an Igbo this, Igbo that, but when I saw that headline, I just totally agreed with it, because the most invested across the span of the entirety of the nation are the Southeasterners. I'm not sure that any Southwesterners have any real presence anywhere in the north outside of Abuja. I'm not quite sure that any Northerner has any real commercial presence anywhere in the south, apart from the suya sellers who just sell their suyas and pack their money back to their home state. But the Southeasterners uniquely, I have to say, maybe not peculiarly, maybe not wholly uniquely, maybe not solely uniquely, but wholly uniquely, they've embedded heavily in every community in that country. And this is what Unwanyawu is speaking to. If Nigeria fails, Igbos are going to suffer more than any tribe. This is their lead guy, Unwanyawu. High Chief Emmanuel Unwanyawu, President General of Ohanese Indigbo Worldwide, has emphasized the critical need for the Igbo community to support President Bola Tinubu's administration, warning that the Igbos will face the most severe consequences if Nigeria failed. His remarks were made during a meeting with members of the Igbo Community Assembly at his residence in Abuja last week. Explaining the political dynamics, Unwanyawu highlighted that the Igbos did not initially support President Bola Tinubu in the recent elections, driven by the belief that it was time for a Southeasterners to lead the nation. However, following the official election results confirmed by INEC and upheld by the Apex Court, Unwanyawu declared that the Igbos would fully support the current administration. So, as your leader, I have proclaimed that Igbos, as good citizens of Nigeria, will support him. We are going to support him because we want Nigeria to be a success. If Nigeria fails, Igbos are going to suffer more than any other tribe. He further elaborated on the reasons behind this statement, noting that the substantial investments made by the Igbo community across the nation, particularly in cities like Abuja, if Nigeria is a corporate body like a company, I think we, Igbos, have more investments than many other tribes. I would say than every other tribe, I would say, in terms of the quantum of it, maybe not in the monetary value, but in terms of the quantum of it, I would say more than any other tribe. If Nigeria is a corporate body like a company, I think we, Igbos, have more investments than many other tribes. Like Abuja, for example, the Igbos have a lot of investments here. So if Nigeria has a problem, Igbos are going to suffer, he explained. Iwanyan also called for fair treatment from the federal government in return. So there's that. I think I concur with that from Emmanuel Iwanyan right there. So I concur with that from Emmanuel Iwanyan right there. Hopefully, when I play the K-Guide, it is audible, and then we kick off the session. But first, of course, you know where we're going, the K-Guides.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi akẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, Patoski. Good to have you, Patrick. General Thomas to take over for the after hours. Good to have you, Thomas. Ego comes as King Kigo. Ego makes his return slowly to the platform. Ajande Koko in the house as well. So that's the assembled so far. Still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on, hop on. Let me kick it off. Let me kick it off with Patoski. We don't hear enough often from Patrick. Patoski, are you ready to go?
Okay, thank you, woman. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. It's probably the most audible yet. Good to have you, Patrick. Good to have you. Good to have you. So let's kick it off. What are you looking at in the news cycle today? What piqued your interest in the news today?
Yeah, with Wanyawu, that's impressive. I think we are beginning to have people try to do things the way it should be done. To correct him anyway, I think everybody has the same level of stake in Nigeria. The Igbos have diversified investments, so many of them. But if you go to Lagos, depends on where you go to in Lagos, you see that the Northerners have a lot of investments in Lagos. In terms of monetary value, I think the Northerners have the highest form of investment in the country. If you add just two of them alone, it's like if you add the Dangote, if you add the Rabi.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's looking at it from that prism, Patrick. I think if you look at just the quantum of or rather, let's use volume. If you look at the volume of businesses up and down the country, you probably say the Southeasterners are everywhere more than anybody else. You know, and if the country fails, it will probably hit Rabiu and Dangote the most. But in terms of the numbers that will get hit, it will probably be more Southeasterners. I think that's where it's going.
Yeah, absolutely. Nigeria, the Southeasterners are present everywhere in the country, even in places where they threaten them. They just still they just still go there because I mean they are invested in those places, and I think we also owe them the right to protect them. You know, when people come to your places, to your community as strangers across all religion, across all religion. Let me say that there's a duty on all of us to you owe a duty to strangers, to people who don't belong to that community, who have thought to come and make that community their home. You know, we owe it a duty to them to protect them, and also they also have to reciprocate by abiding by the rules and the rules and the structure, that the system which that society is governed. Because if those rules are not there, they won't think that that place is a good place for them to call us. It's a safe place for them to come and stay and even invest their resources. I think we should go beyond politics now. I mean, like Wanya was doing, we should start thinking right and investing in this system, and holding our leaders accountable. That's the point where we are now. Hold our leaders accountable.
All right, brilliant. You are dipping in and out somewhat, but take us to the headline on the screen. Commence impeachment process against Governor Fubara. APC tells Rivers Assembly members. So, firstly, do they have the complement in the House to impeach him? And do you have the anticipation that this guy would even complete his first term? Fubara, who spends more time fighting than governing Rivers State?
No, I think they have the numbers, but I think Fubara will continue his tenure, finish up if he plays his card very well. You understand? He has the people behind him. The people behind him, not necessarily because they love him, but because they hate the person he hates. So that's the point. But I think Wiki has to just play it down and allow this man to govern. That's You can't want to be governing FCT and still be governing everywhere. Continue to hold your own political ground. The man is not stopping you. You understand? You have the resources and the influence.
But I don't think this is coming from Wike this time around. I think Fubara told the House of Assembly in Rivers State that they ceased to exist. They were sacking all of them. The guy, he needs to tone down as well, Fubara.
Uh the guy needs to also tone down. That's what I'm saying. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Carry
The
on.
guy needs to tone down. That's why I'm saying that it depends on how um, it depends on how he plays his game. You understand? It depends on how he plays his game. It depends on how he governs the people. But the point is that if he does play it well, I think he should be able to govern well. Yeah, there's a problem on the ground. He should stop making more enemies. You understand? He should try as much as possible to buy the other people over. It's just that it just shows that he's not originally a politician. You understand? He was the AG, he was a civil servant that just got into office, and I'm sure that even all this political move that he's making, he must have been advised by some people, do it this way, do it that way, and I don't know whether he thinks them through. But they should just allow him now to govern peacefully and look at the people of Rivers. Let the guy just ignore Wiki and be doing things for the people of Rivers, and let's see whether they will be able to remove him. You understand? Let him be investing in Rivers people. At least all those money are not going to Wiki again. All those money that I said they were going to, that Wiki was asking. Let him put the money in the people, and see whether the people will not protect him. They will. They will protect him. That's the way I see it. And Wike should just mind his business. There are so many issues around FCT in the country, National Executive Council, that require his input and stuff like that. He should allow. He should let things just stay. And that's why, anyway, it's politics. Why would you? That's why people like that who are not. They said he's a lawyer, but I don't think he's polished. Those are not Wike is not. Those are not the kind of leaders we need in the country now, in critical moments like this. They are not the kind of leaders. And that's the man who wants to become the president of Nigeria. Wanted to become the president of Nigeria. It's not those are not the kind of leaders that we need. We need people that will help us create the kind of peace that we need to make our country run progressively. There are other countries that are running well. They are doing their stuff. Everybody's making effort. But in this case, we have one weekend in one corner trying to slow down an entire state of over 3 million people, or even 4 or 5 million people. That is not good. I think Tinubu has to call him to order and say, look, just slow down. Let this guy go. You cannot become governor and governor again. I'm sure you can't rule the state for 3 terms now. So take it easy. And the guy is initially, I think the guy was even ready to cooperate with him and give him whatever he wants. But you allow the guy some influence so that you have a sense of, oh, I have power. If the guy doesn't have power, how does he govern the place? If you gag him and you understand, how does he do things? He needs to have that sense of, okay, I'm in charge and I have some power. That's to me, that's what it is. But people like Wike should just slow down and let the guy govern the state.
All right. Let me take you to the headline on the screen. Nigerians react to new CBN directive to banks to deduct 0.5% cybersecurity levy on some transactions. So they are squeezing the lifeblood out of the citizens of that country.
Yeah, I don't know. You see, there are systems now. It's like we are trying to say, okay, let us pay for the inadequacy of systems and process. The security system in the country, our security agency, we have military, we have DSS, we have DIA, we have all those intelligence agencies. They have structures, they get grants from government, and all. They are not governed properly. And you think their problem is money, and if you put more money there, it will be better. Which money have they not put in that system since? All the money that Buhari pump into that place. The man invested so much money in our security, and you think that another way to fight it is to keep putting money and keep putting money? No. Do we need to pay cybersecurity fee before agencies are beginning to can do their job? If you have challenges with cyber crime departments of police and others, set up a structure like EFCC that will just be focused on cyber crimes, and then let them report to maybe National Security Advisor in this case. You understand? Instead of, oh, I am this, I am that, then we start putting more money. More money does not necessarily mean that the security will improve now. You need people to think right. You need people who can think clearly and then who can say, okay, let us bring new ideas that will make things happen. That country, everybody's complaining things are very hard. I don't like negative, I don't like people saying negative things. So each time I just try to downplay. But I was talking to my brother today and he said, look, that things are very expensive here, that things are very, very hard. He's also a batified person supporting Tinubu. He said, but that you must tell me that people are finding life very difficult. That's not the kind of things you want. Then you don't keep rubbing it on their face and loading them and loading them and loading. Even if you are going to do that, let it be another second or third year. Let them come she momizele, no. You understand what I'm saying? Come she momizele, no. To us, that money might not be much, like, oh, how much is $10. But if you have a company that is moving billions, that affect their direct cost, and they want to improve their profit margin. And when most companies want to improve their profit margin, guess where they go? They go to people. They go to people if they want to. Maybe their supplier are saying, no, we cannot reduce our own material cost for you. We cannot do this for you. We cannot. Then the next thing is they go to people, they call the HR person and say, we can't meet up this. Oh, should we? I think we need to downsize and spread the job across to other people, because they don't want to go back to AGM the following year and say, we are paying this much in taxes or in fee or in this, in that. Especially all those all those people that run very high, huge financial transactions. So those are the kind of things that they should look at. People have suffered enough of all these things now. Apart from this cybersecurity, do you know amount of fee that some of these banks are charging people every day or every transactions, and then you are beginning to now put some statutory fee again and stuff, and you are trying to improve cashlessness. You are trying to improve cashlessness. You are trying to improve certain things. It's not something that I want to encourage. And if they want to, let it be the last resort. Let them work on the mechanism, the security mechanism, and let them try to improve the process. Let them put the structure in place. Let them look at our recruitment processes. One thing that I think they should look at with security agencies, recruitment processes. Before we start having security problem, for you to join the police, you must know one IG, you must know one senator. For you to go to NDA, governor must give you letter. Former president will be giving. The poor man boy that is reading and reading is the guy. You will write exam, they will not even invite him. The funny thing about our NDA is that they won't even publish your scores, unlike JAMB. They won't publish your scores, they will just say you have not been taken. You understand? So cast in the dark or shadowed. You don't. It lacks transparency, and that's the kind of country that we are. That man should visit that first. He should visit that, so that those who are admitted to our agencies, our maybe ND and the rest, are people who really want to do the job, not somebody who is Obasanjo's nephew or this governor's nephew. They just want to go in, they get their ranks, they are rising. When the demand comes to do the job, they will run. I have boys, my juniors in school, that since this security issue started, back to back, they are from one operation to the other, one operation to the other. The minute they come like this, they say, Oga, you have to go to another. I say, He say, but I just came now, I've not seen my family. Say, we don't have anybody on ground. What they will do is all the big boys, they will transfer their children to postings. They will post them for training, for everything, so that when the demand to go for another operation comes, you will probably be the only one in the unit, and so you have no choice, you have to go. Not minding that you just came, and at least you'll be allowed to spend some time with your family. No, I know guys who are like that, back to back, because these big men boys have influence with one commander, one director of defense, this and that, and those ones are saying, those ones are saying you cannot take him to Bakasio, you cannot take him to Boko Haram area. I have a boy that just finished from ND, that my friend that time, my very good friend, he's a major general now. His first posting from NDA, is Bakassi. That time Bakassi was boiling. His first posting was Bakassi. He was there for years. But the big boys' children, they are going from one defense attaché appointment to another. They are in India for training. They are in UK as defense attaché, like that. So that's the kind of thing. So you should look at that instead of now pushing this thing to poor man. It's the poor masses that always suffer. That's just the thing. The world is unjust. What we are just trying to do is trying to make it as fair and as just as possible. Let's look at the system since we started. Let's look at Tinubu from when he started. Look at all his programs. Which one that has benefit to the masses as an immediate implementation? Mark my word, I'm not saying he doesn't have a program. Which one of them has had an immediate implementation like fuel subsidy removal? When they want to harm the masses, the impact is they'll say immediately is going. This one is going. But now to give us the what do you call that thing that you want to use to relieve the effect of subsidy now on the poor masses?
Palliatives.
To give the palliative, you will now begin to plan and implement. Whereas the poor man is always already suffering it. To improve the salary, committee will sit down and everything. When they want to remove the subsidy, not too many committee, sham, they just removed it. So now somebody has just sat down now and say remove this and put these charges. To now say, this is affecting some poor masses. How do we affect it? They will say, okay, let us meet and so that's the world. Not only in Nigeria, it's all over. The poor man is always it's a very terrible thing to be a poor woman. I was listening to Doopsy's. Most of the time I just go back and listen to your program.
Why didn't you join? It was too adult for you, Abi.
No, church time now. That's church time for me. So I was listening to that Doopsy thing. Look at the way that girl was talking about money before. I said, poor man suffer. I listened to Pansat very intelligently addressing the girl. I was impressed. I think Pansat is very, very intelligent in his conversation, especially when he's not talking about Obi and tribe. He just was arguing that case. But my taking is that poor man is suffering on every side. And some of the poor men, it's not their fault that they became poor men. Some of them, the system make them. And with all the struggle, with all the effort, with all the system made them poor. I've seen that. I've seen people who were trading, doing business in the north, who because of insecurity, their business was destroyed. They had to go back to the east or come back to the west, and they became poor. That's not a man who was poor by his making. The system made him such. That's the kind of thing. What's the government doing? Very responsible. So selfish. So self-centered. When you see them, and you look at those politicians, look at somebody like Papa Bio, look at how they have come all the way. They have become so fat and so rich and and they become so fat and so rich and they have become so wicked. That's my problem. They have become so wicked and so insensitive. So insensitive. I think Tinubu should look around and begin to take steps and accelerate his efforts at helping the poor people.
All right, brilliant. Take us to the headline on the screen. Ekiti local government boss swears in supervisors, advisors using God of Iron as appointees take oath of office. So this is something that people have been clamoring for.
I was looking at it, but we couldn't hear we just seen the picture.
It was in Yoruba anyway, but maybe I'll download it and then upload it.
Yeah. Nothing will happen to them. If they swear, they will still go and steal. Yoruba that says, "Ẹni tó máa yí ni ké ló máa yí ni padà." When you know how to play this way, and you also know how to play the other way. To me, that's the way it is. So this one that they are coming, all these ones are just show off. Nothing will happen to them. That's the point. They will know how to just go around it. The forces behind those things, when those forces come for them, they know how to ward off the forces. That's the point. All they need to do is still enough to be able to talk to Babalawo. So let's that one go abeg.
All right, let me take you to this one, and then after that, I go on to Jide. Does this one catch you by surprise? It doesn't catch me by surprise. It says, foreigners now visit Nigeria for plastic surgery. This is the Minister of State for Health, Alausa. What do you make of that?
I think especially the neighboring countries, people from Ghana, people from all those ones that really want plastic surgery. I think the plastic surgery people will be West African, the East African, South African. They don't need any plastic surgery. They just continue their natural way. But because of this awareness and all this, the world is becoming something else. Women are so conscious of themselves now. I mean, their body is so visible. They've forgotten their soul. They pay so much attention to the body. And that's what, you can be in a system.
But those plastic surgeries you hear from Nigeria, it's always botched jobs, like a boob job gone bad.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying now.
Yes.
They are so conscious of it's not as if, you have fire. Maybe there's a fire and they need to remedy I have a friend who's a plastic surgeon. He's a professor. He was in Lagos, then he's now in the US, a professor in the US. They make a lot of money doing these things. But in his own case, most of the time, he doesn't do cosmetics, he just does the fire, all those kind of things, you know. But the point is that people are so conscious of that. My body, I did this, my body for this, it's my body now. I'm trying to, you understand, forgetting that we have seen people die and they get rotten. Nobody dies and they want to describe the person at his burial. So she has a very beautiful teeth. They will tell you what she has done, how she has impacted people. That's what comes in eulogies at the funeral. Nobody say, they write their obituary and say, XYZ died so and so year. Oh, she has white teeth and strong, big butt, and nobody does that. They say he's a father, a mother, a grandfather, an uncle, supportive husband. Those are the kind of things.
They don't care once they're dead. Now life is for the living. They want to go.
Well, you know what really get me worried is that you are so conscious of your body. A good example would be somebody who is in a crowd or in a noisy place. You are so overwhelmed with that noise, you are forgetting that you are even there. You are forgetting, you don't have a self-awareness that you are in that crowd. That's what is happening. Our women or our men, in some cases, they are so conscious of their body, they've forgotten they even have a soul. They have lost. That's what it means when we say a soul is lost. Not only when it's in hell or somewhere. A soul is lost when there's no awareness of the state of that mind. You understand? It's just about me, my body. I want to look this. And when they do all that, they say they are doing it for themselves and not for men. That's the kind of self-delusion and self-deceit. They are doing it because they want men to look at them and see.
But I think the body of the story more is that Nigeria being a health destination, because I know that IVF treatment is quite as they do a lot of it in Nigeria as well.
Yeah, for IVF, that's fantastic, and at least that's been helpful. I know some people that I have a friend who is a surgeon, who is a gynae, and another friend of mine, very old client, at 60 something, the man is a prof. The wife put to bed. I was so happy for them. That was the first successful IVF in Abeokuta that was done by one of my friends then. These are people that you never thought could have a child, and now they have a child. So I'm very, very happy about that. And with time, the cost will continue to go down and more opportunities for the people. These are consequences of what Buhari has done. You understand? These are consequences of what Buhari has done. We are beginning to see this impact.
How does Buhari come into it?
Of course, now, if this is
it's more a Japada narrative, basically. Is all of these medical personnel that gone abroad, made their money, and decide to come home and set
it's
up
because
shop.
Now they have an environment where they think they can come. They have good infrastructures. They have rail. They have this. They have an Abuja that is improved. I mean, Buhari has done well in Abuja. He's done well with Lagos, Ibadan. He has done well. So now they can come. That's the point. We must give credit to where it's due. In another 2-3 years, we'll start seeing the effect of Tinubu's work. For now, what we are seeing is Tinubu's effort and the pain and everything that it goes into doing the job. But I know the benefit will come. You understand? But to round it up, I think he should try to turn around things for the poor people. The feedback I'm getting is not very good. It's not very good. They are not sensitive to poor people. As it is, no.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. So that's Patrick kicking off the session. Let's go from Patrick to Jide. So Jide, you're up next.
Oh man, good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning to you. Do you want to free flow? Oh God, what's that sound? Yes. Do you want to free? There's a funny sound. There's a funny sound coming in the background somewhat. Maybe it's when I speak. I think it's when I speak.
Yes.
Okay, I'll be silent. You just free flow to the conversation.
Okay. Um, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Baba Jale Koko, General Thomas, and Ekarosa, and one man himself, and everyone on the show. He- I wanted to start from where the last speaker stopped, saying that the government should be kind to the poor people. Yes, he has a point. But I think our people have to be kind to themselves as well. We are on ground. I came home today from Lagos, and all the filling station in Lagos are now selling for, and even selling at considerable price, good prices, as in terms of close to, when you say close to the official price. One of the filling station where I got for sold for 655 naira. I couldn't queue at the NNPC stations and the MRS and the Bovas that sell at, and Mobi, because there was a lot of queue there, not really much like that, but I couldn't wait, so I had to buy somewhere else. But the funny thing is,
How much were they selling for?
they were selling at the normal price. I think NNPC sells at 580 something. That was what I saw on their display board. But by the time I got to Songo area, and I was going towards Ijako area, that was where I got my own for 655. By the time I got to Ewekoro side, one man, those people are still selling 900, 1000. And when you look at the people living there, you know that they are poor people. So even the poor people are not kind on themselves. That's the truth. We Nigerians, we like to extort ourselves. There is no problem with having, fuel supply shortage here and there once in a while. And once the whole thing comes back to normalcy, you too should bring your price back to the normal price. Most of these filling stations are selling what they got at the normal price at 900, 1000, 1000 plus. Okay? So even the poor people are not kind to themselves. Now, this cyber security thing, I feel it doesn't really impact the poor people as much as it impacts the rich people, in the sense that it becomes, your charges becomes bigger with the value of the money you're trying to transact with. And when you look at it, I don't really understand what they want to, how they want to do it. But of recent, we've noticed that there are so many cyber crimes, even from bank officials themselves. Of recent, somebody, a staff of Zenith Bank was paraded as wanted for removing 117 million naira from somebody's account when missing. And a lot of people have had this complaint from Zenith Bank. I think some from Access Bank as well. People that already know the nitty-gritty of the banking system, the details of the customers, and they just siphon them of their money. And I don't know, but I believe it's part of what the government might be trying to raise funds to checkmate. Maybe there are some infrastructures that they have to get, and maybe they are cash trap or something.
Yeah, but
So I don't.
why should they pass that cost on to the people?
That's why I said I don't really know the modality until we have a total, you know, um, a total detail expose to what they want to do. I think that is when it will be logical to totally criticize them. For me, I feel it's a very, very poor idea at this moment, looking at it from a layman view. But if I also see the number of people that have been siphoned of their money, all these CUDA accounts, all these MoPay, PalmPay accounts, they've done a lot of havoc to some people, you know, taking their money, hard-earned money that people work for, and they just zero it down, So I feel there must be a reason to this, but how justifiable it is, that's the point. And until we have total details as to what is the driving idea or the initiative or the reasons behind this their policy, before we can critically say, okay, we are dissecting it for proper criticism. But on the surface, I would say yes, it's not a good one, because yeah, everybody will complain. 0.05% it's you might say it's minute, but for somebody that has 10,000 naira in his account, means he cannot withdraw his 10,000 naira. He has to go with 9,000 something. And this a country whereby your banks already charge you 20 something naira for bank to bank transfers, and I think 28 naira for I'm speaking for my own bank now, 28 naira for other banks in terms of transfer. So when you start adding that to these charges again, you see that what they are withdrawing from you is becoming big in terms of charges. But I think until we have a critical view of or knowledge of what they want to do or what they are using it for, before we can then call them out on it. So, but one man, I sent a link earlier on Ajuli Ngelale's response to Atiku. I wish you could play that.
Yeah, I saw it. It's a bit lengthy. That's just the thing. But maybe later, maybe when we've gone through the voices, then we play.
It's a 13 minutes discussion, though I think the first 4 minutes or so was not really geared towards Atiku. It was talking about the coastal highway and what the government wants to do and things like that. But when that guy got when he got on into Atiku's matter, you will know that I'm very sure that the president is really pissed. In fact, he did.
You want us to have a little flavor of it, and then
one man, you need to. We need to hear it so that you will see what that guy said.
Hold on. Let me play it, and then people tell me if they can hear it, because they've not been hearing.
Woman, no audio.
We can't hear.
No audio.
Yeah, that seems to be what is going on. But yeah, give us a summary of it.
But if I'm to paraphrase, the guy said before we can take somebody's comment as being legit, that we need to look at the source of the person talking. Then he started opening so many can of worms, corrupt, shady deals that Atiku was involved in. The guy started mentioning Is it the man that did this? Is it the man that sold this without this? Is it the man that sold the 30 billion naira, 100 billion naira, so mentioning it for 30 million to his cronies? Is he a man that did it? The guy just went on and on and on and on. At a point he now came back and said, this is a man that was even trying to called, Atiku was the one in charge of, he had the investment in Nitel. If you see the way he rubbished his investment in Nitel, that guy was so hard today. In fact, in the comment section, people was like, a jury don't vex, so that they've not seen this guy this mad. He went ahead and called Atiku.
You see, the thing is, a lot of this moral high ground that people like Atiku, Atiku is in no position to adopt a high moral ground or speak to corruption in Nigeria. He being one of the poster boy for corruption. Even Peter Obi cannot really speak to corruption with any integrity or authenticity. So look at what's happening to Peter Obi now. It will make one comment and they'll go and dig through his history and say, but you did it now. Remember that just as early as yesterday, they deported some people. He was making noise, and then they went to dig out when he deported people to his neighboring state.
Yes, I was telling Ekene yesterday that Obi was the first governor that did it. I was trying to come back on to early this morning. Yeah, I was trying to come back on, but I couldn't come back to give him the dates and the time and everything and how it all went down. Obi was the first person that did deportation of Hausas back to their land, and South people down to, he deported them to Akwa Ibom and one other South state like that. But what I'm trying to say is this.
All right, carry on.
And that his shady deal is why Nigerians have decided not to vote for him over and over. That even his party now, they are trying to, draw back because they know it's a bad market, and that when you have bad market, the only thing you can do is to take it off the shelf. But Atiku does not want. If you see the I'm telling you, the guy did not hold back anything. The guy was just lambasting Atiku. I'm like, this guy, fear. If power change hands tomorrow, hand go touch you. He just like rubbish Atiku. He finished. If I were close to Atiku, I would just keep quiet. I'll just tell him to keep quiet for the rest of this tenure. That guy finished him. The guy was like, is he not the same person that said if he becomes president, he will, all his friends and whatever, we will sell NNPC to them. He will share the whole country, whatever, between his people. He was just naming so many atrocities, so many things that the guy have said and the guy have done. He was talking about that the Atiku attacked Tinubu's son. That Tinubu's son was working for the company subsidiary before now. He's a legit person. He has never been involved in this, and then he now said that is it the same article that his children were talking of how they were embezzle money that they have on tape, that they have it on tape, that how his children were saying if their father becomes president, this is how they will embezzle Nigerians money. I'm telling you, if Atiku is a man that has shame and dignity, he should just keep quiet, because that guy finished him.
So he should just keep quiet and not say anything and let Tinubu run roughshod about Nigeria.
Atiku does not have, Atiku rational mind.
What there's nothing to be sorry about. The question I'm asking you. So people just want people to keep quiet and allow Tinubu reign supreme like kings that he is.
That's coming again. Rational mind has come again. Rational mind.
No. Forget rational mind. Take on what he's saying. He's pushing back at you. Yeah.
He's not pushing back at me, woman. I don't like this kind of pushbacks.
Okay,
if you want
to
no, but that's the nature. That's the nature of this session, though. Comments are not allowed to go unchallenged. Yeah.
This is what I'm trying to say. Everybody in Nigeria, that would take Atiku's comment in terms of integrity as something valid, that person should be checked. It should be checked.
No, what he said, is there any substance to what he said? That's the question. Let's look at this issue of who he is, what he has done in the past. We know understand all of that. What he said, is that substance to all he said?
What he said, what he said, what did he say? What did he say? What did he say? That Tinubu son was working in as is a member of.
Hold on, that there's a lot of opaqueness to the whole what's it called, contract of awarding the contract to what's it called.
You see.
Can I land? Except you don't want me to talk. I'll just let you talk.
No. Let him push against you now.
That's why I said he should talk. I said he should go ahead and talk.
All right. Let me mute you for a moment because of the feedback is so heavy.
I'm so sorry. Is it mine?
No, not you, Jide.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So what I'm saying is this: is that what he said about the coastal road, all the things he said, you don't see anything faulty about what Tinubu did. So you just want everybody just to keep quiet. When Obi was talking, you people said it was tribal. You went tribal on it. Now I think he's talking. You people did not challenge the Fulanis, right? So, but when it's the obedient, now when it's Obi, you people will start coming to public and you'll be doing your thing publicly, and you'll be just. I mean, my point is this: is that what he said is what we're talking about. Now, why was it rushed? It did not go through the process that we know. Every Nigerian project, not even a project of that magnitude. I don't think Nigeria has ever embarked on any project of that magnitude like he's trying to do. So why didn't you go through the due process? So people have come here, they said it's a certain thing. You know, some people just come here and like Adewale yesterday was talking. There are certain things they don't have to bid for it. It's a matter of national security. What are you talking about? You people will come here, you just spin all kind of narrative just to support this. But
you have asked your question. You have asked your question. You have asked your question. Okay. Now, when they were doing the procurement for Abuja Maiduguri Expressway, did you hear about the procurement? Did you know when they did the bidding? Did you know? Was it public knowledge?
But the fact they did it that way, is it right? That's the question. Is it right?
Oh my goodness! Can you please let me?
You're asking me a question, right? Or is it a historical question?
Let me land. How many bidding process in the history of Nigeria, or roads, or construction, have you ever seen that was made public?
I don't know. I don't know how old you are.
You mentioned one.
You want me to answer you, or just want to answer your question yourself?
I said mention one. I'm not asking you to hold tangent. Mention one, please. Mention one.
Come on. Don't give me this mention right now. I can't give you up to that. In the 80s. Hold on. In the 80s.
Don't go to 80s, please. Don't go to 80s. Don't do that.
Just let this guy talk.
The only thing is the feedbacks are Jide, you have to invest in some kids. The feedback is always so heavy. But
I think it's my network. The network has been acting up. MTN has been misbehaving these days. But what I'm saying is this: Rational Mind likes all this playing old man thing on this platform. I don't like that. Since Obasanjo became president, democratically elected president, how many procurements of contracts have been made public and thrown out for public bidding? Mention one. That is the question.
Go check in the daily. Hold on. Go and check.
It's asking you to cite an example. Now, if there are so many, then you should be able to give me.
I just got home. I'm just smarting.
Rational Mind, that's excuse. If you know, you tell me. You don't need to go and open for it if you know. If there are so many, it should not be far away from you. Rational Mind, is my turn, please. I'm not allowing interjection again. I'm running low on my battery. Woman, let me continue. I don't have all this time. We cannot continue to just come and cause trouble just for the sake of causing trouble. Mention one. You said there are many. If there are so many, mention one. It's like I'm asking you how many projects are the federal government doing, and you are telling me there are so many. I say mention one, and you cannot mention one. You still want to go and open encyclopedia to find one, and you are now telling me that it is so. These things are not. It is just because. It is because now that we are running a government whereby, okay, people are trying to say, okay, we want to discredit this person at all costs. We want to make sure
Have you hold on. Have you checked?
Okay, I'm holding on for you again. One man, can I?
Yeah, carry on. Did they give us
Can I
information
continue? So,
and then we'll move on? Yeah, carry on.
okay, so what I was saying is this. No matter how right Atiku is,
Your Agbado narrative. Give me example. Go on that right now. You will see. In the past, what we do is they use newspaper to show, to tell people to read. In the 80s, in the 90s, even during the Obasanjo's time, I remember some give you
have we lost you as well? Can anyone still hear me?
I can hear you, woman.
Yeah, we lost you. Let Jide carry on, because you are dipping in and out. His system is woofing and the whole thing is just
Woman, what I'm trying to say is this. When we want to talk about morality, okay, sometimes Obi comes and make a very bold challenge and says, if you think I have a hand in any crime, challenge me. I think those are the kind of people that we should be talking about as opposition. If somebody wants to talk, yes, I sometimes when Obi talks, all I used to say is that must he talk and say things on every issue. Sometimes if you are playing your opposition, you should play it in a smart way that won't look like won't make you look like a nuisance. But when they are talking of credibility in Nigeria, Atiku should not even talk. These I don't know what is wrong with us. And that is the problem I have. These are people that were this man was the one that was giving the privatization. Have we forgotten he was the one that headed the economic committee under Obasanjo? Even Obasanjo called him a vagabond. Somebody that was receiving bribe of $1,000 from US whatever to influence some things in Nigeria. $100,000 for a vice president. $100,000 bribe. He cannot even close his eye and take his eyes off some things. This guy, Obasanjo referred to him as a klept. It is that same person that we are now taking his word as whatever. And what I'm saying is this: I am not referring to what he said to Tinubu. I am referring to what the response our jury is giving to him. That is what I brought to the show. And I'm not talking. And that's why I said sometimes rational mind doesn't listen very well, but it's just because of the narrative he has. He just wants to jump in and create scene. And what myself and one man were discussing is the response of Ajuri in Gilale to Atiku. I never said what Atiku said. I did not even talk in that line at all. It was his response. I'm trying to break down what the man said since the audio did not come up. So I don't like all this back and forth. So woman, if I'm going to wrap it up, what I'm just saying is this: those who live in glass house don't throw stones. Whatever it is, the fact that Tinubu's son works for the company prior to now, I have said it on this platform. Anybody that think he has the technical expertise in terms of concrete and cement can debate me. I will break it down how everything is done from head to toe. That is my section, my area of expertise. And most of these people, I supply them. They are my customer, from Julius Berger to China Away to CEC. I know all of them. We supply them. Okay, and we know their competence. We know what they even request from us. We know what their own, because each of them have their own quality assessment, quality analyst. When you make concrete, they test, strength, stress, and all those things. We know those people that are up there, and we know those ones that have it, and we know those ones that are just patching it. We know. You understand? And when I was talking that day, I'm not talking out of just blank this. I'm talking from what I know. And that's why I was saying that these people that they gave the contract to, as far as I'm concerned, in Nigeria now, they are the ones that have the technology to do it. They know, they have the expertise. You understand? But what I'm trying to say is this, that Tinubu's son works for that company prior to now, is the comma there, and it's not even the construction company, a subsidiary of that company. That's the comma. Fine, we understand, anybody can call that out. But I am saying that when we talk of integrity, only báwo náà ṣe máa ń sọ Yorùbá pé àgbàlagbà ò gbọdọ̀ máa ṣe láńgbáláńgbá, tó bá tẹ̀ tó wá jẹ́ àgbàlagbà tọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ mọ́, the àgbàlagbà tọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ò mọ́, rather somebody like Atiku should not be coming out to display his dirty linen outside, doing things for fun. You that you know you are a culprit, so you should just keep quiet. Make your criticism objective and make it straight to the point, not looking for cynicism.
All right.
And finally, woman, there is a trend, if you have noticed, that the government is not replying to Obi, but the way they came out to reply to Atiku now means that they are ready for Atiku, and they are not replying to Obi, meaning that
is that what you're saying?
The government is not giving the government is not giving. Listen, National Mind, the only person that has replied Obi based on what Obi said was this man, this Dave Umahi. We have said Rational Mind, please.
Hold on, Jide. Jide, I'm going to mute you for 1 second just because of the feedback. That thing you said, the government not responding to Obi, there's a strategy there. The government it doesn't serve the government's purpose to demarket Obi, but it serves the government's purpose to demarket Atiku, because they need Obi still for 2027 to hold the Southeast states still, so that they don't vote PDP. But they need to destroy Atiku so that he doesn't have any potency. So they don't really care about Obi so much. They know he's not going to. Of course, everybody knows he's not going to be president.
One man, thank you very much. That was what I was driving at. That there is a game plan, and they are just living. They are just living it. But that not that the war for vote is actually in the north, and that is why they want to. Anything Atiku says, they are going after him.
The threat in 2027 is a northern, to the Tinubu administration, that is, it's a northern threat, not a southern threat.
Exactly.
So any voice coming from the north, they have to attack it. But any voice coming from the south, they don't care, because they know that a southerner cannot replace a southerner. So they know that already. But the northerner can replace a southerner. So that's why they have to go after Atiku and just ignore me.
Woman, thank you very much for your analysis. I would yield the floor now. Since you have seen it that way, I will yield the floor now, and then leave Rational Mind to believe whatever he wants to believe.
All right. I was going to take a little flavor from you on this one. Especially when you said your battery is low. This was the headline piece, but I missed it in the readout. Binance says it was asked for secret payment over Nigeria's woes. So this is the CEO of Binance telling us that they are asking. Stay muted for 1 second. Stay muted for a second. It says Binance Holding Limited said it was asked for a large payment in Nigeria to make problems there go away, and repeated calls for the release of its employee who is being jailed in the West African nation. So this is coming out of Bloomberg. The government, of course, very quick to dismiss this, but what are you making of that?
Woman, yeah, I believe Binance might be right. There could be some government officials that might have approached them for this. But if I'm to ask myself that question, I'll ask myself, to what point would you be asked for a bribe? To what point? You know, you are actually targeting Binance because you feel Binance is a way by which the economic woes the country is going through is being aggravated. You understand? So why then ask them for a bribe? So then it takes me to the other angle of it. Could it be that Binance is trying to blackmail the government so that they yield into their own demands as well, which is the two sides of the coin? And that is the way I always view issues. You understand? So whichever way it swings, if somebody has asked them for money, then they should call out the person. Let's know who the person is, and the government official let them put a name to the person. That's one. And if they cannot put a name to the person, then it then means they are trying to blackmail the government into releasing their guys. And you know, when they put these kind of things out there, it then brings you to the negotiation table whereby the government would start rambling, and they would hold that information as secrecy, and the government will start scrambling for, okay, I want to do damage control, my name and things like that. Then at the end of the day, they reach an agreement. But I don't think that will happen. I think these guys know what they are doing, and they've done it in other countries, and they need to face the consequence of what they've done. Whatever the matter is, they need to face the consequence of what they've done. That's my own view of it anyways.
All right, excellent. Stay with us for as long as you can. So that's Jide, of course, the elegant Jide. So thank you, Jide. Let's go on from Jide to Ajanle Koko, who hopefully is ready for us. Ajanle Koko. All right, let's go to Larry. Hopefully Larry is there. Larry.
Good evening, woman.
Good evening to you, Larry. I suspect you may have a more expansive take on this Binance. Jide suggests it's blackmail, and I can see a little bit of that as well. But then, of course, one of the two people, is he arrested or captured?
Woman.
Yes.
I think I want to start from the cyber security.
All right, let me bring the headline up. So the Tinubu picking the pockets of Nigerians yet again. Shama Bola Wama Yesha.
Woman, I need to be very candid with you. This is insane. This is insane. And this is, I don't know how Nigerians are going to take this, but this is insane. And how long are we going to continue with this insanity? Now let's look at it. Now let me tell you how I look at it. They're just trying to open a fund for NSA. There's nothing they are trying to do than that. I'm not seeing anything they are trying to do than that. You said cybersecurity, right? What is this?
It's such an ambiguous term as well. And how long is it
let
for?
Let me try and break it down. Then I've seen a lot of propaganda today, and I've watched those propaganda to the point that you see a lot of people coming to Twitter to lie. You know, they kind of like brought even Ghana into it, and I'm happy. Like 2-3 hours ago, the Central Bank of Ghana just came out to denounce, to debunk their lies. Right? When you want to build architecture, you said you want to build a cybersecurity architecture. Is it the government that builds cybersecurity architecture for banks? It is the responsibility of every bank to ensure that their infrastructure, their application, everything is secured. All CBN just needs to do is to bring an act to ensure that everybody complies with that act, to ensure that everything is secured. There is ISO 27001, right? That's like deal with that. Make everybody go through the right thing. I don't see any reason why we'll get to this point where government will tell me that for me to do a transaction of 10 million naira, I need to pay 50,000 naira. For me to do a transaction of 1 million naira, I need to pay 5,000 naira. And if you look at every charge that this government, that the banks has actually been charging, it's a lot. Now, this afternoon, they came in, oh, Ghana is also charging the same thing. In short, Ghana is even charging 1%, which is a lie. A lot of people had to like make the Ghana CBN to come, Ghana Central Bank to come out and debunk it, which they did. They said it's false. And why exactly are we here? Averagely, this particular thing, if they implement it, they can actually be raking in nothing less than 7 trillion naira every year.
Do you think it's that tax guy, Oyewole something or the other? Do you think this is one of his initiatives?
No. This particular act has actually, I think it first came out in 2018. It was not implemented, right? And this is actually one of the prerequisites and one of the requirements for Nigeria to be able to access a World Bank loan, I think $750 million. You know, World Bank actually wants them to implement this. Now, it now comes to the governments themselves. You can't be choking people. You keep choking them every day. And it's so absurd. Sometimes, yeah, you want to do one or two things. The essence of government is to have a little bit of human face. Don't just say, oh, because, you know, you have every right to do whatsoever you want to do. Keep choking them. You know, you choke them with their money. You know, a lot of transactions, you want to do a little bit of transaction, they choke you on that. You know, there's choking on electricity, there's choking on fuel, there's choking here, there's choking there. Where exactly are we really going to? And these are things, right? This same particular act went to National Assembly. They went in to amend it in this 2024. But what exactly, you know, as expected, nobody's going to challenge it, because what do we have in National Assembly? Outright rubber stamp. If they want to talk maximum, they just, oh, don't worry, we'll put some constituency allowance, constituency project and all those things. And at the end of the day, nobody's talking. So I don't know how this is. I think at this point, people need to say no to this. Nigerians cannot fund this.
Do you think somebody should challenge it in court?
Yeah, sure. I've always said this severally. I've always said this severally. People should learn to approach the court. Approach the court. You know, when you have a government, you know, when government do things, right, rather than shouting and all those things, and these are things that probably young lawyers need to kind of like use, right? Approach the court. Take the government to court. Don't shout. Let's go to court. You can't keep choking us. Because if you look at all the fees that the banks are collecting, this is the highest. Because it's based on percentage. The higher, the bigger the volume, the bigger how much you're going to pay. Averagely, we are doing
you know, they've done it cleverly, 0.5%. Yeah. So it's no money. So what is that 50 kobo on 100 naira? So you don't even pay. You say I want a job, and then you move on. No. But when you take the culmination of it, if you total it up,
a 1 million
trillions of naira there.
1 million transaction, 1 million naira transaction, you are paying them 5,000 naira.
And Lale, the annoying part of it is that this money is not going to Federation account.
That's what I'm saying. It's just that they are opening
why
a
is this
shop for
government like
NSA.
this?
And also, you know, the NSA budget is shrouded in ambiguity because it's a security something. They don't audit it, so they just steal it. Oh God.
Yeah, they just want to open one shop for NSA. That's what I see. It's nothing than that. They just want to open one shop for NSA, right? You know, you to have something to manage. Because there is nothing they can tell me that they want to do. Which infrastructure? Are you the owner of the infrastructure that the banks have? So what exactly are you really telling us? Why do I need to pay for the banks, right? To ensure that they have a robust infrastructure, for the banks to ensure that they secure their infrastructure. Why do I need to pay for that?
And the speed of it as well, to be implemented within 2 weeks. So it doesn't even give you the room to react to it.
Even they are even threatening some of the banks, right? That if some of the banks don't even implement it, they are threatening them that I think there's a charge of 2% of their turnover, right? As a penalty. This is not Banana Republic. People should approach the court and sue.
Are you sure it's not? It started to look like Banana
No,
Republic.
no, because this is it, right? You see, when government do things, and when you don't see people challenging them, there are several ways in which you can challenge the government. You can use the normal physical one, protest and all those things. But at this point, protest is not going to solve anything in Nigeria. Because immediately you protest, there's going to be a counter protest. So protest is not going to solve anything. And that's why for me, I believe at this point, right, people should get to that point. Put yourself into groups. Sue. Let's let it be flying around. Until then, right, we'll still have this government do all sorts of things, right? Bring this today, tomorrow they go look out for something else, right? That can actually help them to charge, and they come in and say, oh yeah, do this, do this, do this. So what exactly are we really saying? This is more of you trying to milk the citizens. You can't keep choking them. You can't choke people. And at the end of the day, people will want to let's leave the banks. I would rather want to keep my money. Why do I need to go put my money in the bank? When I could just, basically do a normal physical transaction of 1 million, give that person cash rather than me putting my money in the bank when I know that there are 5 different charges. 5 different charges today, as of today in Nigerian banks, there are 5 different charges that you have to pay if you're putting money in Nigerian banks. You're paying this cybersecurity levy, you are paying transfer fee, you are paying stamp duties, you are paying SMS fee, and you are paying VAT. 5 different ones on every
electronics transaction. Then at the end of the day, at the end of the month, maintenance fee.
So what exactly are we really saying? Why do we really get here? Oh, you said, it's going to be in NSA.
Larry, one day we have to do a session, and I would need you for this, and maybe Kolata too. We have to do a session on all of this. They call it stealth tax, STELTH, stealth tax. So because it's a stealth tax now, we have to we have to look at 1,000 naira and how much the government slices out of it to leave you with how much. I mean, this cannot be right now.
You know, I'm just angry. I was immediately, they said, I was seeing those things flying around. Oh, now Ghana sent Ghana too, right? Charge 1 million. I've been watching, I had to go watch Ghana Central Bank to kind of see they're going to release any statements. And I'm so happy they came out to release that statement, that there's been a lot of things flying around, that they just need to debunk that thing, that it's false. So as far as I'm concerned, I think at this point, people that really love Nigeria, that live in Nigeria, let's start testing the courts. I know we have a lot of issues in the courts, but people need to start testing the courts now. Approach the Federal High Court. Let's start testing everything. We can't just wait. Nigerians can't wait, till probably until labor. Let individual people put themselves into group. Test the courts. That's it's it's really insane.
I think I share your anger on this as well, because I thought it was quite clever how they set the percentage enough to just that little bit for it not to jar people too much. So on your 1,000 naira, they take 5 naira, and you say I want job Igon, and then you move on, because it's not really anything that is anything. But
immediately you move to 10,000, they charge 50 naira.
Yes, but you still wouldn't. You will probably hiss, but you won't do much. But if you look at that 10,000 naira and multiply it across the volume of transactions that goes through the financial system, it's a significant amount of money. A lot of money.
Look at something. An average person that does transaction every day, right? Let's say at an average, you do transaction like 13,000. You do 13,000 in terms of that transaction. Do like that 3 or 4 in a day, right? So 50 naira times 4. That's like 200 naira in a day, right? And look at it when in a situation where probably you do those transactions almost every day. Let's say in 30 days, you do like 20 days, right? So look at that 200 naira times 30. How much is that? That's like 6,000, right? Averagely, you do a transaction of like, you're paying them like 6,000 every month. Now, let's look at someone that actually do volume. So if you do volume, right, you know how much you're actually paying these guys. So in a month, let's say in a month, probably you do a lot of volume, right? If you do, let's say, okay, averagely when you do 10 million, they take 50,000 from you. Let's say you do in a month, you do that 10 million in like, in like three places, right? 3 times 50,000. That's like 150,000 that you're just giving to these guys. For what value? What value are they really giving to you? They said they are trying to secure.
It's the opaqueness, the ambiguity. Let's just say they should just call it pickpocket tax.
Of course.
And call it by its proper name. What is cybersecurity?
They should just tell us. They should just tell the people. You want to put guns into their head. What is cybersecurity levy? For what? Which infrastructure are you building? Are you building infrastructure for the banks?
Rufio said
probably the government wants to help them to do penetration testing every month, because I don't understand. Or probably you want to buy some software for them, probably to do a static application security testing or dynamic application security testing. Tell me what you want to do. But because they know Nigerians, normal Nigerian thing, they will shout, and after some time, it will go, we move. So everybody will just like, now it's a normal Nigerian thing. Tomorrow another thing will come. Will they talk about that one again? After that, everything will move until people start approaching the court. Even when we know the court is corrupt, let's let people bombard them with cases.
Hello, can I chime in something?
Yes.
You see, this thing you said just brought something to my attention, and that's true. I didn't even calculate. On 10 million, you pay 50,000. Do you know some people on a 10 million turnover, their markup is not even up to 50,000. I know businesses like that thrives on turnover. They will say, oh, if I can do 1 million 10 times, maybe I will make 100,000. So they are trying to just do that, and then suddenly you are wiping out half of their markup for doing nothing.
So you understand what I'm saying? I did the calculation myself and I was really, really crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's actually crazy.
You know, the traders will invoice this to the end user, of course. So the pocket that is going to be picked is you and I.
Yeah. And it's true. Look at a company like maybe some companies that do maybe a company that does maybe 100 million daily. That means that person will be paying like 500,000
Yeah,
naira.
that's
Maybe in a month they do like 20 days. So the guy is paying like over 10 million. Like I said, the first thing they do, they want to bring down that cost. And one of the ways they do it, if they can't push it to the market, is to cut down on their staff. They cut down on payroll.
These guys are crazy.
They do all those things. I think Ribadu should look for more intelligent way to solve this problem.
He doesn't have anything to solve anything, bros.
Because the banks have their cyber security.
Yes, that's what I'm
now.
telling you. The banks
Are
have
they
their
giving the money back to the banks?
No, they just want to domicile it. They want to domicile it. They said it's domiciled in the NSA's office. You know, CBN will collect it. The NSA will operate it. Right? You see that armed robbery thing, right? And at the end of the day, you know,
and the NSA budget is never audited, as far as I'm aware, because it's meant to be a secret something organization.
You know, at the end of the day, they just want to come and open one shop for Ribadu, sit down on billions, trillions. That's just it. There is nothing.
Do you think they are building up fighting funds for 2027?
I don't
even. Man, exactly what I wanted to say.
Exactly.
I just wanted to say, maybe they are putting up something for, because they are putting in the system that cannot be really be audited because the security vote. That's the point. And they just quietly collect the money.
Huh? There's you cuckoo pull gun in our heads now. You don't need to.
They don't kill Nigerians.
What do you mean they should cuckoo? I did not already put in guns in that. This is a gun. You know, it's a merciless sort of a system, you know, when the people are already growing under the weight of so many policies and initiatives that attack their finances, and then as respite, you attack their finances even more. I mean, now.
So
one man, Larry, please, at least are we surprised about all these things? I think we saw Tinubu when during one of the campaign said they should widen the tax nets. What are people thinking about? That we can further slow down the economy. That's what they said. Is the economy not slowing down? Are you not putting a noose on the neck of Nigerians? They're already crying from having to pay more for gas, for petrol, for diesel, even for lights. They want to even breathe air in Nigeria. They pay for it. And what are they even making? These Nigerians, what are they making? The average Nigerian. There's no wage. There's no wage. I was a minimum wage for that. They just earn whatever. Some people earn 10,000 naira a month. Some people 20,000 naira a month. What would 20,000 naira do in a week in that country? So you people are. I mean, I don't know why some of us are so wild, like we're acting like we're surprised. Did Tinubu not say it?
No, but Tinubu, one man, rational mind. What he said was that I was going to widen the net. Now he's going to make sure that
the economy. Did you not say that?
No, wait now.
Okay, go
what
on.
He meant, what to me that meant was that those who were not paying taxes before will pay taxes. Not that we start increasing taxes and introduce taxes. Because if you look at it, these people already pay transfer fee.
Let's not say that. I
these people already pay
saying.
Transfer fee, paying all those things. By the time we start increasing, for example, rational mind, what really pays me is if as a company now I want to pay salary, you know, you have to transfer those salaries to your staff account.
Exactly.
Maybe your monthly salary you are paying.
And they are charging that too.
They will still charge that on the salary.
I'm telling you. They're even charging salary.
And they'll still charge salary fee that, because I know when we were in the bank, we used to charge people, these companies for the salary and paying regular, like standing order for monthly salary. Then outside that, you are now still going to charge them for cyber security.
Telling you.
That's mad money, man.
So they are paying me salary of, if you are paying me salary of 100,000, so averagely, you know, you are going to charge cyber security.
From the company will be the one that will pay it now.
Damn.
Company is when you now want to transfer it to another.
Then you have to pay that. You have to pay that money to just transfer.
But do you know the
Is it
point
not
is
ridiculous?
this? Do you know that's like another VAT? Because if you get like maybe 200,000 into your account,
let me get
more than 80% of that money will either be transferred for somebody to buy something. Where you are making a payment, you are paying it VAT transfer. It's like another VAT on that thing. Because almost 80% of modern transactions for some of us will be transfers.
Patrick, Pato. Now, let me ask a question. Let me ask you and Larry this question. When you talk about tax law in Nigeria, like this, there should be something called the Tax Act or the tax law. Every government acts that. I mean, every central government, they have that. It's what they call tax law. So now the tax law, before they could pass this, I mean, that should pass into law, right? This NSA, whatever, if I thought it was going to see the light of the day. So the question is has it gone through the National Assembly?
It has gone through National Assembly.
But Larry, let them even ask you.
So
is
now
it not supposed to be an annual thing? The tax act or the tax law? Is it not because appropriation is an act too, right?
Yeah.
And then this tax, is it not supposed to be a regularly reviewed act kind of? It's not, it's a living act kind of that keeps changing and
so the thing is, I think they first brought the act in 2018, but they amended it in 2024. Right? Because obviously, if it's a normal country, right? Because for me, I'm not even aware of when they even amended it. You understand what I'm saying? Because ordinarily, if it's a normal country, you want to do something like that, you are supposed to invite the public, right?
Yeah, to a debate or something.
Debate and everything. But what do we have? A normal Akpabio National Assembly. You understand what I'm saying? Sharply approve everything. You understand what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, this is not just going to fall on people will be like, oh yeah, it's going to be minimal when it comes to probably the poor in the society. No, it's on everybody. You are poor, you are rich, it's on you. Because those tokens they are taking from that your money. When you do more, when you do more, you still pay more.
I think it's a government that doesn't have regard for its people. For example, like just this thing you mentioned now. Day before yesterday, I got a mail in the box. My city government is trying to rezone my residence where I have my property now. They are doing rezoning and stuff, so they are going to have to put it in the law. They sent me a letter personally to come and attend the debate because my property is affected. And they gave the venue and they told us that if they can't finish that day, they might say extend it, with all the courtesy and everything. So that I can articulate and see if I want them to rezone my property because it might have some implication on my property taxes and other stuff like that. That's for a government that have regard for its people. Now, this people are doing this now. They have not spoken with the business community. They have not spoken. Do you know the kind of taxes that a company like MTN will be paying in terms of cybersecurity?
Oh my God.
They'll be paying huge. They're paying hugely.
This is I came to you earlier. You were not there, but
this is anti-business policy. You see, democracy. In a democracy, the job of opposition is very, very important. The role of opposition, rather. What has the opposition done? What step have they taken? Who are speaking? I mean, who have spoken among them against this? Have we had any voices from the opposition side against this policy? Have they taken any step, like going to court to challenge it?
It's just come on stream today now, so I don't think. I think the reactions will come from tomorrow, led by Rufai Hosseini, I'm sure.
I mean, they don't have to wait for 24 hours. Once a government, the ruling party or administration, the moment they come out with a shenanigan, the opposition have to stand up immediately. They don't have to wait and allow something or this kind of bad policy or measure by the government to go for 24 hours before they respond. They don't have to. So, but like you said, let's see what their response is going to be. But I know,
Baba, don't you think at this point, because you see this opposition of we come out to talk, don't you think we are going to have some improvement in Nigerian democracy when we have oppositions approaching the courts?
You said we are going to have what?
Some improvements in Nigerian democracy.
Oh, yes.
Opposition approaching the courts.
Oh, yes.
Rather than shouting, rather than comment and all these social media things.
But even it's more the space for all these civil society organizations now, who are some form of quasi. I see this, the name of Femi Falana written all over this. I expect him to be filing something in court by tomorrow.
Well, one man, you see, Femi Falana has done a lot for the people of Nigeria. He has done a lot. Many that, I mean, some that we know, many that we don't even know. To save
Goko, how are you? Good evening. How are you? Yeah. One man, you mentioned Femi Falana now. Don't you think that is my own observation? Don't you think Baba is stepping it down since Tinubu has been there? Don't you think?
Yes,
Yes.
No, he's very critical of the Tinubu administration, but he's not quick to court the way he used to be. And I've noticed it actually over the last 2-3 years that it's not been, very often anything that goes against the people very quickly is in court,
fighting back and forth. They don't call it Yoruba.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
You don't listen to him. He's been talking.
I don't think so, yeah. He has been talking.
He has been talking.
I think the younger lawyers should also be. This is what Labour should be doing. Everything Labour should not be to go to protest or strike. The Labour should be approaching the court too. You understand? They should be approaching the court.
Pato, you see, the thing is this. That was what I was challenging our friend here, Gide, earlier. You see, these people, if you criticize, they want to shut you down. They start calling you names.
Which people?
You wonder why a lot of people are just shying away. A lot of people just want to keep quiet. Because if they criticize Tinubu's government, it's either you are an obedient, or it's either you're an Igbo. It's either they just label you Omali, whatever, if you're Yoruba. You see, it boils down to one thing. It's like these people just want some kind of a dictatorship, whereby everybody just accept whatever crap Tinubu is dishing out to the Nigerian people. So it makes me wonder why people we should expect that should be speaking out. They're not speaking out because they speak out, they'll tag them as obedient. They're working for this, they're doing that, they're working for Atiku. I don't know what is wrong with our people, especially the Yoruba arm of the APC, the bigots among them. I don't know. So if we criticize one now, we just fetch here like vultures and start criticizing people that criticize the other. You see, I just don't know what is wrong with our people.
Can you stop calling people vulture?
Huh? Mr. Baba Ejo, I'm not here.
No, don't use that word. They call me and vulture. No. You can abuse government, but individual that comes on the panel to talk should not be abused and called vultures.
Please, can we stop this trying to curate people what people say?
Baba, I didn't mention your name now.
No, but he said those who come here as Agbadorian, if I remember correctly, these vultures. Vultures is what I oppose. You don't call people vultures.
But do you see the parallel I'm drawing there?
No, you didn't call them. Just using a metaphor.
It's a
You
metaphor.
call them
That's what I'm
vulture.
telling
It's
you.
just been a metaphor. If
No,
somebody
metaphor doesn't
I
suffice
mean,
in
you can't
this.
call your fellow
Come
no,
on,
but
panelists.
Baba, let me ask you. Let me
Yes.
ask you.
Yes.
What kind of metaphor do you use for a devourer? Somebody who goes after the poor, attacks them, strike them at their core.
You don't understand. That is government.
Insensitively.
That is government. But an individual
And
on
then
this
for the
panel
individual that is
debating, being
supporting
called a
such.
vulture is what I oppose to.
No, but for the individual that is arguing and articulating to support such, in other words, that is prodding them on, what kind of metaphor do you use for that? Do you use hawk or something? If you don't use vulture, do you use hawk or you use? They are just
I can
metaphors.
see, look for this. If in private discussion, I can use any kind of expletives, but in public forum like this, you try to tone down and be very civilized with your description.
I wish you said this to some other people that come here and refer to the OB as
policy
obedience.
is not
I
private.
don't hear you say anything.
That's public
I've
implication.
never called
I'm not saying you.
anybody, group
I'm not
or
saying you,
individual
Baba,
names.
I'm asking you.
Never. I will not do that.
I'm not saying you. I'm not saying, but there are some people who are on the other side of the aisle. They'll come
Who
here.
are supporting these vultures?
No, I mean, let me not use the vulture again. They will
No,
call
vulture
people.
is okay if you use
They will
it.
call
It's a
obedience
metaphor.
obedience.
It doesn't mean that they are vultures.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
understand? It's
I'm
a
not trying to say
metaphor.
you
The
people
kind
are
of things they
vulture.
are doing.
I'm only trying to draw a similarity there. What
Jesus calls some people snake now. Call them snake. Call them not because they are snakes, but their character. That's what he depicts. That's how to express that.
I don't get it.
Baba,
how
do you describe someone who charges you a cybersecurity fee for a transfer payment to a pharmacy, to a doctor, these things are ridiculous. If you go to the hospital now and you want to pay for an emergency surgery for 1 million, you need to pay 5,000 as cybersecurity fee to transfer to that.
No. You are going into a different realm. I'm not involved in the debate that is going on.
It's not
My
you.
own turn will come. What I am opposed to is saying those who come on this panel, these vultures. That is what I question. Not.
Where are we now? I stepped away for a moment.
I'm with Baba. One man. I'm with Baba.
What are you with him on? I stepped away for a moment.
Rational mind will come here and be insulting panelists. He'll just say like a matter of fact and then put an insult. And if Baba finds it disrespectful, I also support Baba because you can't be insulting panelists regardless of who they support.
Okay. Nicola stoop down there.
No, what I said was this. Please, there's no. I'm not trying to call anybody vulture here. I said I'm only trying to draw a similarity of what vultures does when they see. I mean, let me use the word kakas, but I mean that's what you guys know what I'm talking about. They will all come there and just want to have their share of whatever thing. That's the similarity I'm saying. I'm not saying anybody's a vulture. I'm only trying to draw what the Agbado people do when they hear matters like this. That some people are against Tinubu, they will all perch here like vultures. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to insult anybody here, but I don't know why It's okay, Baba. No disrespect to you.
It's a metaphor. You are not calling them.
But if they call people obedient, it's not a bad thing.
I wonder.
Yeah?
All right, let's not stay there for too long.
Let's not go there.
Let me take Larry to one more topic, and then I'll go to Omnibus, who I think is joining us for the first time. Larry, let me take you to this space. This is a quiet revolution going on within the Nigerian space. Foreigners now visit Nigeria for plastic surgery, but you can substitute that. This is from the Minister of State for Health, Alausa, as a rational mind that's not giving us the proper pronunciation of that word.
The only pronunciation he got right ever.
All right, that's fine. Right. But Larry, substitute plastic surgery to medical tourism. And I am aware that a lot of people, they actually travel to Nigeria from abroad for their medical needs. Is this a space that the country should invest more to open up?
Yeah. I think I think presently, I've seen a lot of people, right, leaving the US, leaving Canada, leaving UK for Nigeria, for one or two medical thing. And I think it's actually good. It's good because, the private sector, they've invested a lot, right, into their hospitals. If you're talking about MRI, you're talking about anything, you can always get them. Particularly most of the private, you're talking about hospitals like NISA in Abuja, you're talking about very good hospitals in Lagos, and let's get something right. Because they are moving to Nigeria is not because probably government has actually invested in that sector. No. Because you can hardly see someone leave UK to go to a government hospital in Nigeria.
Do you think this is a Japada narrative? All of these are medical professionals that have lived abroad for so long, and then they go back with
not
their...
even Japada. I think it's more of the fact that it's cheaper. So I think it's more of the fact that it's cheaper. It's cheaper to have, to do this. If you look at the exchange rate and everything, so it's kind of like cheaper for you to have some of all those things in Nigeria than you having it in the UK, right? I've seen people have some major operations, rather than you having it in the US. So it's better for you to kind of like have it in Nigeria because it's cheaper and it's still the same thing. And it's not like, the doctors that are going to treat you in UK are different from the ones treating you in Nigeria. Right. I've seen there are several doctors in Nigeria that still, come around, here, do one or two things and go back to Nigeria. So we have a lot of senior consultants in Nigeria that are very, very experienced. So I think it's good. It's good. If government could just, invest a little bit in that sector, because presently what's happening in that sector is just basically people within themselves, right? Equipping their hospital, making their hospital world class, right? Look at like things that are happening in a core hospital, in some very good hospitals in Lagos, and the wait time, if you want to have a major surgery, probably in the UK, US, or Canada, if you look at the wait time is it's kind of like long. But if you go to Nigeria today, you can always have everything done within 2-3 days. They can actually schedule you for that operation, and quickly it will definitely be done. So that's what I'm actually seeing in this aspect.
So Lali, na bomb is how you do for Nigeria.
No. He just used that bomb, but it's not just bomb. I've seen a lot of people.
I know that fertility treatment is very strong in Nigeria as well.
Yes,
IVF,
a lot of people in the US go to Nigeria for IVF. A lot of people. I've seen a lot of people. They even encourage them. You see people encouraging people. Oh, you want to have this? Please go to Nigeria. Go to NISA Hospital in Abuja.
Larry, let's make it contextual. There's a reason when people come to Nigeria, because there are all sorts of practices that they do in Nigeria. If we want to get into that space, we can talk about it, or we can just ignore that. We pretend that we don't know what's going on.
That's a factor too, actually, because the regulations that is not as stringent within the Nigerian space. So it opens up for more experimental. Is that what you mean?
Nigerian doctors don't carry insurance.
No.
There's that one, man. There's also the baby factory factor. Well, I won't say much.
No. Let's not make that one.
The surrogacy rule is not.
It's kind of like a fake surrogacy.
Kulata, we cannot hear you.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, Kulata.
So let me quickly round off. So
Larry, can you give me 1 sec, please?
Okay.
One man, also in Australia, the waiting period for surgery is crazy here. Some people waiting period for 1.5 years. if it is not emergency surgery. So if you go to Nigeria, nobody will tell you to wait for 1.5 years because there are doctors, there are surgeons. My elder sister, firstborn of my house, the husband is a surgeon. They don't wait for giving you like long. It's only if it's an emergency, they will take you to the theater straight. So Nigeria is a little bit much better. You will get the attention fast, surgery done fast. I'm talking about situation in Australia. I don't know about other states.
No,
Thank
it's
you.
everywhere. It's not just Australia. Even in the US, the wait time is it's crazy. Even in the UK,
Can you
even
guys
in
hear
Canada.
me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. In Nigeria, let's talk about some ethical things they do. Those doctors can implant up to 6 embryos in the womb. So those are ethical things they will not do abroad. Another one is they also use women to do surrogacy. Some are legitimate surrogacy. Some are surrogacy that the guy's sperm and the woman's embryos are not involved. Basically, baby factory. And many people find out when they want to take the kid abroad, they see no DNA match. So between unethical practices and lax rules, that's what causes a lot of attraction. And at times, the dad may do the donation while they will use some other woman's embryo. So at least if you go to the embassy, if they see one DNA checks out, they will allow you to take that kid abroad. So I'm talking about this because I know many people that have been involved. And some people found out about the hard way. So it's that attraction comes with a lot of ethical blemishes.
Yeah. I understand, Kulata, but let's not make that the major factor driving this, right? I know there are some ethical malpractices, that happen in Nigeria and even in the US too. We've seen several instances where there are 1 or 2 ethical malpractice here and there. It's what you see that you know. So, but I think the major thing, as far as I'm concerned, is the fact that there is a lot of investment, individual investment in infrastructure, medical infrastructure in Nigeria. Another one good hospital that I'm seeing recently is this Afe Babalola's, hospital. They've done a lot of great. They've done a series of brain surgeries in that hospital that are successful. They've done a lot of great things. So, if it's you want to have a brain surgery now.
I think they also separated some conjoined twins in Ibadan recently. I'm not sure if that's Afe Babalola.
Yes. So, but for that Afe Babalola, I know there's a lot of people go to, if you go to Nigeria, that's another great place, that I see people going to, particularly if you need some of all these major surgeries, and a lot of people go there and, they kind of like enjoy it. But I think if government really want to do more, that's another way to generate money, right? They just need to invest in government public hospitals, right? If they can invest in public hospitals.
And they need to bring in regulations to sanitize as well.
Yeah. That's their job, right? That's their job. They need to sanitize everything, bring proper regulation to kind of like, guide everything, guide against malpractice within the system, and at the end of the day, it's at least have some standard that people could always talk about. But obviously, if they can actually do that, we can actually have a cleaner health sector, right? Where people will always want to invest, and hopefully, we can always get there. It's another avenue for them to invest if they really want to, It's left for them, right? I won't want to speak for the government. They know what to do. They know the right thing. So they should rather do the right thing. Okay, thank you.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Larry. Still a few more topics, but to move the conversation around fairly quickly, I was going to go to Ajane Koko, but Ajane Koko, let me go to Omnibus, who I think is joining us for the first time. So Omnibus, unmute and come into the conversation. Omnibus.
One man, this is not my first time of coming to this space. Good evening all, and good morning everywhere you are.
All right, you've been there before?
Yes.
All right.
This is Saki father now. Saki.
I was trying to see Saki. He's muted again.
Yeah,
Look at you this guy. Wait, the fight don't finish. What happened?
It's a brother to Saki father.
Okay, it's twin brother that
Yeah.
they share the same DNA and the same voice.
Yes. How are you, man? And how are you, Kulata? And
Our
everybody?
fights don't finish. Look at this guy. You can't just
Politics,
come in like that, sir.
politics is
Explain
over.
yourself.
It's time
You
for
just
governance. Politics is over.
No. I went for a kind of mortification. So I went for.
Saki, you don't come again with this your English.
you see, I want to start googling.
You want this your English?
Yeah, I went for several weeks and months of mortification. At times you need to, re-examine a lot of things, and a lot of things happened in the past months. Not political, not even within the context of Nigerian space. So
it's
I went for a lot of things anyway. So for some time.
I have a clip for what you are saying. Is spiritual? Is it spiritual? Okay, hold on. I have a clip for what you are saying. Hold on, I have a clip for you.
So
how is
the way things are going right now, I think it's time for us to
release all the powers.
Yeah. I think we should first of all give them a hint of Abido Sheka. The country now right now. I think it's time to shaking things up. What do you think about Abido Sheka?
It's a spiritual. Know that way.
It's a spiritual. You went for a bit of Abido Sheka. All right.
Yeah. So how is everybody? And Kulata, Ajanle Koko, everybody. Thomas from Australia, and everybody. So I hope everyone is doing great. So I had some time today. I said, let me breeze in and see hear conversations and contribute as little as I can to the discourse. So
we're all doing well. We've missed your voice because it's a uniqueness to your perspective that was the gap you left that was not filled by anyone. So we're glad to have you back to retake your space in the conversation. But nothing good or great to report about Nigeria, I'm afraid. The government is still trying to squeeze the life out of the people. Saki.
I think I don't know which perspective to come from, but I think I will start from a perspective of trying to come with a generic question, and the question is, what has this administration done that appears to look like a pro-people policy? So it appears to me that I have not seen any of the policies that appears to look like, to me, a policy that is pro-people. So if we use only this one that happened today or yesterday as an instance, I think we might be underreporting the whole thing. So I wouldn't think it is exaggeration to say that this administration has not really, put up a policy that looks to me as if it is a pro-people policy. I think the Nigerian people appears to be getting the heat of it at every stretch of the policies they have tended to, to release in the in the policy space. So if you ask me, I think that I have not really seen a visible pro-people policy that they have tended to to put up. I think most of the things they are doing appear to be favoring the very few and astonishing the largely underprivileged class in Nigeria. And I keep asking, to what extent shall the people be pushed? To what limits shall Nigerian people be stretched? So I think the administration should sit down and rethink and think through the policies they are shunning up. It is not about bringing classism or trying to speak English to trying to put up things that looks so glossy on paper, or things that attract elitist views. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really affect the underprivileged mass, positively. So I think most of the policies appears to me as if they are anti-people. No matter the way we want to, spin some of them and praise them.
All right, let's get into the specifics of it, and let's get to the immediacy of right now and go to that coastal highway, which generated a lot of controversy, and the controversy marked by the landmark narrative. So how are you positioned on that coastal highway? Are you for it? And are you for it in the manner that is being presented to us?
The coastal highway is meant to be a very good project. If you ask me, it is meant to be a very good project, but the question is, what is the Nigerian condition at this material point in time? You might have a good policy that looks maybe is going to be good in the long run. Yes, in the long run, it is an infrastructural capital project. In the long run, we expect some benefits. You understand what I mean? But when you execute projects, from economics point of view, you have to look at your what do we call it again? Your cost benefit and cost effectiveness analysis before you embark on that. So the important question you ask yourself is, at the material time, is it really what Nigeria can commit such amount of money? And again, it asks again, who is handling the project? Is there any material self-interest, from that very project? Is it given to my cronies, my friends, my families, to undertake? The amount of money that is being spent on that, quoted, is it really what, ideally that project should cost? So these are the important questions we should raise. So is it really benefiting some people in the short run? I'm not talking about the long run benefits. In the short run, is it benefiting a few class, and is it really affecting Nigerian budget to the level? So that money they are committing there, could there be alternative things it could have been committed, at least in the short run? So, and again, how many years is it going to take to execute that very project? As I read on paper, I read that some kilometers will be covered within 36 months. And I punched my calculator to, if this number of kilometers will be concluded within 36 months, how many months will it take to conclude the 700 kilometers? And it is running in years. This project probably will extend beyond 8 years, beyond 15 years. From, if I calculate it on the basis of what they say.
They promised to deliver it within the 2 terms of Tinubu.
Forget about promises. Who is the person promising? Is it not Dave Omai that is promising? So it's not about promises. They have given us a lot of bogus promises, and at the end of the day, it is not delivered. So that's not the important thing. Is that at the current situation Nigeria is right now, we have a very complex budget. We should many things might look so good, at least in the long run, but we should order we should have like our preference ordering, because we don't have much resources right now. So on that very basis, we should be able to say, okay, this place needs some immediate attention. You know, to what extent the issue of the student loan, I don't know whether they have started it. Up till now, it's still taking time to debate about it. I don't know whether anybody has gotten the loan so far. The issue of increasing minimum wage in this economic situation, you know, it's taking the government much time to, you know, increase the wages to some level that is even livable. You understand? So these are the important issues we should also ask. And then when you look at the project, if you ask me, I think that the amount of money they quoted they are going to spend for this very project, it is way, 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 you know, overbloated. If you ask me, a lot of people are going to enrich themselves in the process. So there is some level of corruption that is, you know, that is embedded in it too. So I'm not saying that the project will not benefit Nigerians in the long run. That's not my argument. But in the short run, you know, what is the state of Nigeria as of today, and how best can we manage our resources? The government keeps borrowing and borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. I think we are more fascinated by things that are more far from us, but those proximate problems we should deal with daily, you know, we run away from that. Those simple proximate problems, we tend to run away from that and then focus more on these bogus projects, you know, that will take a lot of years even to complete. And the Nigerian government have shown in the past, over years, not today, not even under Obasanjo and every other administration, they have shown the fact that they can easily start up a project, but at the end of the day, it takes them time to complete. Some are not even completed. There are some projects delivered by Obasanjo that up to today is still awaiting completion. So these are the issues that we really need to raise. You know, I don't want to dwell on the long run benefits of the coastal line project, and so, you know, let's, in the short run, are there people that are being enriched, you know, from benefiting so well from this?
Can I disagree with you a little bit, Saki?
Yeah.
You know, I see this road as a quantum leap of imagination and ambition. This is how I see it, as a quantum leap of imagination and ambition. You know, so it could be a case of the country taking all these little steps that we have been attempting to take, one step forward, two steps backwards, and everything. But if they build this road, it will open up the economies of 9 states, and it will funnel it directly to the ports, which will astronomically, in quantum leaps, just propel the economy of not just that country, but the entirety of that belt.
I'll ask you a very simple question. I'll ask you a very simple question, and let me use a state as a reference point. You know, I used to hear people argue that the Ebonyi State, for instance, that Dave Umahi did a lot of things that are quite astonishing, you know, spectacular projects, you know. So the question is, those things Dave Umahi did, for instance, they are very good projects. They have economic benefits. But the question is, what is the quality of the people living in that state? Do they have the effective demand? I'm not even talking about demand now. Do they have the effective demand? By that I mean, do they have the ability, you know, to pay for goods and services delivered from those projects? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So the Nigerian people are getting poorer day by day. So you can't have a very poor population and you build a magnificent project. And because the project you are building has to drive demand, it has to derive production, goods and services. Then the goods and services has to also derive demand, right? So if people are very poor, you know, right now the way I'm seeing Nigerian people, you know, how do you, because every day by day by day by day,
Zaki Father, you don't think that project can boost productivity, create employment opportunity, create, skill, acquisition opportunity, and technological transfer, and a lot of benefit, economic benefit as well that
Yeah,
we don't see all of those.
I understand what you. I'm not saying there are no long run benefits, but I want to draw the quotations from this British, is it British economist John Maynard Keynes, who was writing in the 1930s. The theory of employment, interest, and money. In that very classic write-up, he said, the long run, promises.
Please say it to us in Latin. We've missed your Latin. Say it to us in Latin.
So John Bernanke said something about, the long run we are talking about, but in the long run that we might all be dead. I'm just trying to, quote what he said. So what I'm trying to say in effect is that the long run is still long enough. I'm not saying that the project in the long run might not get some long run benefits, but I'm telling you that right now, Nigerian people are going into poverty every day. Every day. This is the urgency of now. Nigerian people are, in fact, it appears to me that if Nigeria continues at this trajectory, I'm afraid that we might not even have middle class. I don't know whether it still exists now, today. Nigerian people are getting poorer and poorer and poorer by the day. So I think
the middle class was wiped out under the Babangida administration.
I don't know, but I know that Obasanjo Yar'Adua, good luck. There are a lot of people that can still pay for school fees abroad, to go and study abroad. But today, I think I was talking with somebody, and the person was telling me that, do I know how much they sell? Is it this Camry? Is it this Camry they call Camry 2.4 what? The big, Igbo people will say the big Nash, the Camry with the big Nash. Yeah. So somebody was telling me, do I know how much they are selling it today? And he told me how much they are selling today. I was shouting,
Zaki father, can you give me 30 seconds, please? How are you, my brother? Long time.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Why you can't run away now? Because Peter Obi no be president, my brother. Why?
No. I didn't run away. I went.
I just did tease you, my brother.
Yeah.
Don't you think we in diaspora we are just like alarmists? Why do I say that? Nigerians in Nigerians, I don't think they are even complaining more than us that we're living in diaspora. Some Nigerians are not doing bad. Some Nigerians are doing very well. I'm not saying this so proud. At least all my siblings in Nigeria, they are doing very well. That is just small number of people out of 200 million people. Don't you think we are? Do you think don't you know that some Nigerians are even doing better than myself here in Australia? So that's my question. Thank you. Welcome back, brother.
Ekene is an example of Nigerians doing better than us abroad. Ekene.
Yeah. I'm not saying that there are no Nigerians today that are still doing good, but I want to disagree with you when you said that it is we abroad that are even shouting. My brother Thomas, if I tell you how many messages I read every day from people that will be begging you, send me this, send me that, I have not eaten, even if it is food. If I tell you the exponential, rate at which the number has increased over time, you will not really understand. At times I see, has things really gotten to this level in Nigeria? People are suffering. Whether we want to admit that or not, people are really, 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 really suffering. There are people that cannot buy medicine. There are people that cannot go to hospitals right now, because of, not because they don't want to go, but because they cannot, foot the medical bills. So they resort to traditional ways of doing things, and people are really, really suffering. I'm telling you the truth. So I don't know whether maybe your people, all of them are maybe are very much comfortable. You know, maybe they are not disturbing you the way they disturb people like us. So I don't know, but I really know that people are really facing hard times in Nigeria. I must tell you.
All right. Take us to the take us to the headline on the screen. Did you want to ask Saki a question now, Ekene? Have you met Saki before, Ekene? I think it predates your time here. Do you know Saki? Ekene?
Saki na my main man.
Oh, all right. Okay. Carry on.
So, Saki, I really don't want to ask much, but you know, it seems like just like what Tambo said, diasporans, the way they think Nigeria, they take Nigeria now. They think Nigerians are not complaining. One man, I send you a video. Maybe you should play 2 of that video for Tamos, for him to understand what Nigerians are passing. This is a recent video.
Yeah, but you are not in the bracket of the complainers now. You probably almost happily earn more than 80% of the people in the studio. So
forget about you don't know whether if you send me $1 now I will take you, because
of course you will. Of course you take now.
Times are hard now. Yeah, economy is by. I think this dollar stuff na hard to they take condone more, because it's really affecting business. The other day dollar was down. You reduce some 15 naira, 20 naira from your goods. Today dollar is up again. Where do you recover those money from? It's just patchy we are doing in business today. So there's no 2 ways about that. So if you really want to know, just play 2 of that video for Tamos, so that he will not think nobody's complaining. People are complaining, but just like what somebody said today, what I read today, those
videos, they are paid for actresses. They are actresses commissioned by India Media. Somebody, yes.
Okay. No, but you have to play that video. But just like what somebody said today, I was wondering, which Baba they do this juju for Bola Ahmed Tinubu? That this we have not gotten to this level during Good Luck Jonathan, half of it before that protest that happened in Lagos. So which Baba they do this juju for him? So that's the question to be asking. Not that Nigerians are not complaining.
I
don't know the Baba
it is a spiritual. You know, it's funny you should say that, because Senator Shehu Sani actually came out on social media today saying that the country is due for another EndSARS, because nothing seems to be changing. He said that, Shehu Sani.
Even last is it there before yesterday, Lemon Yalo said something. It seems that Nigerian leaders really don't want to change this country. He's even tired, because this is a man that after the swelling of Bola Tinubu, he came out, he was giving solution, was like supporting, bringing ideas, what we're going to do to boost our economies and all those stuff. But today, the man is tired of rendering any solution anymore. He just came out and burst out that Nigerian leaders really don't want to do anything for this country. He said it. So, and you just feel like, I'm tired. I'm not going to say anything again. Whatever they want to do, let them do. You understand? So, that's what people are looking at. You check out many supporters of APC. I saw Sheyi Law today complaining. There is one northern guy that I used to follow on Twitter that they call him Saki, one northern guy.
Yes, I know him. You seem to be fun. You are shopping at supermarkets that sell the goods that you like to eat.
It's not like that. No, the guy, I was just surprised when the guy was asking for protest, and people were telling him nobody will protest. Just start the protest yourself. Because when I they will start to blame other people.
What time has Nigeria? I mean, have we ever had any situation where Nigerians protested on cost of living crisis? Has that ever happened? I mean, the only time they protested was Jonathan fuel subsidy, which was engineered by APC. Have you seen any organic protest that life is too hard in Nigeria? I don't think I've ever witnessed one before.
Has there ever been a time?
It happens several times.
Has there ever been a time
Even
the
under the
crisis is as bad as this?
No, I'm not talking about democracy protest, though. I'm talking about cost of living, that we're hungry. Massive protests, not just some isolated case. Like protests that grounds the country. You know, back in my day when we did ASU strike, Abacha, we used to kind of like massive protests. But I've not seen one that is we're hungry protest in my lifetime.
Kulata, has there ever been a time when the cost of living has gotten to this dangerously unfair level?
Yes, in the 90s.
In the 90s?
Yes.
We played clips of it here once before. Yeah. When people were actually waiting at the ports for ships bringing food to Nigeria, and they were fighting over meat.
But in the 90s was not really democracy, right?
I don't know about the people.
No, it wasn't democracy. It was military.
Yeah.
But this president we have today, I think he has involved himself in a lot of protests. You know, he was once what do you call it? I guess an opposition, and he has done a lot of protesting himself that even led him to SI. He did against Jonathan and all this stuff and all those stuff. But today, I don't know where he went and borrowed his power.
Okay, let me ask another question. I just thought, has there been any mass protest in Nigeria that wasn't largely engineered in the Southwest? Meaning, all massive, big, successful protests I have witnessed in Nigeria was kind of like birthed or germinated in the Southwest. So now that the Southwest have their son in office, most likely it's not going to come from the Southwest. So are we likely to see any sort of effective protest in that country without the Southwest?
What about
you are very clever, Kulata. Very clever.
Well, most of the time.
What about the Kanu riots?
The Kanu riots was isolated to Kanu. I'm talking about something that has potential of shutting down the country.
So Southwest is the whole of Nigeria, right? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that Southwest is the whole of Nigeria?
Because no, they are the instigators. That's what he's saying.
But the Southwest propels Nigeria now.
The economy of that country is in Southwest.
Okay.
When there is instability in Southwest, Nigerian will feel it. Nothing will work, nothing will run in Nigeria. And we experienced it during the time of Nadeko. When Nadeko was fighting the military, there was big trouble all over Nigeria. The economy
I think it's more even historical.
Oh yeah, it's the story. Yes. But I'm just making
the Southwest are really
to the recent
into protests.
Yes. So when there is, a very serious protest in the Southwest that lasts for some days, the whole nation will feel it because the economy is in Southwest, particularly.
Ajale Goko, give me 10 seconds. Kolata, you were asking for maybe people will hit the street. Do you know what we can do that Nigeria will hit the street? We diaspora. Yeah, we diaspora. Stop sending money to Nigeria.
Why will I punish my parents because of something?
No. Send only to your parents. I will send to my daddy and my mommy. Stop.
Why will I punish my friends that I need?
No,
that's never going to work.
So Auntie Shade Pupa that needs an operation.
No.
You won't send money to her because you want to punish Tinubu. You sacrifice Auntie Shade Pupa for Tinubu.
Auntie Ijoma, my nanny, she calls for money and I won't send it when I'm not dead. No,
Kolata. I'm saying that is the only thing that can cause, because we are the one rescuing that country in diaspora. Let's stop it. Don't give anybody money. Give your mother, your father. Then let's see. People will hit the street.
And our mothers and fathers will give it to our brothers and sisters.
Let me attempt to answer Kolata's question. You see, here we go again. When you ask questions like this, and when we wonder, when people like myself and a few other people within the Southwest and making noise and trying to challenge the status. I mean, challenge this Tinubu's crap of a government that is running. And then people like you, Kulata, wants to silence me. When somebody wants to, they wanted to do a revolution now, they want to silence it, and then you wonder. So I mean, how could that be? How could there be a protest? When the
how
people
can I silence you? I'm just little old me. How can I silence you?
No, you do. You're one of those people here. You come here with your like forget. Like I don't want to go down there.
I'm the most peaceful person on this platform.
I know
Everybody
you now.
knows.
So my point is, when some Yoruba people,
as the penny
like,
not drop yet that Kulata is trolling you. Oh, more control.
No, I understand. I'm just trying to say that people like Kulata and other people who come here, guys like you, just want to just go away and never be to be heard, so that people can run roughshod all over us. I mean, and feed all this crap of policies that is doing. So we should be able to allow people to be able to come and voice their opinion or say whatever they want to say. Because I don't know why. I mean, you wonder why nobody wants to speak in the Southwest anymore. Because anybody that comes out now wants to criticize Tinubu or Maleni.
But that's the rational mind. That's what Kulata has answered. You understand? The people that are supposed to drive the protests are backing Aso Rock office or whatever they call that place now, Aso Villa. That's what he's saying in essence.
Thank you, Baba. Thank you.
But it's not accurate to say.
Yeah,
that
I read
only
this thing that the Sarawiwa. Who are the people who backed Sarawiwa?
It was
thank you, Baba.
Again, it started from. See, the same thing can be said for any protest that started from the Southwest too. This kind of rationale that is only from the South. Who told you that Abiola's protest was only in the Southwest? It's not true.
Say that again, please.
Abiola's protest was not only in the Southwest. So I don't know tell me what other protest that started from the Southwest.
Okay, wait. Where did it
from the Southwest? He said it was all over the country. They canceled it all over the country.
Look at this guy. It started in the Southwest. Is it that it started in the Southwest?
The moment it happened, there was protests in the River State. What are you talking about? Maybe because you were not there.
How long they did last? They did last in River State.
It lasted just as long. It was the tension was there. The point whereby
sit down,
hold on, stop it, just stop. Because you are living in Lagos, you think that's where Nigeria ends. Let me talk. See, Sarawiwa, when they were killing Kudirat in the West, Sarawiwa was dying in the South. So the idea that this stuff is happening only, and even in the North, the Sultan of Sokoto was jailed. You guys think that the whole thing is happening only in the South, but it's not true. It's just because you are there.
Even the Ken Sarawiwa, who are the people in the lead fighting for Senka? Who are the people?
Who were the lawyers in the court?
Who are the lawyers? Who are the freedom fighters or who are?
Answer the question now. Stop exaggerating. Just answer.
I will answer it clearly.
It was Wole Soyinka and his band of merry men.
Oh God, let him answer.
Hold on, I'll answer you the way you need to hear it.
Oh yeah, answer it.
If you have a financial problem or a loan problem, where do you go? A bank.
Does
that mean hold on? Let me finish my statement.
They ask you for specific. Give specific.
No, I don't know. Okay. You want me to give you who were the people backing this?
Who are the people in the lead of the fight?
In the South.
Oh, okay.
If you don't know,
what are you talking about? Sarawiwa was not even executed in the Southwest. It was in River State. It was executed, and I was there.
Are you an Olodo? Nobody said where it was executed. You said who are people leading the protest.
When people in the South were protesting in Port Harcourt. So the idea, see, I was in the South and I went to the Southwest during the same period. So I saw both sides. The idea that it's only one side that the whole thing is happening is not true.
No, to Niger, same level. You are not understanding the point here. A riot, even that instigated by a foreign spy, start from a certain dot from somewhere, and the fire will spread. That's exactly, I think, the situation here. Look, let's go back. Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute, please. A minute.
Okay.
There are basically major riots that has afflicted our country. Let's start, I think, the notable ones I'll pick now that are not religious, because the Maitasini was religious, the Kanu to an extent was religious. Let's talk about the Wetie that led to the coup of 66. The Wetie. Let's talk about Ali must go when the military came in, and let's talk about the food riot during Yakubu Gowon's time, and then and so on and so forth. You understand? I can't really grab everything now. It started from somewhere, and those who drive it, those who went the distance, who are they? It is for the interest of the nation, no doubt about that. It's not something that is saying these are the people, but it's for the nation's interest. But these people who start it, it will spread. Those to whom it spread get a bit fatigued along the way, but these are the people that still continue. It's not about being dogged. It's about the facts.
That sort of hubris can only come from somebody. The kind of hubris you guys have, it's unbelievable. Like,
dude, you were given the opportunity to answer the question straight, and you are just rigmaroling around.
Because you don't want me to answer it the way I want to answer it. You want me to answer it the way you want to.
They said who only has one thing.
Hold on. If you want me to answer it the way you want me to answer it, then you might as well take the answer and give it to me then. Because you have to let me answer it my own way.
Would I? Oh God, please let the people that are not in diapers
let me answer it my own way. Sorry, let me just answer this my own way. During that time, the top lawyers that were known nationally were in the Southwest. That is true, like Ganifa and Mifalana and all the rest of it. So if somebody was chasing the Nigerian government, who do you think was going to represent them? It was these lawyers.
It wasn't that because they are lawyers, but they were the people. They were the people in the lead.
There is Alawi Akabashoro, there is Kuji Braithwaite, there is
even in Rivers State. How can they be? They were not even in Rivers State.
One man, let us move away from here because this guy.
Stop saying
before we move away, Kulat, I want to ask you if all this you are mentioning here, Southwest being the center of protest and all those stuff. So how come that the other region becomes the one disturbing the peace of this country?
Who said
your claim now is just look like it's a fact.
No, you said something. I said who said so. Hold on. Who said the other regions are disturbing the peace? Who said so?
It has been a narrative.
That the Southwest is
who said so now? You just said something and you want to run with it. Who said so? Did I say
Let's go back to Zaki. Let's go back to Zaki. I have other
all right, let's do as Ajale Koko said. So we'll take Saki to one more talking point, and then we kick off the 8-minute monologues with Ajale Koko, only because the room has filled up and not to keep people waiting for too long. But Saki, this came out today. Nigerians react to new CBN directive to banks to deduct 0.5% cyber security levy on some transactions. So they call this a stealth tax. And Larry was quite enraged. Is this the government picking pockets yet again?
Is IGR no more a barometer for measuring economic performance of a government? Is it no longer a barometer? So if it is a barometer for measuring performance of the government, why are we now complaining? So I think, if you ask me, the CBN is really doing too much things, trying to suffocate the people by all means. So this is what we keep saying, you can't be taking money from people that don't have money to eat. This is overstretching the people's abilities.
This is not the CBN now. It's the National Security, NSA.
I know. But the CBN has given the directives, right? They said it's going to the NSA office, something like that. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that this administration is just bent on, looking for anywhere to extract values from people. People are getting poorer, and you're increasing sources of taxing them. I think I think it's overstretched. The Nigerian people, I don't know the limits they will go. I don't know really the limits the Nigerian people will be stretched before they react. Well, I think most Nigerians are very much afraid because of what happened during the NSAR. So when you talk about protests, they are very, very much afraid of coming out to protest, So I think the administration should really rethink and, retrace their steps. It's getting too much. It's getting too much.
I think they will withdraw this tax.
But
It is
Saki,
very odious
Saki,
and in bad taste.
Saki, there is this video I used to see on it. I don't know whether that video is a real video or it's a doctored video, but that video that says you slow down the economy, you widen the tax net, you take in more tax, and that is what the government must do, even if it includes Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So this that video, you reduce the purchasing power of the people, widen the task net, taking more tasks, this and this. Don't you think that video suits the agenda of the Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration? Because I think if that is what if that video is real, then he has really gave his campaign promises to the Nigerian people. I used to see that video, but I think that video is not real. But whenever I see his policy, my mind goes towards that video because that is really what he's doing in the economy of the country today. Tasking people, widening the task net, making sure that every corner of the Nigerian population are being tasked, collect more tasks, then reduce the purchasing power of the people. So I don't have any issue with that because he already made his campaign promises and is achieving them. And that video really suits the situation of the country now.
Yeah,
what do you say about that?
All right, respond to that, Saki, and then after that, I'll go to Ajanle Koko, rational mind to Baba Ekene, just to move the conversation around. Saki, yes, back to you.
I think they are really pushing they are stretching the Nigerian population, beyond reasonably fair level. It's becoming, highly unfair, to me, if you ask me. And just like when the CBN was trying to fight the issue of dollar exchange rate and was increasing interest rate up and there, I think I saw Kulata was clapping for them then. I was like, wait a minute, do we really know what we're clapping for? So these things, the government should really, try and retrace each step. It's really getting too much, It's getting too much. And Nigerians are not really seeing the values for this thing. Instead you see most of the politicians squandering these resources, cruising in expensive limousines and a lot of things, and spending money, profligacy, squandermania and embezzlements to high places. They will just be stretching the poor people. Nigerians keep on going into poverty day by day. I think they should just try and retrace their step. It's getting at a level beyond normal. That's my view.
All right, brilliant. So that's the inimitable Saki Father. So Saki Father. So stay with us, Saki. We're going from you to Ajanle Koko, who takes the floor next. Ajanle Koko, if you're ready, floor is yours.
Thank you, Woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button. Share and subscribe if you haven't done so. So what's the topic of the day?
There's several things to go through. I'm just wanting to line up one that we have not spoken extensively on. Yes, let's come in from a light-hearted sort of a space. Ekiti local government boss swears in supervisors, advisors using God of Iron as appointees take oath of allegiance. So Ogun, nothing swear in the Ekiti state. Long overdue. This is something I've always advocated. This, you know that Ogun it doesn't have the mercy of God. He will just strike you down. What are you making there of the goings on in the Ekiti state?
Well, you say, Woman, I wish Adewale is among those people swearing in with Ogun. Well, let me tell you. Yeah. I think what they are demonstrating to us is that people in the position of authority, particularly political office holder or elected representative, have not served Nigerians well. They've not been sincere to Nigerians. And when they do the swearing in with Bible or Holy Quran, which doesn't do anything to them, they will get to that position, embezzle government fund, and get rich quick at the detriment of the people. So what they are trying to demonstrate is that, look, we want to be sincere to you people. All of us know the power that Ogun carries. And they're trying to show to their society that they will represent them well and they will not disappoint them. They will work hard for them and they will deliver to them. But on the other way around, the question I want to ask is that as the local government, are they fully independent now that they can, work autonomously without the influence of the governor? I don't know. Maybe the governor of Ekiti has decided to give them that, free hand to operate on their own without delegating them, without.
I'm not sure that he has. When they were swearing that oath, part of what they were what part of what they were asked to swear to is to pledge their allegiance to the governor, his deputy, and the party. Not even to the constitution. The governor is deputy and the party.
Well, anyway, let's wait and see what will happen to them. But if they are given that free hand to operate and efficiently and manage the resources of the local government prudently, I think they can deliver to the people. Maybe what they did is just symbolic. It's just to, I don't really know, but I think the optics is good as far as I'm concerned. I think the optics is good. It's really it's first time in history in Yoruba land that I can see openly that they are using Ogun for swearing in, and the optics is good. It shows that they really want to work hard, and the power of Ogun is strong. If they if they fail, to do the job well or manage the resources well or embezzle the money, Ogun will catch up with them very fast. And
motor accident, motor accident.
Anything, yes, you're right, woman. So they will suffer the consequences of it is very huge. You cannot escape it. I've seen somebody that did that and went to do something contrary, and he was killed. He was killed with vehicle. I've seen it before. So if they really want to serve their people well and give them the confidence that, look, we will deliver for you people, there's nothing wrong in it. So I support it. I wish all of us can have the courage to do that. And this is what a lot of us have been calling for. If you really want to serve and, deliver well, if you really want us to believe you, Guna. Don't carry that Bible because you know that is just. Don't carry that Bible or Quran. It's just a printed book. It went through the same printing machine like every other book. It's nothing going to happen to you. So, it's good. The artist is good. One man for that.
All right. Let me take you to the headline on the screen. They say, "Do you know Yaya Bello Marshall on Lenny Joba?" But it looks as though Enyi Joba is coming very quickly to Simi Fubara. Commence impeachment process against Governor Fubara. APC tells Rivers Assembly members. So this is Fubara running fast and loose with the lip. It's saying that it says the directive was formed following the governor's recent declaration that the assembly members do not exist anymore in the eyes of the law. So this is Fubara now, who does a lot of things, very active, but none of them in governance. So do you think this guy would even complete his first term in that state house?
Well, I think it looks like this guy is not managing the situation well. What he said yesterday, when visitors went to you from that Bayelsa State, led by the, delegation led by the former governor of Bayelsa, went to him to sue for peace and, settle whatever is going on with him and the legislator. I think you should have used that opportunity to speak good and said, speak that, word of assurances, show that, he's ready for peace. He wants to work with them. We are brothers. Let us move this state forward. Let us work for the interests of the state. He should have said something better. That he is not ready for fight. I don't want to get into politics, dirty politics, but governance. Now we like my brothers. We are brothers. We grew up in the same camp, and we can work together. Nothing stopping us. And it will have used the opportunity to appeal to them for, reunion and work for the interests of the state, and not, threatening them that they don't represent anything. That it was the agreement. He even threatened the president that the agreement is signed with the president is to give them the soft landing. That agreement doesn't hold him responsible for anything. That is what he said. He shouldn't have said so. So, how many wars does he want to fight? He wants to fight the legislators who are powerful than you at the moment. They are powerful than him. Because without them, he cannot run the state. He cannot get the approval of the budget. The what do you call it? The oversight responsibility that they have, they really want to execute it. They can hold him responsible. They can hold him for many things. So I don't know how he's governing. I don't know how he'll be able to run the state without financial approval, without budget approval and all these things for me. So he missed it. I don't know who are his advisors. They missed a good opportunity to talk to them, to show to people across the country and in the state as well that, look, this man is a gentleman. He's a peace-loving man. But the way he spoke yesterday, it looked like it's not a man looking for peace. It's not a man looking for a way, to resolve this problem. And the more you want to continue to fight, he cannot.
Yeah, sorry, Ajali Kuku.
Yes,
one man, Emeka can come in. I can't see the course.
I'm in.
So I will just leave.
I'm in. Don't worry, I'm in.
Oh, you are in already.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm still. Sorry about that, Ajali. Carry on, please.
Yeah. So he cannot win this war. He cannot win on many fronts. Does he want to fight? He want to fight the presidency. Look, the chairman of the APC telling them that the legislature to pursue impeachment is a decision by the APC, right from the national level. Because what he did yesterday is that, yes, he is ready to challenge APC in that state. And once he's ready to challenge the structure of APC in that state, then the federal will come after him. They have the stronger power, stronger power, than him, that can rattle him seriously. So I think he should just tone it down and then look for a way that they can resolve this thing peacefully, and they can move on. They can govern the state.
John Ekoko, don't you think that you may be missing some aspects? The idea that most people, from what I gather in that region, felt that he shouldn't have even contemplated even signing on. You've seen them on TV signing on to that agreement in the first place. And you have to understand that he does have leverage and he could cause a lot of problems in a very sensitive region in the country. But yet he decided to swallow his pride and all those things and take all the nonsense that Wike is throwing at him, with Tinubu included. And now, if he wants to assert himself and the federal decides to go after him, let them hope that something doesn't go wrong. I thought this road is supposed to be going through those regions. You don't want trouble in that region at all. They were already talking about occupying the refinery. The moment they start doing those things, Nigeria will start going back again. He did have leverage, but he signed on to those things because he said he wanted peace. So we have to also look at the other flip side, that this man may have saved Nigeria a lot of hassle that would have happened in that region because he didn't behave the way Wike behaves. And if the federal government comes at him, don't you think there's a risk that if he decides to let the wolves out himself, there's a lot of people in the South that don't like what is going on. You have to understand that. And if he lets the wolves out, then you have anarchy on your hand in the South again. That's why I just thought you should consider that before you think the federal government will just come down as a hammer on him.
Well, let me tell you this. The federal government, federal might have all the resources and everything it takes to bring him down. That is number one. So what is signed and why is signed the agreement is best known to him. If he didn't sign it then, we don't know what will have happened to him. And let me tell you, for all the legislators to move to APC is a way to corner him and then to, create a very serious political problem for him. So he's playing politics that he doesn't know how to play with masters in politics. Wike is masters in politics, and the Tinubu and them, they've been in this game for a long time. They know all the wuru to the answer. So look, crisis, yes, there could be crisis, but I'm telling you, crisis will go down. They just give you some few days and it will go down. So, but him, now they are watching him, and definitely is going to get into their trap, because it's going to mismanage, not embezzle fund. There are a lot of things they can use against him. He will not let them carry out their job. The legislator carry out their job. A lot of things can be roped up against him, and he's spending money.
I hear you. I hear you, Ajaleko. If they can find something, the only way you can move someone like him, if you can find something that he's done that betrays his office and the people. If you make it about him and Wike and power,
what about burning down? What about burning down the State House of Assembly?
The people are, you see, to show you how people are tolerant. The people in the South are willing to tolerate that. What they see is a section of the state wants to rule the state forever, and when somebody that is from the other side has come on now, you are doing those things. Remember, Tompolo is from all these people, this same group of people. If you start fomenting trouble in that area, oil revenue is going to drop. They are going to cause a lot of problems. So you don't need that kind of. I'm even surprised that President Tinubu entertained Wike even. with this type of approach. His own approach, President Tinubu's approach should be, he wants that region to be stable, whatever it needs to happen. Because that's how you build a strong and stable nation. You should tell Wike, stay in Federal Capital Territory, you're doing a good job here. Maybe you become a minister, maybe you become something else. Stop interfering with the state, this thing, because that's a dangerous honestness that they are playing with out there. Because sorry, let me just finish with this. I went to Rivers State. Among all the states when I was in Nigeria that I went to after being in London for a long time, that is the only state I didn't see develop very, very compared to where it was when I left. That's the only state because of strife. And that strife has ended in the last maybe 8 years or so. They want to bring it back. Nigeria is just going to be poorer for it. And that is, there are very few governors that have that kind of sway to affect Nigeria's income. And now we are talking about federal government stamp on him. If they go and stamp on him, stamp it on the honestness. That's what I'll say.
Well, let me tell you, Rivers State does not constitute the entire South. And all those Tompolo and all the rest, all those one can be bought over easily. So, and all the leaders, I mean, Bayesta, there's not going to be on board with him. Deltas are not going to be on board with him, and all the rest are not going to be on board with him. It's internal politics of Rivers State. And if federal government is backing one of them, which is wicked, I mean, they will surely overrun him. He doesn't know. The problem is that he doesn't know how to play the game politics. And that is why you see him quickly rush into fighting his boss from day one. Or how do I describe it? From, he has not even sat down. He started fighting his boss. Who is strongly grounded politician, and that is what is responsible to all the legislator moving away. That is send the message to him that, look, this my boss is a real boss. Everybody, look at people.
Even Nigeria, the Tompolo he mentioned, is he not a contractor to the federal government?
Is he not a contractor to federal government? So even look at those ones that are appointed in the cabinet. They resign to go and join. They resign. So that's to tell you that, look, all the powerful politicians are with Wike, except those disgruntled ones that are just chop, that are just making noise, looking for opportunity to. But when you are talking of people that really represent the people in the position of power, they are all with Wike. So he should have tried a way to manage it well, get them closer and let them work together. It's possible, but some people are pushing him and they think he's in a position of power. Oh, I want to do things on by myself. I don't want anybody to control me. It doesn't work like that. People control those in power, and everything we get on well. So the governor missed it again. It should have been an opportunity to appeal to them, to make some good statement that will all Nigerians will listen to, and then look at him that, oh, this guy is a nice guy. I mean, the people in the position, I mean, politicians in the state too, or some of his supporters can use it as well to campaign to look at. He's still appealing to them. They don't want to work with him.
Sorry. This guy, doesn't he know that fighting Wike now is like fighting the federal government?
He doesn't know.
You can't win the battle. You can't win the battle. Continue, my brother.
You can't fight
Tinubu defeated
government.
the FG, a very, very strong Obasanjo government. Tinubu defeated that. So they defeated FG all the time. It's not new. The idea that
Tinubu has special powers now.
Of course it does.
So look, his own case is different. It doesn't. If he had succeeded in dividing them, like 50-50, that would have given him a political strength to continue to fight. But you just have absolute minority on your side. Out of 23 senators, House of Assembly member, only 3 you have on your side. You cannot win. You don't have no power.
But Aja, let's put it in the proper perspective. The elders in River State are not behaving like elders. Honestly,
no, just one
they are stoking the fire rather than douse it. Because Fubara holds the pulse at the moment, and they are all feeding on that pulse. They are not allowing the gentleman to develop the state. But what they are doing is very bad. They are the one causing the problem, the elders. Every day they visit him and disturb him and put some kind of guts in him, guts, G-U-T-S, in him that he doesn't have. I don't know why they are doing that. Different groups coming every time. I know the Jaws are in River State, but they are a minority in River State. The Calabaris, the Andonis, the Equiris, I mean, they are there, they are in the majority. So I don't see why Dixon will lead a delegation from Bayelsa to see Fubara. For what? It's not proper.
They see themselves as one people. These people you just mentioned just now, they see themselves as one people against the queries. That's what you don't understand in the politics of River State. And if they feel their son is being mistreated, which they are already expressing, even they were against this deal that Fubara signed. Fubara signed that deal against their will. So if you think that I don't think the federal government is going to come down the way Ajalekoko is saying, and whatever Fubara is
No,
saying,
he will not be impeached. Forget it. It's not going to be impeached.
maybe that he
It's
knows
not
what
going to be
he's doing.
impeached.
The federal government is not going to do what
The federal government has given him their word. You will not be impeached, and he will not be impeached, no matter what Wike does.
Don't you think he still has, that Fubara has a lot for him to lose? If eventually, because there's a case in court, and that's what he's still, still waiting on. If those guys win in court, even if he's not impeached, they're going to destabilize his government. So I think for me, I like Fubara so much. And I think the best thing he needs to do is to manage it. Most of those guys that are kind of like, oh yeah, you are doing right, we'll do this, we'll support you, they are just selfish people.
Exactly.
So for me, I want Rivers to succeed. And for Fubara himself, I wasn't really expecting him to come on and say, oh, he doesn't even recognize those people. Why don't you just take it a little bit with yourself? Wait for that case in court. Because at the end of the day, you say you don't support them, you don't even think they exist. But if they eventually win in court, what you see is just that in most cases, right, they have the numbers.
I agree with you. But why do you like him? Because so far, what I've seen from him is he burned down a House of Assembly. He went and signed on to a stupid deal.
The thing is, why I like him? Fubara is a gentleman.
A gentle what?
He's a gentleman.
Really?
Yes, he's a gentleman.
I use that word too.
House of Assembly on fire.
A gentleman with no brain.
No. It's not like he doesn't. It's not like he doesn't have brain. He's a gentleman who is not a politician.
He's not a politician.
And the politicians are kind of like taking advantage of him. That's what I just see. When you see all of them coming out, oh, we are doing solidarity for you, we are for you, please run away from politicians. And what I expect Fubara to do is to tell them, okay, thank you very much. You've shown solidarity. Thank you. Let me face governance. Because it's over almost a year now. Nothing. I'm not really hearing anything coming out from River State. It's been either Wike today, oh, we are doing solidarity. Oh, we are for you. We are for... No, he doesn't even need that because he has 4 years to prove a point.
1 year is gone.
And 1 year is almost gone. Because, the case in court is still bending on the fact that, there's a Supreme Court judgment. The lawyers will deceive you when you get to that place. And at the end of the day, those guys eventually win. All you see is just that even when you don't sign something, they have the number, they veto you, and they sign it. They put it to law. And you wouldn't want to have that kind of government. Because at the end of the day, you will now be the one to go back to them and beg. So why not try to be in the middle, right? Make sure you face governance, leave politics for a little while. Because people will tell you, don't worry, we are with you. Nothing will happen. We will do this, we will do that. At the end of the day, you still be the one to lose because it's your government. Politicians will destroy your government. It's not even election period. Because what you see, right? If any government is in place, the only period that government has to work is 2 years. 2 years before election, they start preparing for 2027. And that your own 2 years, they are already disrupting the 2 years for you. Because if you are not able to do anything in 2024, if you push the same thing to 2025, by 2026, people will start preparing for 2027. And at the end of the day, you won't even be able to do anything. So that's why for me, I think what he needs to do is to calm things down. Tell those people that are telling him, oh, don't worry, let's go and fight, let's go and fight. Let's tell them, thank you very much, you've done enough. Let me just focus on governance. There is a way I can still work with this House of Assembly people, right? You just need to look for a way to work with them. So that you cannot.
But what if what they are doing is hampering him?
Sorry, to Niger. Let Ajan Lekoko bring that space up in a short summary, and then we move the conversation. It's just so many people still waiting. That's why. Ajan Lekoko, bring it home in a short summary, and then we move. With your permission, Rational Mind, we go to Baba first, then to you. I think Baba, we may lose him.
No, it's okay.
Rational Mind, no agree. No, agree. I know say you no go agree. So no agree.
Guys, I'll see you guys later.
No. Rational Mind, please stay. Please
I need to go somewhere. I should be somewhere.
Are you sure?
Rational Mind is doing hard to get.
Rational Mind, just stay. Please stay.
No, I can't stay anymore.
Okay, let's do this. Only because we waited so long.
No, don't worry. I have to go.
Okay, all right. Maybe tomorrow then.
It's okay. No problem. I just have to go.
All right, maybe tomorrow. All right, bring it to Majan Lekoko, and then we go to Baba.
Okay, you see, this guy, Fubara, should have done better than that, like I was saying earlier. Should have done better. So he failed, and it's unfortunate that he couldn't use his wisdom. He worked with Wike for several years, and for him not to even use his wisdom to manage the situation, to even allow governance to take place, get a better relationship with all the all his party members before he started this fight. It just shows completely that he's an immature politician. He doesn't know how to manage people, and that is what is creating problem. Like you guys said, 1 year is over. We are not seeing anything coming out from there. That is how it's going to be for the next 4 years. They're not going to approve budget for him. They're not going to. People can shout up and down against Wike. They can call Wike all this and that. But let me tell you, in the next election, politicians are ready. They know how to play the game, and they will play it against him. And that will be all these caricature people you see going to him, making money, getting money. They are just caricature people. So I think for that state, being an important state in that country, when it comes to that oil that give us that revenue, and when it comes to the number that is required to win national election presidency, you think APC will want to lose that state? They're not going to lose it in the next election. They want their president there. They want to assert their authority, and they have all the resources to do it. Forget election. Look at what they do to what they did to what is Amechi. Do you see what happened to Amechi?
Well, Magnus, Ibe, and Wike are already reconciling.
So, look, let's forget about it. You're going to see they're going to play politics for him. And all of you that are jostling and supporting him, you will see it that politicians have a way of playing their game. 1 + 1 is not 2 in politics. 1 + 1 is 5. That is what they are going to use against him. They will not let him govern well, and they will use abracadabra for him in the next election to kick him out. And after kicking him out, they will make sure that EFCC punishes
even
him.
Aja Beavers has mitigated against that. Gone are the days where you have almost 2 million votes coming from Rivers State. The last election was less than, I think, a little bit above 500,000. Anyone can correct me, please. So that votes is they can get it elsewhere.
Oh yes, oh yes. All right. So, but I believe that well, politics is still going on. Maybe he will still go. It might still resolve it in the future, but let's wait and see. Woman, let me end in there. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So, thank you, Ajale Koko. Stay with us. As soon as we look around the voices, we'll open it up. We go to Baba next, a bit more rigid with the 8-minute free flow, Baba, as you like to. Just an 8-minute monologue from you, Baba.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Because of time, I salute you all. Comment section, panelists, viewers, please click the like button. I think I want to start with the economy, actually. And because in my quiet moments, I try to do a lot of critical thinking, take back seats and do some thinking deeply about our country. And I think I ask myself, we've always gotten it wrong, right from independence. So I don't even want to go into that because that will be a long talk about how we got independence early and then Republican status. I mean, but I think taking it to this century, I think where we got the economy wrong is rebasing the economy. We shouldn't have done that because the economic premise upon which we do that rebasement was faulty. Because if you restructure your economy, I'm not too vast in this business school lingos and things, the arithmetic of it. But the little I know is that how do you elevate the status of your economy, which is easy to do, but you don't have the mathematical dexterity to do the same thing with your income per capita. You say you are the richest, but taking South Africa, Egypt, and some other African countries, your income per capita is very low. To me, in my little sense of economics, that is false. That is without basis. And that is where we run into a problem with our economy. Because, I mean, that structure had some constraint in it because we can't justify it being the largest economy because of our population, 200 million or 200 million plus, servicing how much as income? Almost next to nothing. Inadequate infrastructure. What about our tariff and tariff barriers to trade? Obstacles of investment, lack of confidence in currency valuation and everything, where we are servicing even the Buhari eras with our currency with about 1.5 billion every month just to shore it up. That is false premises. Shouldn't be. It should have not been done at all. So there is a problem if we continue in the same economic trajectory. We have to do a 360-degree turn and put things properly in their perspective, economic perspective. Round holes, round pegs in round holes. We need to restructure our economy if we have to catch up with the 21st century. Because what is going on now, I mean, it's difficult, very difficult. And with benefit of hindsight, which is not wisdom anyway, the free flowing of the Naira, I think, was hastily done. I support it. I supported it then. I support it now. But with benefit of hindsight, I think we were very hasty because there are things we have to put in place first before we did that, which we didn't do. That is why the Naira becomes easy target for currency manipulators, which we are trying to fight now, and it's not easy. So this is the situation we find ourselves. And quickly, I'll go to the next one, which is what Chief Emmanuel Nwayawu said about the Igbos having the lot to lose in Nigeria and things like that. When did Chief arrive at that? I wish he can answer this question, because what he just talked about now.
To be fair to him, Baba, after the elections, he's been admonishing that the Southeast have to cooperate with the government, because the government wins, everybody wins. The government fails, everybody feels the pain.
No, what I heard from Miss Quarters and that of later the chief that was just buried, I think 2 weeks ago, what's his name? Ex-governor of Imo State or so, the man with the goatee beard. What I have heard, they wanted the whole case to finish before they will declare their support, because they are not too sure who will become president after the Supreme Court ruling. That was what I had. I may have had wrong. But what I'm questioning is, when did they arrive at this? When small me arrived at this during the Abacha time, long, long ago, knew this with even friends from the East. Because at the height of Abacha, don't forget, the Easterners even were going back home, but returned back within 14 days again, because what was happening in that space then. I mean, we sat down as young men. Okay, this is what is happening. Please, if this happened, this is what you do, this is what you do, this is what you do. They're making it was a sad thing. When you mentioned it, I just reflected back on that period when we would sit down as young men and talking about what is going on. And these are men, some of them are in power today, and they've come to realize that, okay, they have to be in the mainstream of government. The first time, look, the Igbos and the Hausas have more stakes in Nigeria as an enterprise. That they've invested is not a question. Look, first time I went to Bonny, if any German is here, I took a boat, chartered a boat with a lawyer and 1 or 2 people. When we got to the junction of where we call the place Peterside, that's where you cross into the ocean from Peterside to the Bonny shores, Bonny town itself. And we are talking of a height of about 3-story building. Waves will carry your boat about 3 stories. Boom, you come into a depth and up again. You would think you were going to die to cross that channel. And when we arrived at Bonny, I saw Hausa people doing suya at the waterside. I was shocked. How did these people get here? They don't have ocean. With this wave, I don't think they've ridden a wave before. So these are the kind of invested. I can tell you for free, before the Civil War, that hardly you can find a Yoruba man who has a story building from Middle Belt. I'm not talking the North Central now, called Middle Belt, Benue Plateau, up Zamfara, Aziz, Borno, and the like, North and East. It's mostly bungalow you can find. They own. The Yorubas remember home. But the Igbos, the Hausas, they settle down. The Hausas in their communities or enclaves in other places, they call it Songo or Zongo or things like that. The Igbos maybe spread better than the Hausas. So when you know this, as an elder in that place, why don't you tone down or talk to your people? What you put down, what you put in their head is different from your public rhetoric. This is where the problem is, because the genie has been let out of the bottle. The chip you put on their shoulders is what they are running with. It's what they are running with. And that is why we have so much disagreeability coming from that space. Because in life, I think life is about arithmetic. If I do this, the consequences. Okay, if I do this, it is okay for me. This is how I integrate with my people and things like that. I've seen the Igbos in other countries along West Africa, East Africa, and things like that. Once they get there first, what they do, they learn the language. Very important to them. That's the way they integrate. That is the way they integrate. Even in Cotonou here, you go to the,
all right.
what's this?
2 more minutes, Baba, 2 more minutes.
Yeah, to famous market. Different. They speak the language. They speak French. Assimilates into it. But I hope in rounding up that you have to manage the situation they created and try to put everything aright, what they have put wrongly to their people with the chips on their shoulder. Thank you, woman. I yield.
Oh, all right, Bilal, that's the excellent, Baba. So thank you, Baba. So stay with us, Baba, just for as long as you can. We go on next to Kulata, from Kulata to Ekene to Niger, King Emeka. Kulata, you're up next. Do you want to free flow?
So Nigeria has not spoken. All those ones he has been saying, what happened?
He don't talk if don't finish with that.
What is all that? I didn't say anything. That was just interjection.
You know, I have a theory about Niger. I think Niger. Yeah, Saki.
Please allow Kulata to remain on the chat box. We are chatting.
Okay, you want to keep him to yourself, Abi.
We are chatting.
So Saki, let me just. I don't want to bore us with all this economic stuff. Maybe another time. But let me speak towards this bank charges. I mean, I think Larry did justice, kind of like coming up with, kind of like really sharing his moral outrage, which is deserved. When you talk about a regressive tax, this is the worst kind of regressive tax. It's so dumb. It's so discouraging in economic practice. It's so stupid. They could not even put a cap on it. Like, if you're even going to do regressive tax, you're saying every transaction, if I understand, I don't really bank in Nigeria that much, but I think any money, someone explained it, is it like any money you transfer or any money, whatever you do, apart from certain sort of transactions, they will charge 0.05% on it.
It's pretty much every financial transaction, excluding just a handful of
a handful. What sort of stupidity is that? Like, so is that supposed to encourage more financial transactions or discourage it? And they didn't say that, okay, if we reach maybe 10,000 naira, we just cap it. Because so if I want to transact 50 billion, you now charge me 0.05 of 50 billion, then it begins to matter more. I'm not talking about all these 10K transaction, 20K, 100K. Yeah, I mean, even though I don't like it, but you can still stomach it. So, I mean, something is wrong with this, the people that are thinking for this government. I don't know. And
you know, Kulata, it didn't also set a cap for, because their thing they are using it for is for a specific purpose. And you'd have thought they would cap it off that if we eat 1 trillion naira, then that ends it all. Is it in perpetuity? I mean, it's so.
I don't know. I also think there are external factors in play here. Perhaps advice from World Bank, because not only that, I think they're also going back on the telecom use tax that they had before. The Tinubu removed it in June last year, and they're going to reinstate it so they can borrow $750 million from the World Bank. So I will not be surprised if some of these moves, because it's just foolish. It's foolish. You're stifling economic activity by saying you're gonna like what's the language they use in Nigeria? Is it what they call stamp duty? You're gonna have a surcharge for each transaction. For people that worked in banks in Nigeria, this is what they call stamp duty, Abi.
This is stamp duty now.
So why would you be doing
stamp duty is a different charge, yo.
No, but this is like stamp duty.
This is like a kind of stamp duty.
Like stamp duty. For every transaction you take.
Stamp duty is a different charge.
No,
stamp duty is a different charge. But what Kulata is saying is that this is like stamp duty.
It's like stamp duty. Like, I'm not saying it's exactly. That's why I'm asking for clarification. Okay. So it's regressive. A tax should be progressive, meaning higher earners should pay more taxes, right? Up to, I mean, you get to the extremely productive class where that they can hide their money and not pay a single dime of tax. At least higher earners should be paying more taxes. I don't get the situation where everybody needs to feel the brunt, and then there's no index. It just goes up and up and up and up and up. Normally you say, okay, well, after you reach 10,000 in fees, then it's flat. I mean, if you're ever going to do some sort of regressive tax, some screws are loose in this government, though. Like,
they want to open office open shop for NSA. That's just it. Let's have some money in NSA.
So, okay, NSA wants to fight security, Abi, and that's why you now take it on the full masses. Okay, so if we ask the NSA, come and account for all the funds that have been given that office since. Of course, because it's security related, you can't really come out. That's the problem. That's where, honestly, in all the countries, that security spending is the most corrupt in almost all the countries, because you really can't audit it. Otherwise, you start exposing the country's secret. But I mean, it's infuriating. I can't shout anymore. One person, I mean, Larry has already kind of like voiced. I mean, you kind of like emoted the way I feel. So, but it's incredulous. It's just dumb. Like, I don't know. Like, and that's why I'm like, for people that are supposed to protest, if the normal protesters in the country are keeping quiet, then other areas should step it up. This is becoming unbearable now. Like, it's the one that said, let the poor breathe. This is like, really, let the poor breathe. Why will I, okay, now look, why will I want to take my money to the bank if I'm a poor person when you be charging me for that? Insult upon injury. If you use POS again, they'll charge you 100 naira for 1,000. Everything in that country is just kind of like crazy. So I think they need to rethink this. They need to put a cap. They need to put a ceiling. You just can't have 0.05. So if I want to move 100 billion naira now, I'll now pay 0.05 of 100. It's crazy. It's just crazy. I think they'll change it. I think someone wasn't thinking this thing through, or they are under pressure because they want to borrow money, or they're under pressure because they've already borrowed money. It has to be one of those things, because it's not a rational way of doing things, in my opinion. It's too regressive. So that's all I have to say about that.
Kulata, don't you think that this administration need a reshuffle of all these ministers?
Sebi, I've been saying that since the first day.
I think that will happen on the anniversary, I suspect.
I mean, I've been shouting that since the minister list came out. I've been lamenting like no tomorrow, and everybody said, "Oh no, I was too early out of the gates to complain." Because when you look at the people there, the quality of the people, like, come on now, you can't fill important slots with just politicians, know nothing people, and we never expect miracles to happen. Is it only Cardoso and Wike and just a few people, including aviation, internal? The rest are just crap. And look, we can't afford to continue with the crap. And again, the junketing strategy is now turned to embarrassment. So it's time for a rejig, right? It's like when you're
even Wale Dun is no more.
Wale Dun is in over his head right now. He's in over his head. They need another coordinator of the economy, or you need someone assisting Wale Dun in almost equal capacity. Maybe not as a minister, but as something. We need that. You can't do everything. Like, come on, man. And it's like that's what Saki and I were chatting about. Like, from the monetary side, you can see what Cardoso is doing. At least we have this temporary stopgap there where they worked on inflows from the likes of us, the aspirants. They worked on inflows from FPIs.
How many of the diasporans are bringing in money? I'm still arguing.
I'm bringing money, ja. At least I'm feeding my age parents. So people that are building houses, people are doing stuff now. So money is diaspora money. At least they're trying to catch it.
Diasporans have always been bringing money.
But a lot of diaspora money doesn't really get the forex doesn't really get to Nigeria apparently. So they're doing everything to encourage that forex gets into the hands of, at least gets into CBN, so we can use it, because that's almost like free FX flow. Like the government is not working for it; it just comes. Or maybe the government already worked for it by educating us and sending us abroad. So that's a different story. But at this point in time, our fiscal side is struggling. And we need a rejig. It's time to press the brakes and make some personnel resource action. Like, we need resource action. Fire a lot of people. Get rid of a lot of people.
Kulata, is that not why I told you that economy is not theory? Economy is practical. Economy is that what I told you? Why I told you that economy is not reading textbook?
It's not textbook. We just have economic. We just have economic policies.
Economy is practical, no matter how you want to put it. So all this textbook reading cannot even improve anything.
Yes, we don't hear.
All right, let me take you to the space, Kulata. It's nothing to do with politics, so I'm just inviting you to celebrate this young lady a little bit. And it's a breath of fresh air. It's just a portal of hope. All this narrative of the country being somewhat unfair towards the Southeast. But it really
I don't do all those sentimental stuff. Well, no, continue.
Well, no, I think you may enjoy this. It says meet Oluchukwu or Owuwa or however her name is. A second lieutenant or lieutenant, as we call it in proper English, who completed her training at the Royal Military Academy, Sandhurst, UK. So it's really her name that struck me, and of course the brilliance of her achievement as well. Let me play you a 1-minute clip as she acknowledges humbly what she's achieved.
I feel blessed. I feel honored. I'm actually overwhelmed because this does not come like an everyday breakfast. It comes due to my hard work, dedication, God's grace, mentorship from my officers, my parents' advice, all this comes together to ensure that I'm here where I am today. Nigeria should expect the best. I will give him my best in my capacity with the help of God, obviously. Also with the help of the Nigerian army, giving me the backup that is required. I will try as much as possible to learn what is specific to my field, what is specific to my core. As you can see, I'm now in the intelligence core. I'll go through my courses, subsequent courses, and try my best to deliver what I can.
All right. I thought it was sweet, actually.
It touched my heart. Honestly, on a serious note, when you look at it on the surface, superficially, kind of like, okay, that's a Nigerian, a female that achieved, went to Sandhurst. I mean, isn't that one of the elite colleges, military colleges in the UK? Graduated from Sandhurst.
I think globally even, yeah.
Globally, yeah. And I think, I mean, she's in good company. But when you now like start looking at the sentimental aspect of it, that when you look at Nigeria and some people think, oh, there are people in the Southeast, it's all Biafra, it's all this, it's all that. Then you look at this patriotic woman that's from the Southeast. So that's why we really shouldn't be in the business of like stereotyping or paintbrushing and saying, oh, Yoruba people, oh, Igbo people. That's why I don't like getting into all those kind of discussions. Look at, I mean, you will think, oh, everybody from Southeast is running after Samuel Ekpa. I'm not going to work on Monday. But I mean, that's not the narrative. That's a Nigerian. So that is who we are, Nigerians. So we need to get out of all this over-exaggerated tribalism that is played on YouTube and what's it called, Twitter. Like, that's not life. That is life.
Is that all you saw there?
That's my opinion. Now, when you get to your turn, you can say your own. So that's what I see. I see a Nigerian young achiever, and I think she has a bright future. So yeah, that's what I see.
All right. So to the headline on the screen, when we were last touched on it, you were coming in sideways. So come at it frontally now. Foreigners now visit Nigeria for plastic surgery. So it's from the source, the Minister of State for Health. So anyone should know, he should know. But I think it actually extends beyond just plastic surgery. A whole raft of medical needs. People from Western spaces are now going to Nigeria. Is this a portal that they should expand?
Yeah, of course. Anything that brings more, anything that makes dollars makes sense. But like,
sorry, Kolata, Minister of State for Health, Alausa.
Who is that? Alausa?
Yeah, on the screen. Minister of State for Health. Is this like a typo?
Is that Lagos commissioner or is it Nigerian minister?
That's what's the
not the full minister, but the minister for state. They describe. This says the minister of state for health, Dr. Tunji Alausa.
Oh, his name is Alausa. Oh, okay.
Yes. No, his name is Alausa. No, not.
I thought it was
Alausa. Sorry, correct yourself.
Instead of him to be overhauling the healthcare system in the country, he's looking for those who are putting this cement in their nyash. Goodness, Lord.
So, okay. Cosmetic surgery. One man, why not? When I went to Turkey, it always makes me laugh. On the getting in the hotel, you see everybody, every guy will just have some ... on their scalp. These are people that came to do air graft. In the plane, going to Germany, the same thing. Is it that you see ... on their head, or you see them cover their nose or something? Because Turkey is renowned place for cheap cosmetic surgery. Same thing in Mexico,
Thailand is good for what's it called? All this transgender whatever. So why can't Nigeria too have cheap?
Do you know this may surprise you? Do you know the world's leading gender realignment country?
Isn't it Thailand?
Iran.
Oh no, that doesn't surprise me. No, that doesn't surprise me at all. I've known for a while that Iran has always been tolerant of sex change, because it's kind of like treated as like a medical condition. So that's a treatment. I've known about Iran. I've known about Iran for a long time. So I'm not surprised that they do it because it's allowed there. No, so that's, I mean, they don't take that most. Honestly, Iran is not really supposed to be a conservative country if you leave them on their own. They weren't in the 70s, they were almost like Europe before the 1979 revolution. And if you go now, when they did Salah,
they consider them to be the France of the Middle East. Is this Ayatollah guy that ruined the reputation?
It just ruined the whole thing. And they're fighting back to get back to where they are, because they were even featuring them during Salah. A lot of them were just eating normal food. They didn't fast or anything. But you still have the fundamentalists there, and they have the grip of power. That Iran is, if left to Iran, it will have been a very progressive country. So I'm not really shocked that they do that. But back to Nigeria, like, it's okay for us to be the mecca of even plastic surgery, Brazilian butt lifts. Why can't they call it Lagos butt lifts? We need to have our own one, because whatever will bring in the tourist dollars, I'm fine with it. And if we can raise our medical standards, so be it. And if it brings investment, so be it, because something needs to come. We need trickle. Like, if everybody from Africa, if they come to Nigeria to do their procedures, apart from maybe South Africa, everybody from poor Africa come to Nigeria to come and be doing their procedures, why not? But the area I was talking about earlier on, which is the reproductive part, that area needs a lot of cleaning up. I saw someone saying, no, they mandated only to inject 3 embryos. No, that's not true. I've seen many doctors, and I have friends that have used a lot of doctors, I mean, people looking for kids and all, that they pump in up to 6 embryos. Unfortunate ones, all of them
they do it like a lottery, don't they?
It's like a lottery. And when you now have the situation where you hit the jackpot and the 6 or 4 of them become viable, then, all bets are off. So that happens. And the unethical one happens that is almost like juju, it's almost like something, but at the end of the day, they give you a baby that has no DNA link to you. So that one, people may be in the know of that. But a lot of people coming to Nigeria with the promise of being able to take the kids abroad, they get to the embassy and then they get the root shock because there's no DNA link. So there's so many things we do in that space that I think we could clean it up. But if Nigeria becomes a medical mecca of sorts, I fully encourage it. I fully encourage it. But at the same time, it should not be at the expense of primary healthcare, which belongs to the state and is really, really suffering because we really don't have a lot of primary healthcare facilities across the country, especially in rural areas. I mean, we don't even have, what do they call those birthing clinics? Midwifery. We don't even have decent midwifery. The conditions of those things they're pathetic. But like I said, if this becomes a medical tourist destination, let's invest in it. Let's clean it up. Let's make sure we can make money from it. So if it makes dollars, it makes sense.
All right. Let me take you to one more space. A brief commentary on this, and then we go on to is it Canada? We said presidency confirms Tinubu's location and when he will return to Nigeria. So it's like a teleporting back in time, isn't it? Back to the election days. Where is the president? Where is the president? We all know where he is, of course.
Tinubu is in France now. He's taking his injection. He's chilling out. We need that to happen to him so we can keep him healthy, so we can rule the country. Like, what's the point? We know where he is. But they too need to be more transparent about his itinerary, because nobody said it was going to stop over in England and then on the way to France. The only thing we heard was his jet pack up and they took a commercial flight to Saudi Arabia. Then After a while, nobody heard of him anymore. So the president needs his treatment, but let them be forthright with whatever treatment. I mean, you don't even have to go into details of his health, but let us know, okay, is stopping over here for this or that, and everybody will just chill out. Because of this trip now, Shetima had to cancel his own trip to the United States for some economic conference, because you can't have both of them outside of the country. So he had to now send his own representative to the United States. And I mean, Tinubu looks, I mean, with the management they're giving him, it looks good. He's able to, I mean, before the election, because I knew he was going to win, my biggest fear was, how will this guy talk in the United Nations? Number one, because of all the rumors from those silly obedience and all those edited videos. And of course, his own health crisis too, some of them visible that we could see. So I was always worrying that while this guy is going to win, I really fear him talking. But I've seen him talk many times, like is decent. He goes into a lot of depth, especially when it comes to the economy.
You mean the foreign minister to go?
The foreign minister is the one that was supposed to go and represent Shetima. But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, before Tinubu became president, right? My biggest fear was, I hope he doesn't start talking in UN and he collapse or something. I was just worried. You remember when they used to, every single video out there was Bala Blue, him shaking, him tripping. You remember all that election period, all those videos that then Tunde Ednot and Co will be putting out there. You would think the guy was going to die anytime soon. So whatever care is getting in France, just make sure he's healthy for the time he's presiding over the country. His own personal health details, that's his business. But keep the country informed. That's all I care for. So I think that's about that to say about his itinerary. And we all know where he is, and we wish him speedy recovery, or he should come back and continue his work, or come and fix some of the mess they've created, like this tax or this levy or whatever we're gonna call it.
This pickpocketing. Let's call it pickpocketing.
Yeah, they need to come and fix that thing. That thing is embarrassing. When I saw it today, I just shook my head. So yeah.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the majestic Kulata. So thank you, Kulata. We go on from Kulata to Ekene. Ekene, you're up next. 8-minute monologue, very rigid with the time.
Oh man.
Okay, wata Adeo.
The only reason why I will not talk too much is because people like Kulata, Lali did a very good job. They were not blinded by politics, some form of party affiliation, and the support they gave to the president. So maybe they have started recognizing the situation of the Nigerian people, but still have a problem with Kulata, because I used to tell him that the economy is not a reading textbook. If Abanaka, the bangle you wear in your hand, you don't use mirror to look for it. It's in your hand there. You know what to do. You talk about the economy. The economy doesn't need too much explanation. Just an action. Economy even is driven by faith, hope, actions. Is what I want to achieve. That's how I want to achieve it. You understand? So trying to achieve a 1 trillion economy by suffocating the public, it's not how to do things. What happens to foreign direct investment? Where are they? Look for them. What happened to your manufacturers, your local investors? What are you doing to improve their capacity to be able to export their finished goods or even produce more local items? What are you doing? Nothing. So money doesn't fall from heaven. Money doesn't fall from reading textbook. Money fall from action. Ndebe is n'uche bụ ego. Uche bụ ego. Aka aja aja na-ebute ọnụ mmanụ. So it's an Igbo adage. Ị na-eri ji, ị na-etinye ụfọdụ n'ala. When you are eating your yam, you are keeping some for the next season. You don't eat the whole yam. These are Igbo economic adage that you don't need to read textbook. An adage you just need to give yourself. Then you apply it in your daily activities. Then you build an economy. That's how it is. So, but in Nigeria of today, we don't understand it that way. When you don't have enough capital to run your business, what do? You reduce a lot of cost. You try to invest more in your production, your export. That's what you do. But look at your budget. It has more expenses than investment. You even have to borrow to finance it. So how are you going to move forward? All these things, all the indices are there. But we are in Nigeria and everybody wants us to support the government, and we are supporting the government. But it's quite unfortunate that leaders we have today are not thinking about the future of this country. What they do is to borrow, and anything that they can do just to get a loan, they don't hesitate to do that. Because I heard that this tax increase was just because of $750 million they want to borrow. Is it from World Bank or wholesale? Anytime they hear loan, their body they shake them. If they don't do anything to collect that loan, they will not rest. So, but that's the country we find ourselves. Don't borrow. You are not even borrowing for the reason of borrowing. Just borrow to share it among yourself. Borrowing is for productivity. Borrowing is necessary for productivity. So you check your products. I used to say it here.
So Tinubu has been borrowing for consumption, or he's been sharing the borrowed funds.
It's not only Tinubu. I'm not talking about only Tinubu. I'm talking about the administration we have under APC, especially from Buhari to this time around. And they're not, the current administration is not doing anything.
You don't need to go back to Buhari now. You just talk on what Tinubu is doing. Do what he's doing.
All of them combined together destroy this country. So I'm not exempting any of them. Because when they come out to give me the narrative that Tinubu is a different...
Is not probing Tinubu's, Buhari's administration now?
Let him go and carry Buhari now. How many major key stakeholders in that administration has been arrested? Is it only Emefiele? Or Emefiele only chop the money? Let Emefiele chop the money now.
It's not only Emefiele. Others are under investigation.
So, let's see the capacity of the investigation. It's not a mere investigation. Let's see how. I don't want to argue all this.
Hold on, Ekene. Do you appreciate the government for investigating and trial of Emefiele? Do you appreciate them for what they're doing against Emefiele? Do you appreciate it?
For the trial of Emefiele?
Do you appreciate what they are doing on Emefiele?
Yeah, Emefiele should be probed. I appreciate it, but it's done. It's not only Emefiele. What I mean is that you have to get other people involved. to provide the money.
They get to
You
them,
understand?
the money man.
To serve a
He
veteran
was
so
the
that
one, hold on. He was the money man. He was the one disbursing money, sharing the dollars, and doing all sort of things. So they started from him. It surely get to some other people too. So, but
my point is my problem today is
I think it's not. I think it's not good enough to paint that. Oh, why is it Emefiele? Is it Emefiele?
Emefiele should be probed.
Sorry, let me just add this quickly. Emefiele should be probed, but he was also the one that kept the Nigerian currency reasonably more valuable than this same current government that we are. Ajalegogo seems to be very, very fine.
You don't even know what they are talking about. I don't want to engage in that argument with
that
you.
Is a fact.
It's a beer parlor.
Beer parlor. We're looking at real numbers.
When Emefiele had it for 4 something, how was, I mean, you don't know it was.
How
was
what?
borrowing from. Hold on. So you
I beg,
don't know.
make now allow us make
it
this
was
thing flow.
borrowing
Now
to
make it reach
defend.
our turn. Now many of us will sleep off.
Ajalegogo, for some reason, seems to have specific.
Leave to Niger is the only one that understands
because he knows he's going to lose this argument that he wants to be involved in.
Let Ekene continue.
Let's allow Ekene
Ekene continue.
So what I want to say is that if there is anything that I was expecting Tinubu to perform better, is the economy. So, and that's where people rated him the most. So if there is anything that I will never expect him to fail, is the economy. But economy is still, it seems the economy is the worst of this administration. And
you mean the economy is doing like this and is doing like that, according to Honorable Kazwari?
The thing is just bending anyhow. I don't even know their policy anymore. I don't even understand it. Just these few weeks that things are getting out, they have not even said anything. They just feel like they're just confused. They don't know what to do again. But the solutions are there. It's just that they don't want to follow the right direction. You know your production is very low. You know that. Even your major export, your oil export is very low. What are you doing to improve it? You just allow people getting away with some barrels of petroleum every day. You're not doing anything about it. You know, even that one that you have, that that only export commodity that you have, fight for it now. Remove the criminality that is there. Improve the production, even up to 2 million barrel per day. It will go a long way. All this textbook reading, I'm tired of it. They don't want to do.
They're selling 17 oil blocks. They're listing 17 oil blocks. 6 of them offshore, the rest are onshore. So the main problem is not like people think literally that they're stealing 400,000 barrels a day. They're not stealing literal 400,000 barrels a day. 400,000 barrels a day is the opportunity cost of what we could be pumping because of damaged pipelines and coal. While they're stealing some, what they're literally stealing is not 400,000. So for you to understand, there's going to be investment in the onshore by local companies. Some of it, like Seplat. Hold on. Let me land now. Like for example, Seplat is buying. Seplat is come from the Anambra.
Don't let him land, or don't let facts get in the way of propaganda. Or don't let facts get in the way of propaganda.
Seplat.
Let him be saying.
You don't even let me forget my chain of thought.
Seplat. Your propaganda is with me.
Seplat that's owned by, I mean, maybe run by, let me not say owned, run by your Anambra guy, or Kiazo or something like that, is buying the mobile assets that are onshore. O&O, that is Wale Tinubu, they're buying Eni and Ajip. A company called Renaissance Consortium, multiple companies, but basically some Yoruba guys from Porto Novo, they're buying Shell assets. And then another one called Chapel Energy, they're buying Equinor. So we will now have local players on the onshore that, I mean, we will have to kind of like do Gidigbo with the Niger Delta people. I mean, local. We go sabi ourselves, and the oil majors are all going deep offshore. So new investments are coming in that space, but that place has been neglected since Yaradua Jonathan time. So don't expect any sort of productivity to come overnight when you're not putting money into it. But now that they're putting money into it, it's going to take some time. So just to correct that space.
Nigeria used to have 2.5 million capacity to this in
That's why it's a past tense.
and
A lot of damages have happened since, and
yeah,
nobody
but it's
invested
easy
in
to
it.
call it damage, but we know that there are rigs out there that are still
Do you understand when I said there's not been investment in that period for a long time?
I
So if there's
heard
no
that
investment, what
part.
do you think will happen?
See, that is a good space for somebody to steal from. We know they found oil rigs out there that are still taking oil out, even if this is
We know, but
tanker
it's not literal 400,000 barrels a day. There's
But
that place lacks
rigs,
investment, and we need to bring investment into
steal
it.
oil from rigs,
I can continue.
it's not 2 barrels, it's not 5 barrels. I don't even know what you have as an interest to paint it as if it's nothing we should be worried about. I don't know why you are coming here to say that.
No, we should be worried about it because even Good Luck did 2.5 million. So, and we know how the economy did it during his own time. So I will continue to refer to that. So the propaganda that
What was the oil price during? Was then it was the highest in decades under Good Luck Jonathan?
It was as high as 140 for a sustained period. $140 per barrel for a sustained period.
Even before Buhari left office, oil price also increased. So all this narrative, I don't buy to it. The most important thing is that the government are not working towards the right direction.
Okay, let me ask you a common sense question. If you don't invest in your shop and your shop is damaged small, do you expect big productivity from your shop? Yes or no, until you fix whatever you need to fix there, right? It's that simple. So let's leave it like that.
It's that simple now. So why are they not? Why is it taking them too much to do?
Yeah, because the oil majors own the asset. They've abandoned the asset and they're now selling it to the local players. And then they still have.
The problem is that whether damage or not, the problem is that solving issue in Nigeria is becoming too difficult. You go a lot of processes, taking decisions are very difficult.
Ekene, why are you allowing Kulata to tell you that damage is the reason why our production? Yes, damage is no, Kulata, you agree that it's also a very good way to camouflage theft.
No, let's
not about agree. Listen, guys. There's theft. You can also see the pipelines being drilled by professionals. They're siphoning it. There's whatever, but there's no investment too. So as you damage stuff and you catch the theft or you don't catch the theft, that pipe. I mean, you've done physics or whatever. That pipe, the pressure that's supposed to come out of it is not coming out. The oil we're expecting is not coming out. Whatever the float meter is measuring is not measuring shit. So not until they fix that, and then you have active investment and people kind of like looking after it, not people that have abandoned it, then we'll be able to have productivity. But not until they sort out the take over someone else's contract, the contractual laws, for crying out loud. So let them transfer ownership and let's look at the Nigerians. Let's see what they can do.
In summary, there is oil theft and there is underinvestment. Just that simple. You can just tell people that.
That's exactly what I said. But you guys will
it took a long time now. It took a long time.
Argument then. Can I bring it up in a couple more minutes and then we move on? Yeah.
So that's the problem, and most of the time, the way we do things, these charges even useful to the economy. Why are you directing it to the account of the NOSA? So the way we do things in this country, I think it has to go to the federation account. Improper way of doing things. So this money that you even want to charge, you are diverting it for personal use. No accountability. Because who is going to give account of this? This money, why is Nigerian government behaving like this? Why do they build head that they are not going to make this country work for every Nigerians? It's just for them. For them. Anything that is not their interest, they are not going to do it. So you are directing this money to the account of the NCL or whatever they call his name. So when are they going to give account of it? This is a very huge amount of money they're going to realize from this tax increase and all this stuff. At the end of the day, to what? They're going to use it to do electricity? Are they going to use it for, they are saying, security purpose? Are they going to use it for education? What are they going to use it for? They are just generating money. To no account. Tomorrow you still have to go and borrow money. Even with all these things, all these tax here and there, you still want to go and borrow money. I agree to una. Because even my learned brother from who supported this government is even tired. He's even surprised that the government don't want to do anything to help their citizens or to improve it. All the English he has spoken, even in Arise TV, in Channels Television, trying to put solution on the table. At the end of the day, he now realized that nothing to show. Nothing to show.
All right.
So we're just hoping.
All right, thank you, Kenneth. So thank you, Kenneth. So thank you, Kenneth, and thank you, everyone. I'm going to bail out, hand over to Thomas here. Acknowledge the super chatters. Ayo only Ayo brought his wallet to class today. But so of course supported him somewhat. Joel of Nashville celebrates the return of Saki father. So you can still super chat Thomas if you so choose. But I thank everyone. See you tomorrow. So Thomas, Emeka next to Niger after. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Former. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go to Emeka.
Quickly, so I think I just want to thank you. I just want to chime in after waiting so patiently. Especially for two Nigeria to
do you know this Edeji Yoruba? He said, so it's the one that patient that is God's behind. So God is behind you.
Amen. Thank you very much. Well, I just wanted to chime my own opinion on this cybersecurity levy. So what's so funny, right? You know, I think we have a journalism sector that is, I think, is dead already. So if you ask me, right, they want to tax, let's say, completely almost the Nigerians who are in the banking sector. So if you are not involved in the formal banking sector, you will not be taxed with this cybersecurity levy, regardless of what it is. Now, the first thing I'll be expecting in typical Nigerian journalists to do is to ask, why? Was this budgeted for initially? And if it was budgeted for, what is happening with the funding? Now, those are the three questions I asked myself. And what did I do? I said, okay, let me go and check the National Security Advisor's budget. Not just the budget, the Appropriation Act, because it has been signed into law now. And lo and behold, the State Security Services, that's the SSS or the DSS, whatever you want to call them, there is a cybersecurity, hold on guys, there is a cybersecurity allocation. Let me go to that page properly. So we're in a public forum. We have to speak with evidence. So there's actually a cybersecurity monitoring system, SIM, actually pronounced SIM, is spelled SIEM, but pronounced as SIM, with perpetual license, means forever license, budgeted at 445,622,826 naira. Okay, so there was actually a budget for cybersecurity monitoring system called SIM. I went online to research what is SIM. It's actually a cybersecurity monitoring system, right, for businesses as well as for government organizations. It's an application and a software that you can use to detect threats, analyze the threats, evaluate the threats, and make solution against this threat. So it's a prevention and detection system. Okay. So I'm not speaking off the top of my head. So I went to do a little bit of research. Now the next question is, it was budgeted for, right, in the Appropriation Act. What happened to the funding? So if it was budgeted for, the possibility of it to be funded is there. If it was so important, then the funds would have been kept. Now, with a little bit of research.
Sorry for stopping you. Sorry for your train of thought. But our budget is maybe implementation, let's say 50 or 60 thereabout. Maybe they need more funds.
So to answer the first, it was three questions. No, three questions was why? Was it budgeted for? What happened if it was budgeted for? What is the funding concern here now? The why is, I understand why we need to protect our cybersecurity environment, especially to avoid threats coming in, prevent threats, and in this digital age now, cybersecurity is the in thing, especially most of the military penetration attacks now are through the cyberspace. So if we are not equipped there, I think it's one place we need to improve on. So the why is clearly answered, but was it budgeted for? Yes, it was budgeted for. So now what happened to the funding? That's what we now need to understand. What's wrong with the funding? Why do they have to make Nigerians to pay for something that is within the budget?
Did we lose America or something?
I think we lost Emeka.
No,
it's
I'm sorry. I'm here.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
So with the little research that I've done, I found out that it was a Buhari's administration policy approved, but it was not implemented. It was not implemented during this administration. Now, why are we implementing this? And why should Nigerians who are currently going through a tough economic time pay for this? Why? Even if there's a necessity to do this, the timing is actually wrong. You don't tax people when people are struggling for food, people are crying and wailing, inflation is almost killing everybody, and then you are now eating into the already depreciated value of the naira to take out of them.
But Emeka, do you think people in this category they have enough? That Mama Sikira that you are talking about is not taking his money to bank, it's not transferring anything. So maybe they are targeting the middle, what do you always call the middle
class?
Yes, yeah. So
Middle
what do you
class,
think that
the rich, the middle class, the rich, and the ultra rich.
And the rich, yes.
So that's a fair point, but even the middle class are crying too. If the middle class have not, their value of wealth or naira has not even transformed them to become the poor, and the poor are now become the wretched. Why the rich is not the middle class, and the ultra rich are now rich according to the value of the naira. That's my own opinion. I'm just expressing an opinion here. So now the question I'll be expecting our journalists to ask is, yes, it is important. 2, it was budgeted for. 3, what is happening with the funding? Why do they need Nigerians to pay for this? So we now need to find out the funding requirements.
But Emeka, sorry, this research you just did now, many of us don't know. Even some journalists doesn't even know.
That is the problem. You see, we have bad journalists. This is not the first time or the fifth time I'm saying it. We truly have a bad journalistic sector in Nigeria. They don't know how to ask the right questions. They don't know how to do research. They don't know how to dig for information. They don't know how to go about eliciting answers for questions, right? That's why a Ghanaian refugee can bombard us with writing scripts and saying he's doing investigative journalism when people are handing him what to write for on their behalf if they want to fight the government. We don't have good journalists in the country. These are just, I'm not a journalist. I just asked 3 questions and I said, let me go straight to the budget to find, and it was budgeted for. Not only was it budgeted for, listen to this. There's also another upgrade of geolocation system and procurement of vehicle direction finder for the service. Guess what? This is an ongoing expenditure, which means it is a recurrent expenditure. How much was budgeted for this geolocation system? Is this SSS thinking we are stupid? What is geolocation system upgrade for something that already exists to find people in a specific location or track you down to the T in your house, and you are doing an upgrade for 437,724,100 naira? Upgrade of geolocation software. You are doing an upgrade for almost 500 billion rather. Why do we have wicked people in our country? Insensitive, wicked people. Now, why should 500 billion be budgeted for geolocation software? It's not installation, it's not even license, it's upgrade. 500 billion for software geolocation. That Yahoo boy will sit down and put and press something. If you have free geolocation software online, spreading everywhere. And Nigerians will not be the one, and to let you know, this is a ongoing, this levy or tax is forever. Till you cease to become a Nigerian and take all your money away. Forever, you will continue to pay that transaction fee.
But Emeka, if the funds are being paid to secure Nigeria in terms of the cyberspace, is that not is it not what this is? Because some transactions have exemptions to it from what I can see, and because also if Nigerians are paying for it and they're not seeing results, you can see why they will be more involved in terms of questioning the government. Okay, we are paying for cybersecurity. Why are you not securing us from the cyber attacks in case we encounter some serious cyber issues? Don't you think is what
your question is a very valid question. I like the question, but this is what you call double taxation, if not triple or quadruple taxation. Nigerians should not be meant to suffer this way. Let's be very realistic. The government is supposed, there's a budget, we know where we get our revenue from. As a matter of fact, the president, when he was discussing the budget in the House of Assembly, he said we have a deficit of 9.2 trillion naira, which I have checked, and we are borrowing about $8 billion to cover a portion. I think is about 80%. I'm not sure, I'm not so certain, but 80% of the budget deficit. Now we have 9 trillion naira deficit. If 8 billion is 80%, then the remaining 20% can either be borrowed internally. So the 8 billion is a Eurobond issue. Just last week, Fitch, was it this week or last week? Fitch rated, no, I think it was this week because Bayo Ononuga was talking about it.
It was this week. It was on Monday.
Monday. It was on Monday. It was yesterday. Bayo Ononuga was saying they've rated our credit rating from stable to now positive, which is very good. It's a good one. We are preparing ourselves to issue another Eurobond to fund our deficit, our budget deficit. Now, if that is 80%, apparently it should cover for this cyber security with monitoring system, with SIM, with perpetual license. So if this has perpetual license, why should Nigeria continue to pay for a cyber security system till they die? Till they die. If we have a perpetual license for SIM, just Google. I'm not saying this off the top of my head. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is not an opinion from me. Just Google SIEM. And it will tell you what it's all about. Google the cost. There's a $20,000 to a $1 million range. and that goes down to whatever you want to specify. I can agree that the government may want, that the SSS may want a widespread coverage. I'm not going to define their scope for them, right? Even though I find the cost to be a bit excessive, I won't define their scope of coverage. But why should Nigerians continue to pay for this when it is already budgeted for? The next thing, you see, if we have good journalists, they will ask the right question and they will say this is crap.
But the question you asked just now, why must they pay for it when it's already budgeted for? Maybe the budget is not sufficient, and
I just told you now that we are going to the Euro bond. We are issuing a Euro bond, rather, sorry, for $8 billion. That is going to cover our deficit for 80%. The remaining 20% is not dependent on how they want to borrow, whether internally or externally. Either they want to go to multilateral lenders or bilateral lenders, either the Chinese, multilateral lenders, either World Bank or IMF. It not depends. Or they can decide not to borrow 20%, which now means they recalibrate the budget based on our regular funding and the 80% budget deficit to cover off, and now ascertain the budget implementation.
So, but the issue still remains that we don't generate a lot of resources, that's income from our economy.
I just told you you are
talking about Euro bond.
What I'm saying now is,
make a quick question. What the budget benchmark we used was $800 or some ridiculous amount like that. So the deficits they're talking about, is that inclusive of the exchange rate fluctuations? Because
I agree. At that rate, yes, it does, because that was what they used to estimate the budgetary expenditure as well as the budgetary revenue. That was what
800 compared to 1400. That's like a $600, $700
that is a problem they created. The point is that the Nigerian people themselves need to be contributing to the system, because you know full well that the countries we live in, their contribution to the state is a lot higher. So I don't know why we're arguing. What we should be worrying more about is how they are going to use the resources that is being collected. Personally, I don't have any serious issue with that, especially when it comes to security, for that matter. Question, you should be researching what are they going to do with it. That is what you want to find out, because they might just take the money.
What else do they want to do with it? Either to fight, say, cyber war, defend a cyber attack or a threat. As a matter of fact, in Nigeria, we don't even have enough digital footprint in terms of technology being wired in. We don't have that enough like the Western world, where maybe the Russians can come and shut down all your traffic lights, and before you know it, your traffic light is not working. Or they could knock. We don't have.
Or they could cut us off the internet. That's another
They could
infrastructure
cut us off the internet. I agree with that. But there's
a budget. There's a budget amount now, isn't it? 400 and something million. So that means there's a scope.
Exactly. This is what they have said they want to do. Is already in place. Yes, there might be some shortfall in the budget. Now that is why I went straight to the geolocation system. Right? If we have Nigerians who have the country at heart, a geolocation system, an upgrade for $500 million is extremely excessive for a geolocation system. The cost for a geolocation system to even install it is not even close to $1 million. Let's even take out $1 million. It's not even close to $40,000. It's not close to.
Sorry, how do you mean a geolocation system? Because
a geolocation to track you, that's what it means. To track your location, wherever you are, they are looking for you. As long as you have a phone in your system, as long as you can text and make call, they can track you anywhere down to your house. That's what it is. Or they are looking for your car. They can track your car and know where your car is.
How much do they allocate for that?
And guess what? We already have an existing satellite system that I don't know what that satellite system is actually doing. If the satellite system is not working, that's fine. That's okay. We can understand. With the satellite system, we shouldn't be talking about geolocation software.
Are you sure it's working?
Maybe it's not working. That's why they cannot track all these bandits.
The last time Ajande Boko, if you remember, we treated it here that it's not working.
The rumor was it was knocked down off the orbit.
But
doubt
Emeka,
that.
Emeka,
Yes.
this blah 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 blue that we are even doing on this government action or what they are proposing to do, is it even backed by law?
There was, if you ask me, I think there was.
Because if it's not,
I think there was there's a law. Yeah, there is a law.
No. What I'm saying is that if there is law for these charges that they are trying to effect on Nigeria, because it must be backed by law.
Thank you. I think
it's not backed by law.
I think it's a policy. It's not a law. I would check. When my time is done, I will check, and whoever is speaking, I might probably just interject, or anybody can just check while I'm speaking. Right? I think it's a policy and not a law. If it's a policy, then Nigerians should stand. Even if it's a law, why would you make a law that we want to impact Nigeria? So my problem is, please, I just want to follow what I'm saying. Is we as Nigerians will continue to pay this. See, as long as you transact in Naira, you will pay this fee till you die.
Yeah, but how? Why he keeps saying till you die as if is that how it's supposed to work?
Now, wait, let me land now. And after you die, your children will pick up your estate and continue to pay from your estate and from their own fees too, till they hand over. So this is a very wicked levy.
I don't really understand. Okay, let me just understand it. Let me try to understand it. You are saying this is supposed to be based on transaction.
Yes. Every transaction you conduct.
Why are you making it look like they pass it on to the children? That's what every adults do. You pay tax.
No, your children. Are you saying your children will never grow?
Yeah, when they grow, they start paying tax now. Which is normal.
But this is quadruple taxation now. They will pay income tax. They will pay VAT.
Is this a value-added tax? What sort of tax is this? What's the service? Because you transact?
Cyber security now. Cyber security.
It's a graduate tax.
No, but rational mind, not rational mind. To Nigeria.
Yeah.
This was budgeted for, and I quote here. That's why I say our journalists are failing us. Let them ask the question. You're right. This is a cyber space monitoring system. They cannot tell me anything different. At least I don't do small course on cyber security. At least I am not a cyber security expert.
My suspicion is that I don't know. I'm just trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, because this is quite a significant chunk of money, 0.5% of most transactions. They may actually be looking to transition Nigeria to a more digital age, because
they are not transferring us anywhere.
How do you know that? Because we don't have.
That's why I want to say. At least I am not a cyber security expert, but I do course for them. At least I do course. They are not transferring us anywhere. We are not going anywhere. We are not even going to Shomolu. Talk less of going to
we don't have data centers in Nigeria. Maybe that will go towards it. How do you know?
Who told you?
Not enough.
I worked in a bank and there was a data center that was providing us.
Yes.
What did you say? I worked in a bank in Nigeria. Who told you we don't have data center?
Most of our transactions are not in Nigeria. You know,
we have data center in Nigeria.
I've been installing data centers in Nigeria since 1999.
No,
they've been installing it, but how many?
No, I don't mean government. I don't mean government data centers.
We have major data centers, like all our telecoms. Well, how do you think they run? How do you think our telecoms run?
How do you think the banks run?
Because
how do you think the banks run in Nigeria?
They come on, the banks have their own. I know that.
The MTNs and all
the
those
banks
things.
No.
Emeka, they will soon be charging you some fee for police security, army security. It's a matter of time. So
those are small data centers.
This cyber security that they want to start charging Nigeria for, it just has it been done in any part of the world? Can somebody research it? And
I am not aware.
They charge it in other forms. They charge it in other forms.
I am not aware. I think
Baba, you must fight this one. No, you must fight
I think there should be a single
see,
tax.
you guys, if there's anything I like about Tinubu government, the way they approach this is that they try to make Nigerians pay for the services that they get, and I think that you will have to go deeper and find out what they are looking to use these things for before we just start criticizing. Because I really think that Nigeria needs to move on and start getting. Because remember, they can
that is
leverage
the question now. That is the question we are supposed to be asking, and Nigerians are supposed to be asking. Why a lot of Nigerians are not aware of this or do not understand what it is. It is now, that's why we are on this platform discussing it. And I know many of us will be more challenged to go and research, especially yourself too, Niger. You will go do your own independent research and you will come up with questions. And I'm expecting, yesterday, that was when they made the announcement, I'm expecting a Nigerian journalist to have gone to go do his or her research and write and ask the government why. That's the first question, why? And then if you are now putting 2 and 3 in place, like what Kolata has said, yes, there's a shortfall in FX that was budgeted for, but regardless, we still can be able to cover our budget deficit at least by 60%. So the remaining 40%, the government can decide on what to do, either to go and look for the money or completely ignore it. So if this has been budgeted for in the budget, because they cannot explain anything else. If it's for cybersecurity that we don't have a cybersecurity monitoring system, it is budgeted for. It is not an appropriation act that we do. If they are talking about maintenance, that is a lie. It is a perpetual license. If they are talking about staffing, Nigeria should not be paying the salaries of federal civil servants.
It's the responsibility of the state now to secure the country cyber.
I'm a bit surprised by how Emeka is crossed by this.
No, I just want to give you the latest.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to give you the latest information before you guys have been talking about. First and foremost, it has been suspended till September. That is one.
Of course, it should be suspended. Thank you very much.
Secondly, 0.05% for individual above 500,000 deposit.
It doesn't matter.
Transferring from your bank to another person that have the same bank, you are not going to pay anything. So first and foremost, let's get the details first. So it has been suspended to September. I was surprised that none of you know about it.
Yeah, thank you, Remy. Thank you for that information.
I've been thinking thank you. The suspension is not that they don't want to implement.
I don't know why we are always against paying for
the
state.
So they suspend it, but if they suspend it, rest assured that it's not coming back anymore. So don't worry about it.
To Nigeria, let me land. Do you pay for cyber security in Britain where you live?
Yes, if you use PayPal, you will pay through your node. I think they charge almost 1% or 5%.
Let me ask PayPal charges a lot. If it's paying for cyber security there,
they charge a lot. Have you used PayPal? PayPal will charge you.
The question is, are you paying for cyber security?
Oh yes. If you look at it, okay, in terms of the state, I don't know, but I know that banking in the UK they charge you for it too. They can charge you quite high.
They charge high. It's not the banks the bank charge you for the services they render to you. Now, what they are doing is the National Security, the Office of the National Security, the NSA rather, before I bite my tongue, is using the CBN. You see how wicked they are. Is using the CBN to mandate Nigerian banks to collect this money from Nigerian customers.
Yes.
You see how bad it is.
But I know, but it's not bad. It's a good thing because Nigerians, you can't reach them any other way.
Tunaja, please, let me not.
You have to be practical now. How else can you get to Nigerians?
When people
so that Nigerians will start hiding their money.
When people are discussing progressive, he be discussing.
You are not being progressive. You are just trying to hide so that Nigerians don't develop. We have to develop sooner or later. You don't want to pay any tax.
But Tunaja, I don't still understand your argument. I asked the question, why? Why? I asked the question, why? The why is even if I don't have, even if Tunaja, maybe you like to hear your voice now, but calm down now.
I'm answering.
The why is, yes, they want to defend, use cyber security threats. Fine, that is good. Was it budgeted for? Yes, it was budgeted for. Is fund available for it? We don't know. But the president told us. So that's why I'll go back. The president said. That's why if there are any journalists, Nigerian journalists, listen, go and do your job properly. And I'm quoting it. Go back to when the president was presenting the budget. And how he said, this is how we will fund the budget. And not only that, the budget has said how it's going to be funded. Now, with 9 trillion, which may probably shoot up to 11 trillion due to FX issues, possibly. Due to FX issues, it will shoot up. So if it's 9 trillion, let's say it's 10 trillion, and we are now issuing a Eurobond for $8 billion. So the $8 billion can be able to cover some of the budget deficits. Now, if this is very important, what I know, at least I manage my department budget. I know you will prioritize what is important and leave those that what is not important, and focus on and implementing the important sector, the important budget line, and move on. If this is important and they want Nigerians to pay for it, which I think Nigerians should not pay for, it's not that we are paying once. If we're paying once, well, okay, we are paying once, let's just pay. Even if we are paying in twice, okay, let's just pay. Even if we are paying for 1 year, okay, let's manage. Till you die.
So you don't want to pay till you die?
We're not supposed to pay to Nigeria. Please, please. We are not supposed to pay. Nigeria is not supposed to pay for this.
You are supposed to.
We are not. So
Why not?
It was budgeted for. 2, the money will be made available for it. So let's ask the government, why do they want us to pay this? And then this now would make journalists to go and review the budget line for departments within the National Security Advisor's office. And now highlight areas that they should not implement any budget, that will not kill the office of the National Security Advisor and can be pushed to next year's budget. Take money from that place, if funds are available, take money from that place and implement your cyber security monitoring system.
Let me ask you then, do you agree that when Nigerians pay for stuff, they are more likely to hold their governments accountable?
What do you mean we are more likely to hold? Are we not paying taxes? Are they not eating our taxes?
By and large, Nigerians don't pay taxes.
We pay taxes. You don't pay taxes. We pay taxes.
Emeka, all the fees.
So you didn't answer the question.
All the fees and charges
that we have been paying, the VAT that we have been paying, the stamp charges that we have been paying, the personal income taxes that we have been paying, the corporation taxes that we have been paying, and these people are still stealing this money. They still want Nigerians to still pay more taxes so that they can steal it, get fat, get big. What do you mean? What do you mean by
Nigerians steal, but not see our internally generated,
okay, I am
revenue. You
Thomas,
know that is very
please
low. Now.
Hand over to Niger. I think I'm done with the conversation. Just hand over to you.
Like till we die.
Hold on. Yeah. You conclude. Hold on, Remy, please. Yeah.
Emeka, you see,
have you concluded?
Look at the
I've not concluded. That's why I say hand over to Tunaja does not want me to conclude.
You are saying we should not pay taxes if we die.
Are we need to Tunaja? Let me say. You see?
No, not to Tunaja now.
I don't know who.
Emeka has the floor.
Emeka is just saying you want to him. So, but when you look at all the bank charges and fees that bank originally charges, what those charges, what do they represent? Are they not for the security of the fund in the bank? So what is this cyber this thing? What is it going to represent when they charge for every transaction that you made? I don't know. I'm sure it's not flat rate. I think it's per transaction.
It's per transaction. It's not a flat rate. It's not a one-time payment.
It's not.
Per
every transaction. And still they want to put this cyber this thing. And Tunaja is saying, "Oh, come and pay." I think Tunaja like to just generate controversy.
No, Tunaja is security. Is a security freak. So anything security,
controversial.
So anything security, it gets Tunaja going. So he doesn't mind throwing all his money into
He
security.
doesn't pay it in Britain, no. Where
security
he
gives him a
doesn't pay it
bonus.
in Britain. They don't
It
charge
gives
him.
him, yes,
him a bonus.
anything security, just makes
You
him
see all
get
these,
all out of.
you see all these people that are always happy to go to other countries to enjoy their
Well,
security.
when
They
two
tell them to
Nigeria
put it in
hears
their country, they
security
have
like
problems.
this, if two Nigeria hears security, all his body will be shaking like he took.
Because it's the most important aspect we've not fixed.
No, security is important to Nigeria. Nobody is disrupting or disagreeing with you. Security is very important, and to be honest, this cyber security.
And Emeka, this Sabbath too is under security.
Yes,
isn't
it's
it?
under this. It's under the SSS. It's important, but again, why should Nigeria pay for something that is budgeted for that will be funded, and why should we continue to pay for it?
But
Not
Emeka,
just if you transact like 20 times, you are going to pay 20 times.
But Emeka, I said earlier on, it may not fall to like me, like wretched man like this. He will be the big man that transact. He will not really impart the downtrodden one, Mama Silifa selling corn on the road, or Mama Induka selling corn on the road.
It will impart everybody. At least Mama Sirika's son will send her money one day. Once the son sends her money, they will deduct that transaction fee for sending his mother Sirika money, and they will deduct it. So it will cut across everybody. We will visit Nigeria. Many of us transact. We have businesses there. So if you don't have business, you will go. Once you go and you transact, they will charge you. You can't escape.
Yeah,
so
and they will be carrying cash around.
They should tax. They should tax. See, the thing is, I don't mind. I think the people that will lose are the ones that send money to and fro to each other, and it's going forward and it's going backward because you're just spending money and they are charging you both ways.
Yeah, true, Nigeria. Yeah, but the problem is we can't keep taxing ourselves in a country where people are still complaining, and the other taxes they have not even looked at. You see, they've not looked at ways to even improve the revenue collection system in the country.
But
they are not taxing Nigerians.
People not complaining in Australia.
This is one of them.
Emeka, are people not complaining in Australia, complaining in America? But that doesn't stop. Yeah, that doesn't stop the government to get their tax. This country is based on tax. If you don't pay tax here, it's like you don't kill somebody.
I agree. You have to pay taxes, but in Nigeria too, we pay taxes. Anyway, this is my conversation. This conversation. Remy.
I just want to quickly state, instead of introducing cyber security, I would like the government to formalize Nigeria informal sector. When you formalize it, then you cover a more wide area of people that are not paying tax. Because when you look at Nigeria, we have about 66% entrepreneur that does not even register their company very well.
That is what the PwC man is trying to implement since. I don't know why he's like he has not gotten a permanent seat in government.
If we do like that, then we expand the tax net, and then the tax committee should come up with a tax reform as quickly as possible. So that if we have this thing with our NIN number, then we can be able to quantify what is your cost and what is your profit per annum, and how much tax will you pay, or what kind of tax, what kind of
people should be not doing self-assessment. I agree with you. Yes, I do. I agree with you.
But wait, Remy, that guy has already implemented a draft. I don't know, Emeka, if you've seen it. There's a draft of the tax policy.
Okay, I will check.
I've not read it, but
I will check. I'll try to, if it's available, I'll try to read it.
It's available.
Thanks, Kolata, for bringing it up. Yeah. So I think to Nigeria, we will speak on this. There's one topic that I wanted to, but I've forgotten about the topic. One, just that simple. I won't waste time, just seconds. Give my opinion. I think it's, which of the major headlines do we have? Let me remember
Is it that head minister gallivanting that Nigeria.
No, leave that one. I don't know what's wrong with that one. Instead of him to go and change and overhaul our healthcare system, he's busy measuring people who are coming from abroad to come and fix cement in their nyash. Leave that man. I don't know. We just have irresponsible ministers in the Tinubu administration. They are going to mess the president up completely. They will mess him up. No, I can see it. They'll mess it. How can a minister come out, regardless whether you're a junior minister or a senior minister, and the way you are evaluating, you say people are now coming to Nigeria to come and do plastic, to come and push cement in their bomb. And you just look like, okay, what? Even if you want to talk about the healthcare, that should not even for, because you know how journalists will pick on your words. It's not something you should be going about to be discussing, even though it's not the core discussion of what you are trying to portray on the healthcare sector. The first question we've asked last 2 weeks: what are these ministers doing? What is the Minister of Health doing? I think who came out to say the two of them came from abroad. That's why they're monitoring.
We don't know their policy on health.
We don't know their policy. That's why they're monitoring. Maybe they're the ones doing the bomb-up tourism.
They try to claim the achievement of others, those in the private sector that struggle to work hard.
Who are doing the surgery.
Yes,
the private doctors who are doing the surgery, and even that is benefiting the private doctors personally. You have not implemented anything. You don't even have the policy that you have communicated to Nigerians on how you intend to revamp the healthcare sector. The next thing you are going, even with the book you read in medical school, plus the practice you practiced everywhere, you went to abroad, you were from abroad, even the exposure that you even have in the United States, you came back and your metrics, your performance metrics is to measure the number of people coming to fix cement in their bomb. We are finished in that country. We are finished. Good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Emeka. Emeka, I have to tell you this, if you don't mind. Don't take it personal. Are you hearing me?
I can hear you.
Yes. I don't know you can be critical of this government, even though I know you support them. That's kudos to you. Yeah, I just have to say that, because some people will just put their blind eye on anybody they support.
Oh, yes, I remember the topic. Sorry to Thomas. I remember the topic. What you just said now. Me, if I see bad thing, I go talk bad thing. If I see good thing, I will talk good thing.
Emeka, I have a question for you.
Okay.
When they are nominating these ministers, and I can see that I want to talk about the diaspora, to be frank. And I think I often say that the system being used in the Western world does not necessarily fit Nigeria in total like that. Some of these, like this Minister of Health, he's well read, and he is about to take an international position where he just sitting for the Nigerian ministerial post. I think he's not prepared and he does not know the terrain. Don't you think that in the future that any Nigerian person should probably look inward or look at somebody that really knows the terrain of Nigerian system before appointing them as ministers?
Remy, that's a fantastic question. I think you've even answered it yourself. It's a fantastic contribution. I think it's some form of insecurity that we have in that country. Yes, there's some benefits that one can get from being exposed in the Western world, because there are things that here in the Western world that are good. And when you look at the way it's being done back home, you can implement it. But I do strongly believe that local issues should be resolved with using local solution. The weather in Canada is not the same in Nigeria. So that is why people are a bit calm here. And even here too, you see people walking fast during summer too sometimes, because during winter you are walking very, very fast. But in Nigeria, we drag our feet. Is because the location, the terrain is different. I can appreciate that. So, but again, I would like the guy you raised, who you say is not prepared and does not know the country very well. I understand, but apply yourself. There may be some knowledge gap. Part of your leadership skill set should be, how fast can I apply myself, update myself with the local situation here, and see how I can implement things that can create an impact. So it may be that he's the wrong, because I believe, correct me, I'm not in the medical field, but those who do public administration, public health administration, are usually very good at implementing a public health policy. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think?
I think you're on the right path, because sometimes there's some courses that you guys think it's nobody, but if you study like something like public administration and you work with the government, they already taught you the system and the courses that prepare you for working for local or state or federal government.
Yes, not only the public health administration course, but you working in it, you are also building your network and affiliations. You are meeting people within that sector who would have had high designated offices.
I think even Tinubu, if he should also downsize this time around, because we have seen that appointing 2 or 3 ministers from a state for political exigency does not matter anymore. I think at the end of the day, you should also downsize the number of the ministers. Probably maybe 1 minister from any state, because there are so many ministers that they don't even know what they are doing, and we never hear their name, and we don't know exactly. They don't even understand the portfolio.
But they are supposed to go and understand the portfolio.
Yeah. So they don't.
It's just that they don't want to. There's a difference between
Nigerian people. So many, some of them are really docile. So I cannot give excuse for most of them, because if your colleague is performing, I think as a minister I will look at myself that why is Wike doing all of this and this Tunji is doing? What am I doing? Why am I not?
Remy, you are also forgetting something, right? That within the ministry there are commissions, organizations, and they have had. There are individuals who head those organizations who have actually grown through the ranks to become the executive secretary of this organization. They know that organization better off than the minister. They can act as advisor to the minister. So the minister can only look at their draft and implementation and say, okay, I think this is good. We can do this. We can do this. We can do this. Go and implement.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying, what I am concluding is these ministers who are not working are just there to enrich themselves. They don't want to work. They are lazy. They don't want to apply themselves. They just don't want to do anything. They just want to collect only benefits, salary, and bribes, and drive on Porsche cars and live the big life. That is my own opinion. So let me quickly just talk on this point, and then I will just leave. I'm almost leaving. It's on the Binance CEO who said Nigerian officials were requesting for bribe. Now, regardless of, I saw people tweeting and say, it's wrong. Binance has been penalized for money laundering crimes and the rest. Binance has lacked credibility. But again, it's a fair argument. It is the same if they've made a claim. And if you ask me, I would rather want to weigh on the side of the CEO. Why do I think so? We had 2 Binance executives in custody as suspects, and we were carrying out investigation. One of them, I don't know how miraculously he was found in Kenya. So if the Binance CEO is saying that government officials are asking for bribe, then we can put 1 and 2 together, and we would find out that it is still the same people who allowed that guy to jump bail or jump fence or jump rivers. I don't know how he got himself a ticket. I don't know how he also entered the plane, and I don't know how he ended up landing in Kenya. So, and what even made this so violently embarrassing is because international newspapers were publishing it headline news. Headline news. Nigerian government can embarrass you anytime, any day. Any second.
Sorry to quickly interject. I think you have a point, but at the same time, if you have lived in the Western for a long time, and you know they also play politics with any news that is coming from developing country.
No doubt about that.
Without contradicting all what you have said, I think because show me who you are. Even we Nigerians know that for that guy to escape, some of our guys are compromised. So
it's not the very top.
Yeah, so you are right. They might have for bribe or something like that. But for the international media, forget it. It's not a fair game. Everybody knows the truth.
Okay, now thank you for bringing this train of thoughts. Very good. But again, those who wrote, the Western newspapers who wrote, do not like Binance. So it's not like they were trying to take side with Binance. Then we would see the prejudice, right? We'll see the bias. I think clearly these guys are biased. They don't like Binance. They've been writing negative news about Binance. Binance was fined by the United States, kicked off. Countries are kicking them off left, right, and center and fining them for money laundering and terrorist financing and all sort of corruption. The CEO, the former CEO, is currently being arrested. He's serving. I think he's going for his sentence in Nigeria, but I've not yet followed the news. So the Western newspaper, like the Bloomberg, the Reuters, the New York Times, the Washington Post, who are writing this, they are not writing in favor of Binance. They were only writing what the current CEO said. And regardless of whether the Nigerian government want to kick against it, want to provide a reporter, want to say it never happened, this was in Nigeria, one of the executives got to Kenya even when his one of his passport was seized. I don't know if Kenya, you can now enter road or you can trek to Kenya, you can run to Kenya. But if you follow through, that again, it still boils down to the weak journalists we have. If it's in the Western world, they would have written, sure, somebody would have been sacked. Who has been sacked so far? Now, that is another important question. That we have not seen anybody being sacked, arrested, questioned, means that this is coming from the very top. The very people at the top of affairs, the people who are maybe within, because he was kept in the apartment of the National Security Advisor. This same National Security Advisor that wants to tax Nigeria to death again. He was kept there. We have not seen any personnel, whether it's even the malam that is in the gate. No, we didn't hear anything.
It's still Nigerian business partner now, National Security Advisor. It's still Nigerian business partner.
You say it's what? Yeah, they are doing business.
You mean the one that is begging Oyibo people? The one that is begging Oyibo people? Are you serious?
It's two Nigeria's best friend. It's two Nigeria's best friend. So this same National Security Advisor, nobody has been arrested. That news just died a natural death. No journalist has picked it up. No journalist has said, let me follow the trail. No journalist has said, let me ask the questions. Let me go find out.
Where is Rufai of this world? Rufai of this world.
Rufai is not a journalist now. He's a commentary pundit. He's not a journalist. So no journalist has come out to say, I want to follow this news. How did this man get a passport? What airport did he use?
Emeka, you are being funny. Most Nigerian politics, they have what we call yellow envelope. That is what they're all after every now and then. Their reporting is not always objective. It's all about what can I gain from the system too. So when you look at the whole system, none of them is really doing that. Premium Times was doing that, but at the time,
they're dead now. Premium Times is dead now.
Yeah, it should be dead because they don't have fund to continue to carry out that investigation.
Sahara was doing it. I don't know what happened to Sahara.
To pay money to read their paper online. Nigeria will refuse now. So it's very difficult to do investigative journalism.
I'm not disputing what you are saying. It's factual, but well, I'm even finding it difficult to explain. But these are questions that we need to know. These are pertinent because that news has died a natural death, and there's nothing on the newspaper to say, oh, this man was the one complicit. This man was the man. Sorry about my baby. I don't know what is happening. This guy is complicit with he's the one complicit with the Kenya guy that ran away. Right, the Binance executive that ran away to Kenya. Nobody has been arrested, detained, questioned. So the suspicion now means if nobody has been arrested, it means that it is somebody with a serious security clearance, a top security individual that perpetrated the escape of that individual. And that now also means that a bribe was paid. So if
No,
the finance,
maybe he went to the route of Igbo that ran through the neighboring country. It could be.
no, I don't know. No, of course, maybe that's a possibility. But for him to leave the official quarters of the National Security Advisor's apartment to find himself in Kenya is actually a disgrace to our national security. Tunaja can chime in on this. It's a disgrace to the security national Tunaja is talking about, and still wants Nigeria to come and pay.
I totally agree with you. Totally.
It's a huge disgrace and embarrassment. That's why I say Nigerian government will keep embarrassing us. They are always running the embarrassment race in Olympics. When they are running that, when you are running track and field 4x4, all of them line up, embarrassing us consistently on a daily basis. And they will rubbish the Tinubu administration. I am telling you, they are going to rubbish that man. Not that the man does not have the good intention to implement things, but he's always, as usual, you have wicked Nigerians, you have greedy Nigerians, you have selfish Nigerians, always in the corridor of power, exploiting their position of office to enrich themselves. Good night. Thank you, everyone.
Emeka, before you go, you hear about your brother in Nnamdi Kanu? What's going on?
Yeah, his wife went to see him now. His temperature has come down now. All those gra you do it.
You throw me off guard, Emeka. I was to say, is the case still going?
No, the case is still ongoing, but as long as the wife has met with him, this will be going in the right direction now. You will trust me on that one. The country is over, so he will negotiate with the government.
I think at the end of the day, they will give him a soft landing by going to like 5 years imprisonment and everything.
I think they'll give him a sweetener.
There's no way he's going to escape all those charges.
They will give him a sweetener.
If they release him, it will cause more trouble one way or the other. So they have to keep him at bay one way or the other.
All right. Good night.
Oh, thank you, Emeka. Let's go to Tunaja.
Yeah. Emeka, don't go yet. I came because of you.
Wait till happen. I did.
Somebody they hunt you here. They want orientation you back to Nigeria.
Wait till happen, though.
Did you read the act you
the policy? No.
Yeah.
I followed the news, so I didn't read. I will check. I didn't read it. So I followed the news. Yes, I updated myself with what the Nigerian journalists are accusing gave us.
Okay, because I'm pretty much sure you didn't. Because if you did, you'll have realized that it's targeted towards businesses and not individuals.
Even if it's business, the business will transfer it to us.
No, okay, yes. No, but hold on. Even these businesses are limited, so it's not even all businesses.
Nigerians should not pay. Whether Nigerian businesses, Nigerian children, Nigerian adults, Nigerian dogs, Nigerian cats, Nigerian birds should not pay that fee.
Okay, so I hear you, right? But here's the thing: we are not where we ought to be as a country, and especially when we are at an era where digital attacks are the norms.
You are saying something nice. I like that, but regardless, it doesn't mean that Nigerians should suffer because we have not been where we are supposed to be due to bad leadership. So you see what they need to. You see the Nigerian government can deceive a couple of Nigerians, but they can't deceive every Nigerian. Especially they can't deceive us who are in the Western world. We're exposed.
Okay, listen. No, okay, listen. I mean, you've made your point, right? Prior tonight, I think I was almost sleeping. I joined the show, then I heard your argument. I'm like, why is Emeka talking like this? And that's because you're probably one of the few people that I would know would have done their due diligences. So the sectors that are going to pay these payments are limited to about 5 of them, right? I think I have the screenshot somewhere.
No, you can read it out, no problem. Educators, that's why we have this platform. It's good you joined, so we can be educated.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are hearing you.
Oh, okay, all right. So I'll just list out the 5 sectors. So these are GSM service providers, and all. No, listen, just listen.
Continue.
So GSM service providers and all telcos, internet service providers, banks and other financial institutions, that's insurance companies, and the Nigerian Stock Exchange. So these are the people.
Okay.
These are the 5 sectors that this stuff is targeted at. Right?
Okay, I can remember 3: Nigerian Stock Exchange,
yes,
internet service providers,
yes,
and telcos.
Yes.
The remaining 2,
banks,
I didn't catch those 2.
So the remaining 2 are just banks and fintechs.
Banks. Okay.
And insurance companies.
You see what they have done, right?
I've not even landed the points now. Hold on.
Go ahead, finish the point.
And then of course it's not even all the transactions that they'll be charging for. So there are certain transactions that they will carry that will be charged. These things are targeted towards protecting even them from potential fraud and also for KYC. So if you understand these sectors, one thing that they've not done.
I understand KYC. That does not have to do anything with KYC.
No. So here's the thing. So the issue is this. Hold on.
It doesn't have anything. The KYC process, Nigerian banks are currently doing it. I don't know about the telcos. I don't know about
the telcos are doing it like for
yes, the telcos may have some form like, okay, yeah, if you are going to buy new products, they will ask for your driver's license and onboard you, right? Then the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, let me know if I judge you.
Okay, all right, cool. So yes, we know who you are, but we are not protecting you enough. So remember, this is also a piggybacking from sectors from maybe like NDDIC and sectors where that will protect you from your financial insurances. We need, as a country, we need to have our own CIA level to mitigate when it comes to cyber attacks and fraud. My guess is this, that you've worked within the banking sector before. I don't know, but I've heard you speak some stuff, and I'm in my head, I'm getting this guy's probably done some financial engagements in the past or something. One of the things that happened to Nigerian banks a lot is internal frauds. In fact, you hear, but of course this is not always very, very lauded, if I'm permitted to use that word. But within banks, there's so many transactions that happen that those institutions are not dependent on the Secret Service, what's it called? Is it Nigerian Security, NSA, to help them hunt these criminals? And sometimes some of these attacks are even from foreign nationals. 2 or 3 big banks recently had some of those cyber attacks, but we didn't know. And so what NSA is saying is, we can protect you to the much that we can. However, we also need you as well to invest in these things. There are very many sectors who do this already. Educational sectors do this already. So there's some educational sectors who do 3% transaction that they are paid to the government. This fund is not a CBN fund. CBN has only been like the mitigator to what's it called, to receive these funds. This is a 2015 policy that these people are already know about. It is for their own safety. It's also, again,
you're not fleshing out. You're fleshing out
the
this conversation. I like the way I like where it's going. Right,
it's also for the safety of the consumers. And recently, do you know? I mean, we all know how much Binance moved from Nigeria, $25 billion, and nobody knows where they came from. And many of the transactions moved from some of these as well, to some of these sectors. But here's the thing: the part that is being secured are transactions that will need due diligence to trace. So if your transaction is intra-bank, they're not charging you because those ones, we know who you are. If I'm moving from FCMB to FCMB, nobody's going to know. I mean, you're not paying for such.
Okay.
If I'm paying, if a telco is paying their staff salary, then nobody is doing such as well. If you're paying treasury bills of bonds, you're not doing that. If you're paying to CB, you're not doing that. If you're doing check transfers, you're not doing those things already. But when it has to do with digital footprints that the NSA currently doesn't have control over, they need these things to be secure. And that investment needs to come from
the... I think you've pretty much laid it out. You just explained the why. And I'm not arguing the why. And even if I want to argue the why with what you are saying now, is that you have highlighted 5 sectors that the NSA has said, okay, these are the people who face the most risks of a cybersecurity attack. Not even our infrastructures. Like I actually said, we do not have enough technological apparatus that probably an enemy or a state actor can go and hijack. We don't have enough of it, right? But let's leave that apart. Now, what you have also not even identified, I don't think you, or I will probably now say the NSA, they have not even covered for third-party processors, payment processors, like the InterSwitch.
They are
They
part
did not
of
cover
them.
for them.
They
They said banks.
Yes, I said it now.
The
Every fintech.
InterSwitch is not a bank.
No.
InterSwitch just facilitates payments.
They're like NIBs now. They're like NIBs.
Yes.
Exactly.
So okay,
yeah,
if they are covered, maybe they are actually covered. Okay, then that is fine. You are just still explaining the why.
InterSwitch,
Now,
Verve, eTransact.
oh yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, Intransact, yes, fine. That is fine. It's still the why. But
exactly.
Again, in business, I didn't get your name right. In business,
yes,
business are set up for the sole purpose of making profits.
Yes.
Any cost that imparts on operational activities will be factored in and transferred to the consumers. That is what is going to happen. The banks are not going to go into their profits, which I know clearly, and begin to pay transactional costs for cybersecurity. They will pass it to their customers.
So here's the thing, right?
No, hold on now. Let me learn now. I'm going to the practicality. You have explained the why. You have fleshed out the why. Let's look at that why. The why is okay. I'm not criticizing the why. After the why, we will now go to the budget. The why is fine. We need it. As a country, we need it. Not just for those 5 sectors. Are they going to ignore other businesses who stand the chance of a business email compromise? Are they going to ignore other businesses who a potential hacker can come in and take over their prize as intellectual access, intellectual assets, and then ask them to pay a ransom? Are they going to ignore them? Because that's what it's going to look like. Because we are still on the why. Hold on, no.
If I fish
because
you,
those 5 sectors that are paying,
you will go on, chill. No, hold on. So I mean, let's make it a big of a conversation. If I run a fishing through your company, a small venture or a startup or whatever it is, what I need from you is to move your money, right?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna move your money from where?
Good. From the banks. Good.
Exactly.
And facilitated by through the payment processors. Good.
There you go.
That's fine. Okay. Good. Yes, they've done their homework. Yes, I didn't think towards that angle. That's fine. But then again, right? What I am now saying is these sectors are going to transfer it to the consumers.
No.
And yes.
No.
The banks will.
Listen,
the bank. I know the banks.
The consumers are already protected already.
Listen, they're transferring the cost to the consumers now.
No. Now
they're
you are the one making
that cost to the consumers. It's not an assumption.
No, Emeka, you are the one making that assumption.
This one is not an assumption. I don't know about the Nigerian Stock Exchange.
Listen,
I don't know about MTN or Globalcom.
Listen now.
Okay, go ahead.
If I put my money in a bank, maybe a savings account, a fixed deposit, a checking account, there's a backed law already on the amount of funds that these banks are expected to levy me. If I'm doing multiple ATM transactions and co, the bank will not just wake up and make new tariffs just to acquire this.
Who told you? They will increase their bank service charge.
No, okay. So again, that is why we have consumer protection rights already. The funds they are making will be based off of their own personal business transactions as well too. So banks, every money you keep in your bank is not keeping the money because they like you. They're making investments of your money.
Are you in Nigerian?
Am I Nigerian?
Yeah, are you in Nigeria currently?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Have you worked in a Nigerian bank?
Yes, I've worked with a Nigerian bank.
Eh?
Yes, I have. I work with Nigerian banks.
Okay, you work with Nigerian banks.
Yes.
At least my experience, I've worked in Nigerian banks. They will pass that cost to their clients. I am telling you.
Okay.
That's why I said I don't know about Nigerian Stock Exchange. I no go talk with I know. I don't know about MTN and Globalcom. I don't know InterSwitch. InterSwitch do not engage with retail customers. They will not.
They have VevCard now.
Oh, VevCard. Okay, good. Regardless of that, I don't know about how they are going to do it or e-transact. I don't know. But you see Access Bank, not Diamond Bank, GTB, Zenith, First Bank, UBA, Wema, you see those banks. They not set up shop to come joke.
These people already make profit already. I hope you understand.
Their goal is to continue to make more profit.
Yes. So
they did not set. So let me explain now. They did not set up the shop to come they look Uche face, say transaction what. They are going to pass it to the client. I don't. That's why the Nigerian banks that I know.
You are arguing without listening.
Okay.
I be bank, right? But you keep money from my hand. I make money. I won't use that money. Invest. That investment is not part of my. It's not part of the funds my client has entrusted me with. I'm supposed to make money, and when I make profit, I give them interest. The money they're charging the banks for are the transactions that the banks make within themselves, whether they're investing in oil and gas or whether they're investing in telcos, which is what banks do. Insurance companies also do the same thing. When you pay your insurance premiums or your insurance fees, the money is just sat there now. Those people transact with your money. They invest in maritime or in different sectors, properties and all. That transaction. And
you know what? Let's agree to disagree. Okay. I want to go to the. Was it budgeted for?
Oh yeah, chill. No, hold on. If say GT Bank now wants to invest in properties through their GT Homes or whatever it is, and they make a huge transaction and they make it through check, do you know they won't pay a dime?
I didn't listen to that. Don't be angry, please.
Okay, so if GT Bank is making a transaction within any of your subsidiaries, say from GT Bank, from GTD Bank to GTD, the what's it called, the mortgage company, they won't pay a dime.
Yeah. But GT doesn't have a mortgage company anymore.
GT Homes now. That's a different name.
No, you don't tell where you come on Nigeria.
Okay, what's the new name of the company? But they have GT Homes.
It used to be, what's this insurance?
Is it Mansard? No.
Mansard, yes.
Yeah.
But now they've divested from Mansard because of CBN. They are not supposed to be in any other thing other than banking.
They have a holding company. You know what I'm talking about.
GT holding company. Fine. But I think before they move to that
GTCO. It's GTCO. GTCO has several companies under it now.
Yes, but
now so
not GT Bank.
You are making it flimsy. I'm just trying to make a point so everyone
can go ahead. Sorry, you're making a point. Go ahead.
Okay, good. So what I'm saying is that those transactions will not matter because they're intra-bank transactions. What's the money they're paying for are transactions that need to be secure, that outside of the bank those controls of those institutions. If an insurance company wants to send funds to maybe Mobile, they want to invest in oil and gas, or they want to send money to Transcorp, and they're moving from their own insurance funds to maybe a UBA, then they will pay such funds. However, what those banks will do is to find easier ways where they will. So what NSA is going to essentially do is make sure that you people will find secure means to make a transaction. So you be sure that people will be doing check transactions of maybe 1 trillion, and no, nothing's going to happen. You're not going to pay a dime. But you cannot put that. You can't put your profits on your consumers. The consumer protective laws will protect those customers. Banks don't wake up today and just increase tariffs randomly. They already have set fees already. So when I open my account, I already have a set fee for my SMS alert. I have a set fee for my ATM transactions. I have a set fee for whatever it is. They will not wake up and say, "Oh, because we pay salary," which is not even part of it anyways, or because we now invested in oil and gas and we did a $4 billion transaction.
Between from this conversation now, what you are saying is that what you are actually communicating to us, like average Nigerians, individual Nigerians will not be impacted by this. It is a business expense.
Exactly. It is the investment.
It's a business expense.
Exactly. So when a company is investing and transacting between two companies, like the ones that are paid telcos. So if I do a Momo transaction with MTN, I won't pay a dime.
Yes, it is good you jumped on the platform.
But MTN is now moving their funds to South Africa now, then they will pay.
Okay, it is good. It is good you jumped on the platform and you provided more context. I think I appreciate this. What I will do is to go and read that policy properly and see, and then come back to confirm what you have said. To confirm and say Nigerians will not be impacted by it. But again, my second question is: was it budgeted for? It was budgeted for.
Do you know what the budget is? You know now.
it was budgeted for.
So how are you sure that this is not the budget that they're getting their money back?
No,
it's a budget now, and that budget has a means for them to make the money.
No,
This might just be exactly how they're going to make the funds.
On this one, it is capital NO.
How do you know?
Because the way we know how we raise our revenue in the country, oil receipts, non-oil receipts, and taxes, corporation taxes. So they are not saying this is a corporation tax, right? They are not saying, hold on now, follow my line of talk. Follow me now, let's be going. I'm not saying we they enter bush, hold on. They are not saying, they said this is a new levy. And when so you see, I will always want to go back because the government has said this is how we want to raise our taxes. And even after this is how we want to fund our budget. And even after we have raised all the money to fund our budget, we still have a deficit. They did not put a cyber security levy on MTN, Nigerian Stock Exchange, First Bank and Co. And the payment processing companies and the other ones you call. Let me know. I think I will remember their name later on. They didn't say that. So, which means it was already budgeted for. By the
NSA or by whom?
By the SSS, which is under the NSA.
So you are telling me now that you saw the NSS budget?
We read it out. Yes, I read it out.
Okay,
I opened it. I opened it. I even called the specific amount.
Fantastic.
I even called the software they want to use for the cyber security monitoring.
By the way, okay. So in fact, let me just piggyback a little bit. Even your argument on that one is very flimsy.
Okay.
That you went to a website. I'm just giving an example.
No, I didn't go to the website. Hold on now. Maybe you said you slept and you woke up.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
It is the SSS that put the name of the software.
Okay.
I did quote the software. No.
Fantastic.
Who am I?
Where did you get the cost?
I went to their budget. Yeah, it is in the budget. You go there, they quoted it. Cyber security monitoring system, SIM.
Okay, so
for almost half a billion.
So what you saw now is just one software, and you think that's all it takes to secure something.
Oh, that's what they say for cyber security. No, hold on now. I don't know their scope of work. I don't know their scope of hold on now. You are arguing for a government that we know is a rogue one. Hold on first. We know. I'm not saying the Tinubu administration is a rogue government. We have people in those offices that are career thieves, career civil servants. We do. So what I'm saying is they budgeted for it. Cyber security monitoring tool. They called the name. I went to the tool. Yes, it's a cyber security monitoring tool. It monitors threats, it prevents threats, it even gives you reports on how you can make your decision. It is a good tool. I'm not against the tool. I am not. I am not even against the price. Trust me, I am not against the price. Whether it's excessive or not, I am not, because I saw some of their costing and it appears to be reasonable. I am not against the price. I am just saying it has been budgeted for.
Hold on. Before you go on there, the point that I'm making is when you know such softwares and you go to their website, right? What you find will not be the enterprise solution. What Nigeria is going to get is not going to be what you. Okay, so
my brother, I say I'm not arguing the
hold
price.
on now, just chill.
I am not. So listen to my thought. I am not. I said what I am saying is it was budgeted for.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, good. Okay, it was budgeted for. But one thing that I know, when you budget doesn't mean you have the funds at hand. Budget also forms part of how you even intend to make the money. So I can say, let's say Emeka wants to throw a party, and Emeka's budget for the party is, I don't know, $200,000. You don't have the funds yet, but you know that by the time you speak to one man, speak to myself, maybe Kulata, and maybe by the time you close your investment there, and pull funds in and sell this property, you make that funds. So you don't have to have the funds at hand first, but you make a budget from a projection. And I'm saying to you right now that this policy is not a Tinubu policy. It's a 2015 policy.
It's a Buhari's policy.
Exactly.
I saw it in the news.
A policy that was already for prepared, and they know they will implement it. It is very clear that they already will know how much budget they will make from implementing that policy. and then they will use that funds itself to run the entire sector.
You know what,
and
right?
that is what is now in place right now.
Let's be very realistic now. Okay, let's get more serious. You are speculating, not true. Why do I say you're speculating? Number one, you don't work for the. You may work for the government. I don't know. I'm just meeting you for the first time, but you are only speaking for people, or you are trying to speak for them, and you are speculating. I will go with data. And what data? Objective data, verifiable data, and the data is the budget. The budget has said how we are going to raise our fund. The budget did not say there's anywhere from business payments or the 0.05 levy, transaction levy in the budget. You can Google the budget. So I'm using my phone. If I go to Google,
what do I search for?
Just put 2004 Appropriation Act Nigeria. Or you can just put 2024 Appropriation Act PWC. It's going to give you that one will give you the snapshots.
Okay. And then but will they also take me to the NSA's budget? Not Nigeria's budget.
No. On the NSA budget, you have to go to the budget office 2024.
Did you find that one?
Yes.
You find that one?
Yes.
You found the budget for NSA.
Yes.
Not Nigeria.
Not
Nigeria. NSA.
No, Nigerian budget with the NSA headline.
No,
I don't have. I am not. No. I am not privy. So they collected their budget, right?
Exactly. Now, so
hold on. I know how a budget works very well. I prepare my own budget. You collect your budget and you send it to the central budget office. The central budget office will now review, ask questions. If they have questions and you answer them, then they will now collect it generally for the entire commission and ministries in the country. Then they will give it they will present it to the National Assembly. The president will go and speak on the budget, and the National Assembly would do the regular things, the readings, and pass it into the act. I know how the budget works.
Okay,
so that budget headline from the SSS says cybersecurity. It is page 328. Nigeria Appropriation 2024 Appropriation Act. It is now a law on how we will spend money and how we will raise money. So that law gives the Nigerian states the lawful act to raise money the way they have said they are going to raise money. And we know how they say they raise money. It is in that budget. We have always raised money from 5 major sources. Right? Nowhere did they put 0.05 transaction or corporate level act or levy or whatever they want to put. They did not include it anywhere. So by default, by the law, because it is not, somebody on the comment section asks, is this an act? I think Baba Ajani Koko asks if it is a legislation. No, it is a policy.
It's an act, yeah.
It's an act. Fine. Okay, they made an act. Okay, so legally they can do it. So it still didn't come into the budget. And that is why I said my next question is, this thing was budgeted for. This was the amount it was budgeted for. This is how the government said they were going to raise money, and this is the outstanding deficit that is left. The government has said with this deficit, in order for us to implement our budget, we will still go and borrow $8 billion, which is 80% to cover our deficit. The president did not say how 20% will be covered.
Emeka, hold on, right? You've made this point very clear. You've made it like 4 times, and we all heard you. But just listen to me, okay? Just try, mute and then
so
try to listen.
I have listened. I'm not saying you have
just
not.
Hold on now.
Wait now. Hold on first. Before you proceed, please proceed with caution. I have not said you did not flesh out the conversation.
Just listen
you came in with the factual facts.
Just
right?
Hold on now. So let me finish the factual fact. Just hold on. Just chill. I mean, once I'm done, I'll go back. I'll leave the room. Right. So here's the point. Here's the thing. What you quoted, right? Or what we hear, and here's what I'm assuming that you quoted is referencing the NSA's budget under the Nigerian government. However,
but the NSA, the NSA is part of the government. Okay, go ahead.
NSA itself, as a body, as a parastatal too, can also make its own internally generated funds. Local governments have budgets that they send to states, that states send to the federal government. Local government as well too would have their own capital projects that they require their own internal budget for outside of what the government is funding them. This itself is an NSA exclusive project that requires funding from, and that funding needs to be catered to by the people they'll be protecting. This is probably different from the cybercrime for NSA to protect the country.
Sorry,
and
Paddy, that's your name, right? Now let me correct you. Even JAMB that raised money, and they are no longer being included in the budget because they raise money to fund their operation, it is still part of the budgetary revenue item that is accounted for. If the NSA is raising any funds, that is revenue. It is not internal revenue for them to fund their operation. It will still go under the budget line for revenue. It will be stated there, other revenue items. That's the headline. That's the headline. So now, to pause that. So let me continue now.
Make a chill now.
Okay,
I mean, you've been gone for a while. Just try rest a little bit, right? So even in this your argument, right?
It's not an argument. I will state the fact. This is not the one making an opinion.
What you've said so far. No, hold on. What you've said thus far, according to you, is that you've seen the NSA's budget as quoted by the federal government.
I open them here now. NSA, so hold on and let me correct you again. All government parastatals, commission, and ministry, right? Regardless of where we collect their budgets, they all have a budget headline. The question I want to ask you is this. The
question I want to ask you is this: if I make a budget at the beginning of the year, and I say I intend to make this money from this sector, are you saying to me now that I can't decide to change the sector that I'll make that money from?
No, you are going against the law.
Hey, well. Okay.
You are going against the Appropriation Act. If you are making a budget for it is a budget. A budget does not mean actual. I agree. But if you are factored in this level that is coming in now, right? If you say, according to you, not me, you said it, and actually the newspapers also said it, that it is a 2015 policy that is now being implemented in 2024. And by that implementation, they know they want to implement this year. They know with proper planning, but I know that most of our ministries do not plan properly. That's why things fail in the country. Proper planning, we say this is the amount we want to raise. We might not raise everything because it's just a budget, is expectation, estimation. But you will put it as other revenue item and inform the budget office. You cannot run your own separate shop.
Anyway, so here's the thing then. For that budget piece, I would not stretch it because I haven't seen it. I don't like to argue what I haven't seen.
Oh, right? It's open here. I will call the budget item for you. Page,
but anyway, the reason I came here
328.
Okay, well, okay, thank you. But the reason I came here is to just call your attention to the fact that it's not a tariff that will be on individuals. It is for a few sector of businesses, and those businesses will be paying from even their own business transactions. And not even from the customers' day-to-day transactions. All right, good night, everyone.
Yeah, no, so before you go now, because you didn't allow me to go, I wanted to go to bed. Now, I appreciate you coming and giving us the fact, and I'm happy with what you said. I will just go back maybe tomorrow to go and read, and like, okay, I think this is fine. It's not going to impact Nigerians. As long as it's not impacting Nigerians, it's fine. But was it budgeted for? Yes.
Sorry, let me clarify something. There are exemptions that are clearly stated. Then anything that doesn't fall within those exemptions will probably be charged. So it's not. The way Paddy came and explained it is that there are only certain transactions that will be affected. But if you look among the exemptions, then any other transaction that is outside that will be charged.
And then it's something I'm saying now. I didn't say anything different from what you're saying.
Yeah, but if you look at the exemptions, I can read and then tell me which one is not most daily people don't do.
Okay.
Loan disbursement and repayment, salary payment, intra-account transfers within same bank or between different banks for the same customer.
Yes.
Intra-bank transfers between customers of the same bank.
Yes.
Other official instructions to their correspondent banks. Interbank placements, bank transfers to CBN and vice versa.
Exactly.
Inter-branch transfers within a bank, check clearing and settlements, letters of credit, bank recapitalization related funding, only bulk funds.
These are transactions that will impact on customers now.
These are exemptions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, these are exemptions.
Exactly.
The savings and deposit, including transactions involving
Thank you.
long-term investment,
That's it.
such as treasury
Savings and
bills,
debits. That's
bonds, and commercial papers.
Yeah.
Government social welfare programs, transactions, pension
Education, school
payments.
fees.
Yeah,
NGO.
Those if it's government payments for welfare. Non-profit and charity transactions, including donations to registered non-profit transactions
projects,
charities, education institutions transactions, including tuition payment and other transactions involving schools, universities, and other educational institutions. Transactions involving banks' internal accounts, such as response accounts, clearing accounts, profit and loss accounts, inter-branch accounts, reserve accounts, nostro and vostro accounts, and escrow accounts. However, notice that there's nothing about
but
but there's nothing. Hold on now. Hold on. There's nothing about POS. No, there's nobody but POS people. They will be charged, and
POS will be charged.
Yeah, of course they will be charged.
How can POS be charged when it's intra-bank?
POS is
not a bank now. Is it a bank?
It's not that way. It's very simple.
Is POS a bank?
It's very simple. As an individual, you deposit above 500,000, then they will charge you 0.05% of what you deposit.
Oh, did they say they will charge deposit? I think I need to go and read this thing.
It's only on deposit, 0.5%. It's only on the above 500,000.
Paddy, why did you do us this now?
That one is not there, Remy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Which one are you talking about?
These are business transactions between corporations, not individuals.
Then why all the force then? Why all the force? It must catch some transactions that we do on a daily basis. Like when you are hold on. Let me give an example. Hold on. Like when you are paying for broadband or WhatsApp or something like that, you will pay money to those. Those ones are excluded from here.
No, so
if you want to pay for, I'm not even sure phone services.
If you are listening very well, hold on, gentlemen. If you pay attention to that thing, those are more often than not transactions that are heavy and FX. If I want to pay a school fees, right, and I go as an individual to the bank and say I want to pay my school fees, that bank that bank will pay that school fees on in my behest. That transaction is exempted.
Yeah, even loan.
But if you want to pay for your broadband, your phone services, all those things, they will charge it.
Broadband companies also remit. They also do transactions as well too. They're the ones that are paying.
Yeah, but hold on. Those ones are not exempted here. Let's not try to beat around the bush.
Listen, because you don't see Fiber One is not paying. So I'll pay Fiber One my tariff, right? Fiber One at themselves will probably be paying me one. The transaction between Fiber One and Main One are the ones that will be charged for. Those are FX. More often than not, those are FX transactions.
I don't know why you want to do.
They will still pass these charges. They will pass it to the customer.
If it's not included in the exemptions, it's going to hit the people one way or another. If it's
not going to hit people, they are going to pass this cost to customers.
Maybe
it's all good that tuition fees and pensions and all those things are not there. But if you want to pay for other things like phone services, broadband, there are a lot of other things we do that are not part of this list.
Those guys move funds. MTN is moving funds between themselves. It is a levy fee on MTN. MTN is a corporation that makes investment. They buy stocks. That's what is being charged on.
Try to understand the maker very well. The Nigerian commercial banks are very crafty, and the regulation regulating them is not sound enough. they will find a way to also exploit their customers. He knows what he's talking about.
Bank made profit of how much? Let's say they made profit of 1 million naira.
Their profit and loss will not be included now. It's a bit,
no, and you get my point. Bank made a profit
can
of
we just
1
move
million.
ahead with other topics so that
good night,
yes,
guys.
please. Good night, Paddy. Nice one. Come off to. Yeah, please let me go to. I think let me know. Let's not take over this conversation.
Thomas, I think that's the okay. Only Babajaliko, maybe it's next. I don't know who's next. Thomas.
Yes, boss.
Who is next? Is it Tunaja or what?
Tunaja now. I've been waiting. Maybe Tunaja don't go ransack fridge.
Okay. It's quite interesting, so many of these topics that they have been talking about. I think at this particular moment now, Tinubu need to, from what I learned from my source, he's staying a little bit away in abroad. It's also so a lot of meeting taking place in order to fine-tune probably they are going to fire some people and bring in some new people. It's also part of the work they have been doing. So they are trying to avoid as much distraction as whatever, apart from tending to his health needs or something like that. The bottom line is that this country is in a mess for a lot of decades of what we would call so many things that is not put into right perspective. So it's like the cookie has come to crumble. But we hope that the issue just finds solution to most of this problem. And I don't know how they can push some of these state governors to do the rightful thing, because some of them are just too docile. I was just reading a report yesterday that Osun State Governor Adeleke want to construct an overhead bridge in Ile-Ife at a whooping sum of billions of naira. I don't know. So to put people to work, because when you construct road, you are also creating employment. And I also want to bring it to people that there is this road in Benin, Benin to Sapele road, that this federal government is rehabilitating using concrete road. It has created more than a lot of employment for people from Edo, from Benin. Nigeria, are you there? I don't know whether you are from Edo or something like that. So they are also rehabilitating a lot of road and trying to construct new ones. What other things are people discussing about, Thomas, if you are there? Oh, okay.
I think let me have a look. Yeah. They said presidency confirmed Tinubu relocates when he will be returning to Nigeria. What does that even mean?
No.
Has he been back in the country?
No, it will be back tomorrow. Today is Wednesday, right?
Today is Wednesday already here.
Back in the country today. He's supposed to be back in the country today.
But I think they said Shetima suspended her own trip.
Yeah, he had to suspend it because
both of them can't leave the country.
Nigerian people, two of them cannot be outside at the same time.
At the same time, yeah.
There's so many how to say in Nigeria. This say that say that say. But I love what Emeka did this evening with other panelists on the show. If to say we are discussing on a more enlightening way this way, that would have been very, very good. Instead of being too tribalistic or too, how to say, sentimental about one political leader or the other. I think Nigeria should just find a way to support the country, and it's good for everybody. Yeah, it will be good for everybody to work it, because at the end of the day, all those countries that we find ourselves, if you look at it, majority of the citizens also support their government. It's not that they are happy 100%. None of the people who is living in America, Canada, Europe, or whatever can tell me that everybody in that country is totally happy with what their government are doing. So, and they continue to do a lot of things, and people also continue to we don't want this, we don't. Here also, they go on strike often. Okay, So, Thomas, what is the VAT percentage in Australia? Do you have an idea? VAT. Okay.
What do you mean by VAT? What?
VAT. Your VAT percentage in Australia is about 24% here.
I don't even remember now. Do I even care?
No, you know the VAT is any transaction that you made.
I know. I mean, do I even care about how much they are charging? That's what I mean.
It's very high here, 24%. I don't think Nigeria is more than 5%.
No, it can't be more than that in Nigeria.
Man, a lot of people don't know in Nigeria that to stay in abroad is like you are working at least 5 or 6 days work most time. It's a lot of if you don't have that courage and that mindset, very financially prudent, you just find yourself in a lot of
No. It's even, you can't even make any progress in life if you don't discipline yourself, be focused. You just be living, waking up, working, living, waking up. You just be like cycle.
Yeah, just look at here. We are paying two type of electricity bill. We are paying for generation, and we're also paying for the company distributing this. If you use 40 euro for this month, and in the next 3 months, the generation company will now have the last 2 months you have used. Or it's like you are paying double. If you pay like 120 for 3 months, then you are paying another 120 for the generation. So I know electricity is not cheap in most part of the world. Okay.
No. It's not really cheap here. But it's only we have we are allowed to have solar panel. I have like 15 or 16 solar panel on this roof. So that's kind of, and how it works. Your solar panel generates. You use few of it because you can't use it finish. Then you sell it back to the government. So they will take the rebate out of your normal electricity bill.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah, that's how it works. Yeah.
That's good. Especially you use it for your heating and for your air conditioning system.
Yeah, and cooling and heating as well.
Yeah.
So I'm not really paying too much because of the solar panel on the But others are, if you don't have solar panel, you'll be paying through your nose. As most especially people renting, because if your landlord doesn't put solar panel in the house, there's nothing you can do. But because we own our own house, so there's a solar panel there. Yes.
Here they don't do that. Even if your house belongs to you, the electricity is split into 2 or 3. There's the one we call green energy. There's also solar power energy. So whatever one you choose, the rate they will give you is also going to be different. So and it's government that control everything. So they don't give individual just to. I don't know people who live in the wood, in the forest. Maybe they can do that. But most people in the city or whatever, they just. But if you look at the city, they make it so easy. And I think because the people here are also, they're a little bit withdrawn and laid back. So they just want something that will not impair their life, just make things.
Yeah, of course.
You know, the life man does not want wahala.
No. Their life is so I live with Indians, so I don't really experience white people.
No, Indians are a little bit different from. I'm talking about the white folks themselves.
The white folks, yeah.
They don't want anything to just trouble them. And it's like just do the right thing and let others. So they don't want wahala. But one thing I found about them is that we black people, we like to shout, but I think they'll be fine. They will sit down. Sometimes they are more smarter than us, to be frank. Because we just we'll fight, blah blah blah. You. They will just look at. Let's think out with the law. Where can we get these people, or what can we do? Just sit down. It can take them time, but they will come up with something that they will use to curtail everybody, one way or the
other. Yeah. Thank you so much, Remy. I think we'll call it a day now.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. See you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, we come to the end of the show. One man always say one day, another day, another dollar. So another day is gone. Yeah, carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. Thank you, guys. God bless. Thank you.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka Government House, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, now. I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't? Why? It must be an omission.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense. They're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.